And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OSC Season 11 Championships, the Challenger Bracket A. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the OSC, of course, Season 11 Championships. This is the beginning to determine who makes it into this massive major event. For those who are maybe unaware, the OSC Championship is the end-of-year World Championship, essentially, of online events. Of course, we've got IEM Katowice, we've got all these offline events going on. That's great, that's fine, that's beautiful, but when it comes to the online events, they're all, in a way, most events, I should say, are all intertwined, all a part of a similar league. They all provide points, and they all lead into the OSC Championships. Players have been gaining points throughout the year, throughout the entire year. They have been gaining points, and this is just another way to join the event. And we can go over the event shortly after this series. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have the yellow Zerg player. Representing Team Ruddy from the land of Sweden, it is Fiat. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands, I believe, also representing Team Roddy. It is Hydra. Here we go. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket, it's massive, it's huge, it's amazing. And to quickly, briefly mention the brackets, top three will advance, which means the qualifying matches are the semifinals, and there will be a third place match as well to determine who qualifies and who makes it into the main event. Again, there are already some invited and seeded players into the main event, and of course it is all based on OSC rankings to gain invites as well, but there are also these qualifiers, essentially, these challenger brackets. There are going to be 4 of them, and this is the first of the 4. Here we go. At least initially we are getting into some standard openers here. There's going to be a hatch gas pool out of Fiant. Likewise, we have a gate expand into the cyber core here from Hydra. Again, pretty standard openers. They are teammates. I don't know how often they compete. They practice with each other. They do compete with each other when it comes to representing Team Brody, especially in events like the WTL, like WTL qualifiers in Code A. They've been competing for the same team, but again, are they too familiar with each other? We're here to find out. We don't get to cast Fiant too often either, so I'm excited. He is forced to take the unnatural natural. Going to be, again, main outing over towards that third base location. Going to be making a handful of links as well. We do have link speed well underway, pulling out of gas, so pretty standard opener overall from our Zerg player. Just establishing himself, was forced into an uncomfortable position where he is, going to try and defend both of these bases at once, but now he's taking his third base, and he shouldn't have too much issue here. It's going to be on Fiant to test the waters, to move out across the map, and to threaten the mineral lines with some of these adepts. And we have our tech of choice. It is going to be a Stargate opener out of Hydra. It's going to be Stargate. I imagine going to be Oracles. Likewise, I'm not able to cast much of Hydra in recent times. I'm not too sure if he's fond of the classic style of going into Void Rays or Phoenixes first instead of Oracles. Based on the rally, it's looking like an Oracle first, but we'll see how this all does come together. Do have the adepts getting across the map at the same time. Lings going to be dipping their way towards that natural base. The wall is open, and these Lings will make their way in. They can even go straight for the pylon. And they do ignore the pylon, they go straight for the mineral line instead. Probes are going to go down. At the same time, Adepts, they do threaten to shade across the map, but they do not get into the mineral line. Link speed has kicked in. We get 4 probes already. We're trying to go for the Adepts, but the boys are being pulled. And we should eventually clean this up, but that's going to be 5 dead workers at the same time. Adepts, they shade into the main base. Good reaction out of Fiant. He does pull back in time, but that is going to be a lot of lost mining time. Meanwhile, the Links across the map, they're being dealt with by the Oracle. 6 probes go down. And how many drones? 2. 2 workers fall. These adepts, they will be cleaned up. The Lings will dive on top of them. They will get a surround. And they do get shut down. Now, a couple of the important things here. 1, the Oracle. The Oracle was forced to spend its energy defensively back at home. The adepts got shut down. Without adepts, this third base is very exposed. Not just that, but we actually need a little bit more time for some extra energy for the Pulsar Beam. Lings are going to be threatening, definitely. And again, they're looking to force the activation and spending that energy. Yeah, damage is being done. Adept is forced out. Do have a second Oracle on the way. The Overlord will confirm this. Second Oracle is out. Third Oracle in production. The third base will slowly get up and running, but essentially Hydra is forced to stay back at home, which means Fiant can drone. He can freely saturate his natural, his main, his third base as well. Spore Crawlers are on the way. Queens are in production. Honestly, Fiant is looking quite solid here back at home. It's going to be on Hydra to try and break this defensive line. He needs to get some damage done here. He needs to make his opener worthwhile. So far, Hydra has been stumbling out of the gate, but we have double Oracle threatening that natural. And it looks like, oh, we don't quite commit yet. Again, Queens are in position. There's only one Queen in the main. There we go. We get one, we get two, we get three drones. Ooh, and that is going to be an Evo chamber behind this. So it looks like Fiant is going for +1 melee. Looks like he's going for a very heavy Ling Bane style. As the Oracles do get the hell out of there. Oh, I just realized. as the Overlord is getting another scout off. And we're going to be able to get a read on at least the follow-up tech. There we go. We do get eyes on Twilight Council on the Forge. I was casting like it was nothing. Did anyone point it out in the chat? No one pointed it out. We are in an old map. This is something special about OSC. The OSC events have a unique map pool. I should say an extended map pool. They have the ladder maps, and alongside them we have some of the older maps as well, like Ancient Cistern. I just realized it. Again, this is no longer in the map pool. I was just... yeah, we cast plenty of times on this map. So, yeah, we have some older maps here, including Ancient Cistern, and I'm hoping we can get some of these other maps involved as well. Yeah, we can go over them once we do get there. As the Oracles are going to be chipping away at that base. At the same time, Ling counterattack does come in, and we do catch a couple of probes. Oh, shield battery is done. Lings are being forced back. At the same time, we do force a cancel on the fourth base. Fiant, though, double expanding, taking his fourth and his fifth at the same time. Again, we are on a much larger map. I should reiterate, especially if you're a bit of a newer player, if you weren't here in the previous season, Ancient Cistern is a very large map, especially compared to what we currently have in the current map pool. That's why these maps have been added. For those that are curious, Ancient Cistern, 2000 Atmospheres, and Gresvan were all added, and they're all big macro maps. So yeah, look forward to that. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I miss some of those maps. I miss 2000 Atmospheres, not gonna lie. I miss it, man. Ling's gonna be forced back. We do have Hydra getting to his +1 and Blink. Immortal production has commenced. He's getting into a 3-way saturation. And we are building up towards one big push. I mean, I say that only 6 gateways behind this, so it's not an all-in by any means. Hydra should be expanding behind this. But again, he's being very active here on the map, pushing towards the southern side. Overlord does spot the movement, so Fiant is in position. As you mentioned, +1 is done, +2 is on the way. Roach Warren is done as well, so it's going to be a Ling Roach Ravager here, or Ling Bane Roach Ravager for Fiant. As Stalkers, they do push on forward, they do focus down, they do not get the Queen. Big stasis trap. Oh my god. Massive stasis here outside the fourth base. Hatchery taking a lot of hits. At the same time, Overseer comes in for a scout, but alas, here on the front lines, these Stalkers are gaining ground. They are gaining ground as we dive on top of the Queens. Roaches, they arrive just in time. One Queen goes down, a second Queen as well. We're going to get a third, and almost every single Queen will fall. We're trading up with the Oracles. The Lings do break out of stasis, and Hydra gets the hell out of here. Overall, this was a good trade, but Hydra didn't kill the base. And what's scary here is that this wasn't just the fourth. I mean, it was a double expand. So technically a 5th base here for Fiant. He's up 2 bases. Hydra didn't take a 4th. I was assuming that he would expand behind his push, but he didn't. He's still on 3 bases, didn't take a 4th base, and as a result, Hydra is falling a bit behind here in the economy. Fiant's going to be able to drone up to 80 at this point. He's establishing map control. Hydra just now is setting up his second robo for double Colossus production. We have the Bay on the way, but this all feels one step behind. It all feels a little bit late here for for Hydra. He's been pushing here towards the south once again, this time with a couple of Immortals. He does have his War Prism here to reinforce. Hydra is going to be committed, but again, Fiant is soon to max out. He's getting ready for this. Baling speed still on the way. Roach speed did just finish up, +2 melee on the horizon. We need some good stasis traps here if we want to try to hold on. It's going to be a tight hold here, as Hydra is going to be peeking on forward. So do you see a bit of a surround coming in? Hydra going to be trading. Stasis trap going to be going off as well. Some decent stasis. Lings are being caught out. And Fiant, does he have enough to really engage with this? Baling speed finally does finish up alongside +2 melee. Bailey's going to be crashing on him, but there are so many Stalkers. Oh, Yeah, so many Stalkers, and this was a bit of an overextension here from Fiant. They're bleeding out far too much. As I say that, we are getting on top of the Stalkers, though, and they're getting very low. The Miles! Ooh, they will miss. They do not connect with that Prism. Lings are running out of steam. Yeah, and it looks like Fiant is being forced back again. This attack did feel premature. Fiant was barely not maxed out. Stasis Traps did help a lot, and Hydra takes a pretty good fight. But once again, he doesn't really touch the economy of Fiant. The economy has been, again, left undisturbed here. No fourth base. Still across the map, Hydra is pretty all in at this point. He's stuck on 3 bases, and we still have no fourth. Not in sight. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Fiant. As Fiant is remaxing, he's going to be droning up a little bit further. Stack defense is getting in position. We are going for a Zealot drop into the main. Unscouted, just barely out of vision. Fiant committing to Ling Bane Roach Ravager, which I think is fine. We don't need to take up at this point. Not yet. We do force a cancel on the 4th. Fiant, I'm sure, feeling pretty good about his position here. Things are getting shaved off. Hydra this time going to be pushing with the Colossi. His Stalker army is significantly smaller than before. Zealots, they do dip into the main base, but there are some reinforcements in position. The Zealots get cleaned up, and now we can focus on the main push. At the same time, that 4th base still not getting up and running. No Ravagers. First stage trap gets baited out. Second stage trap will connect. Yeah, but we just collapse on this army, and Fiant has remaxed. Hydra, he's run out of steam. Again, Hydra is all in here. No 4th base behind this. He has no longevity in this game. The first attack wasn't too bad, but again, he had to do more damage. He had to break Fiant then and there as the Colossus goes down. At the same time, we do have a Zealot counterattack that is going to be drawing Fiant back home. The Roaches will return. But these Zealots, they're really just buying it, but they're buying time. They're buying time, and for what? Because there's still no expansion. Hydra, long distance mining, doing what he can. As he's running out of mineral patches here. Slowly in his main, at his natural. Lings are here at the would-be 4th on the left-hand side. We're moving over towards the linear 4th base. The main army pushing in. The Revelation does reveal the army, of course. Hydra's in position. On the Lings! They run into a wall. We are going to be pushing in. And there are some Immortals from the early game. They're still kept alive. Bailey's going to be rolling in from behind, getting on top of the Colossus. Colossus takes a lot of hits. The Roach is having a hard time pushing through, but there's just not enough on the ground for the Protoss. There's just not enough Stalkers, not enough buffer. We get on top of the Colossi and the Immortals. GG gets called, and Fiant will take game number 1. GG. We'll take a lead here. Again, Hydra initially had a good fight. Winding it back, if you remember, the first attack at the 4th base was a good one for Hydra. Remember, he traded well against the Ling Roach Ravager. Fiant engaged before he had Bailing Speed and before he had +2. So because of that, again, the first fight was Fiant overextending, but Hydra didn't deal any economic damage. He traded with the army and then turned back around. And again, he had no longevity in that game. So essentially, when it came to that position, Hydra was all in, but it looked like he didn't want to be all in. Like, clearly Hydra wanted to go into a longer game. He tried desperately countless times to take a 4th base. So Hydra, he again wasn't really rolling with the punches, is maybe a better way to put it. So getting ready for our next game. But essentially, Hydra was being forced all in, but he refused to accept it. He refused to really adapt to the situation that was at hand, and he just desperately wanted to try to vie for a longer game, right? To establish a better economy, to tech up even further, and to macro out of it, when really there was no macroing out of that position. A fire was lit under him, and he had to go, Papi. He had to send it. Just barely, he couldn't. And with that, overtime, Fiant did take it. And with that, we're now getting ready for game number 2. Oh, should fix the overlay there. Bam, there we go. We're getting ready for game number 2. Gonna be on Oceanborn. Here we go. Meanwhile, we're gonna be catching up in the chat. Is this live? Yes, this is live. Exclamation mark delay in the chat. Oh, right, this is a command. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player. Red Protoss representing Team Roddy from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hydra. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the yellow Zerg player representing Team Roddy from the land of Sweden. It is Fiant. Here we go. Oh, hold on. Oh god, you beat me to it. I wanted to time him out. SMH. Oh my god, there was a clown in the chat, and one of our lovely mods beat me to it. One of our mods beat me to the timeout. I know there was someone trolling in the chat. If you're listening, by the way, who was it? Bing Bong, Bing Bong, Bobby. Calm down. Oh my god, if you want a clown in the chat, go to an ESL chat or something like that. Okay. Shaking my head. Enjoy the StarCraft. Enjoy it. As we're getting into our openers, it is going to be a gate expand here from our Protoss. Pretty standard opener here from Hydra. Meanwhile, Fiant going for a hatch gas pool was forced to take the unnatural natural here at the third base location. So again, going to be a little bit uncomfortable. But talking about the maps here, I do think the maps are very much so influential when it comes to this matchup and when it comes to these playstyles. In the previous game on Ancient Cistern, it was a very large map. A lot of bases to be taken, long rush distance by ground. It can lend towards a longer game, and it can really punish a player that tries and fails to all in, as they run out of steam and it's difficult to really keep momentum up. Meanwhile, Oceanborn is the opposite. Oceanborn is a much smaller map, has a much shorter rush distance by ground, and aggression is favored on a map like this. And this goes both ways. If Hydra wanted to be a little bit more assertive, just like the previous game, then sure, he can do so. He can definitely achieve that and gain a bit of a map boost here on Oceanborn when up against Fiant. But likewise, it is very common in this matchup, on this map, for a Zerg player to also go aggressive and cut workers. Talking about cutting workers at 3 base saturation or even less than 3 base saturation, roaches, lings, queen walk across the map. Because of the short rush distance, it doesn't take too long at all to walk your queens across the map, or go for a German taxi, go for drop lords, for example. There's a lot of aggressive options available on both sides, and that's something that both players have to bear in mind. It's going to be a very different dynamic here on Oceanborn. As the depth is going to be threatening a shade. So far, so good. Fiant is able to keep up. Unlike the previous game, Fiant doesn't gain an early lead. I should also emphasize the early game of game number 1, where, if you remember, Hydra's Oracle opener didn't really deal any economic damage. He had a really hard time killing workers. On top of that, Fiant did a surprising amount of damage with Lings early on. He killed, what, like 11 probes all up? Like, twice he was able to get across the map and kill workers and get more damage than he should have. Thankfully, here on Oceanborn, we do have a much stronger start here for Hydra. I mean, the Adepts are getting caught out. They do get surrounded. Both will barely shade away. We do have the recall. Oh, can we save them? The Lings. They don't get here in time. The Adepts will be saved. And this time, the Adepts will be able to be in position to defend and protect this third base. Remember, in game 1, both Adepts died. As a result, the Oracle had to stay at home, had to spend its energy. Hydra had a very hard time establishing himself on 3 bases. Whereas this time, he's going to be a little bit more comfortable. Oracle gets across the map, is going to be denying some mining here and forcing a cancel on that Spore, getting a drone kill at the same time. Lings get across the map, but the Adept is in position. Hydra, he defends his third, and he gets a bit of economic damage done across the map. Again, a much stronger start this time for Hydra. A much stronger time. Behind this, we're getting into a second Oracle. Third Oracle's on the way. We have the same transition as the previous game. It is going to be a Forge as well as a Twilight Council, so +1 and Blink are going to be on the way. I say that this could also be +1 in charge. We do have a couple of options available here with how Hydra wants to approach the mid game. Could go into Charge Out Archon, could go Blink Stalker again. As he moves out, all the Lings move in, and we are exposed. Shield Battery is going to be cancelled. Up! And we do not cancel in time. That's going to be a kill in the Shield Battery. Not the biggest pickoff, but a pickoff nonetheless. And the Adepts are forced to stay back at home a little bit longer. As Fianti buys time, additional Queens are in production, +1 melee once again, as we did have a fast Evo Chamber, and we have that Roach Warren as well. So, very similar game state here. A very similar approach to the game, I should say. When Fianti is going Link Bane Roach Ravager, we have Hydra going for +1 Blink Stalkers into, I imagine, Immortal production. Now, even though Hydra had a much stronger start here, he's not going to be able to achieve too much economic damage. He's threatening Shades, and he may commit, but Lings are in position. Ooh, the Adepts, they will be shut down. Unfortunate Shade there for Hydra. 4th base is on the way. Hydra still building up here back at home. Going for a bit of a gateway explosion. We have 5 gateways on the way. 2 gateways already done, so it's going to be 7 gates in total. That's a pretty hefty amount, not going to lie. Typically, we would have like 6 gateways, then we would take a 4th. So we'll see if Hydra takes a 4th. That's another kind of big moment, actually. Last game, he could never establish a 4th base throughout the entirety of Game 1. Here in Game 2, do we double down on 3-base aggression, or do we expand? Hydra has a choice. He does have a choice to make, and we'll see what direction he takes us in. Behind this, Lings are knocking down rocks. Fianti is still just droning up, saturating his bases, getting his 4th up and running. There's that Bailey Nest on the way, so as we mentioned before, Link Bane Roach Ravager, very solid mid-game or mid-tier composition here for Fiant. Can work wonders, especially if we can get a surround. Meanwhile, we do see a bit of a transition here. Charge is on the way for Hydra. Immortal production has commenced. Is going to be pushing out, but again, Hydra should be expanding. Fiant has eyes on both expansion locations. Now Hydra, he can poke forward. He can, of course, support his army with these oracles. Lings shouldn't really threaten him, and yeah, he's going to be clearing up as much creep as he can. And that's a lot of active tumors. that's a lot of creep, Bobby. That's a lot of creep. Tumor is going to be going down. Fiant trying to get ready for a surround here for an engage. Hydra going to be pulling back. Still no 4th, by the way. And again, Fiant, he's checking. Fiant, he's looking for the 4th. We have the Overseer in the main base confirming that Charge is in production. Prism's on the way. Stasis traps, some of them are going to be triggered. Another is still available. Prism is on the way. It looks like we're committing. It looks like Hydra is going for one big committed 2-base push. He has the Immortals, of course, to support his army as the backbone. We have Charge finishing up. Sentries on the way for Force Fields, and Zealots are going to be reinforcing. Once this Prism comes out, we're pushing and we're not stopping. There we go. Pylons are on the way to make sure we don't get supply blocked, to make sure we have plenty of room to just warp in aggressively. It's all or nothing for Hydra, and again, this push will be that much more potent on Oceanborn. Meanwhile, Fiant, he didn't double expand earlier. He's just now taking his 5th. He is maxing out here. Cutting workers at 77. A pretty solid worker count. Bailing speed and +2 melee. Still on the way. They're not ready for this. A lot of this is going to come down to the Force Fields and the Biles. Force Fields are being thrown down. At least initially, a Queen does get caught. At the same time, Lings are racing back home. They were getting ready for a counterattack. But again, Hydra is committed. He is 3-base all in. 100% at this point. 3-base all in. And he has a hefty army. 5th base is going to be denied. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Stasis traps getting baited out in a way. Decent stasis. A massive stasis here towards the back line. And here we can take a fight. So many Lings caught in it. Here we go. Hydra is pushing forward. Big Force Fields denying any kind of engage with the Ling Bane. We're trying to get on top of the army. Roaches and Ravagers are going to be going down. It looks like Hydra, he has too much. He breaks through, gets on top of the Roaches. Cleans up the Ravagers. So many of those Lings were just rendered inert, and now they do engage, but it's too late. They have no support. They're on their own. And Hydra is breaking through. again, Fiant just wasn't quite able to engage the way he wanted to. Didn't have enough Ravagers, didn't have enough Roaches. GG gets called. Hydra breaks through, and Hydra ties up the series 1-1. GG. And I think this is what Hydra wanted at a game 1. Again, a much more potent, much cleaner early game out of Hydra. I think that's maybe one of the more impactful things there in that game, is that Hydra was able to maintain his worker count, get a stable third base up and running. His economy, his mineral lines were left untouched, essentially, unlike the previous game. So a much cleaner early game into a much cleaner 3-base all-in. And Fiant had a hard time engaging. The stasis traps were honestly really huge. Without them, he would have been able to buy a little bit more time with his biles, with his engagements, with his Lings just tanking some of those shots. Lings are oh so important in that position, just to soak damage from the Roach Ravager. And with that, we go to the ace match. We are going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. All does end here. After the series, we can go over the bracket itself, and we can go over some of the other matches that are ongoing and some of the other potential matches that are coming up, as we determine how this series does end. I see 4Jimmy in the chat. Based AF. You're an animal, 4Jimmy. You're an animal. Aye. Go look for your notes. Este 4Jimmy. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match. Going to be taking place here on Hardland. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Hardland, we have the Swedish Zerg player, the yellow Zerg, representing Team Roddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Roddy as well. It is Hydra. We go. Fiant, of course, going for the extractor trick, going for a 15 hatch. Going to be a 15-15 opener here from Fiant. Again, an opener that has risen on popularity quite a bit, has been sprinkled in amongst all of our pro players. Do love to see it. As we settle into game number 3. Now, talking a little bit about the map now, this 15-15 opener, if you're unfamiliar, it is designed to establish your natural base on location. With the natural base being taken, it does mean that adepts will have a harder time, or I should say Twilight Council openers have a harder time dealing damage. It's just a safer way to play here for the Zerg. It is slightly less economic, that is true, but safer overall, as you're able to take your expansion where you do want it to be. The downside here is that your gases are going to be delayed. Link speed isn't the most important of upgrades here in this matchup anyway, to be fair, but, you know, gases are delayed, bear that in mind, and we're going to have to be heavily reliant here on Queens early on, as we do drone up. Many Zerg players actually delay their gas even further, just because it's already late. They skip Link speed, they go straight into Roaches instead, but for now, Fiant should be embracing Link speed that much more, so he is going to be pulling in. Behind this, a gate expand into the cyber core as well. So Hydra going for a standard opener. Again, Fiant going for a very safe opener. Here we go for now. We'll see if Hydra does have a similar approach. He does not. Let's go. It is going to be a robo opener here from Hydra. Vamonos. With this, we should be looking to go for a disruptor drop. I mean, we have a couple of options. We could throw down 2 more gateways and go for a warp prism and go for some early game vanilla gateway harass, or we can go for disruptor drop. If we want to be really spicy, we can go for Colossus drops as well. Robo openers are a little bit more unique here, and Fiant is in the dark. He does find a probe though. And the Lings, they are dipping into the main base. A big scout, a big moment here for Fiant. As he will get a full scout of the main base, and he's fully aware of what is going on. He now knows he doesn't have to worry about oracles, doesn't have to worry about glaive adepts. He can be a little bit greedier here against this. And there is that Robotic Spay, as you mentioned, should be going into a Disruptor drop, or, again, a Colossus drop if we were a player like Estrella, like Nina, a lot of the NA Protoss players, or even Hero. Hero does mix it in every now and then. But I'm not too sure if Hydra is that kind of player. I'm expecting Disruptors, but we'll see. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. The downside, of course, is that your main gateway army is going to be that much weaker. You can't really harass that much. You're heavily reliant on your disruptors, and you're going to have that much less to defend back at home. It's going to be that much more difficult to expand and take a third base specifically. We'll see how Fianta's approaches for now, just taking all of his gases. Roach Warren's on the way, third base as well. Let's go. Fiant's just going to be establishing himself as well, just trying to get a read on when exactly or where exactly the prism does push. We're going double robo? Wait, what? Okay, this is a variation that I haven't seen too often. So it is going to be a disruptor drop, as we mentioned, but with this second robo, we can go into double Colossus production as a follow-up. I'm expecting 2 disruptors initially to harass, and then from there we go into Colossi so we can establish a third base. Or with double robo, it looks like it looks like a 2-base all-in, but it is scouted. The Overlord comes in from behind, and we see everything. And we're not just making 2 disruptors; we're going up to a third. Is this? Who have I seen do this? I think Estrella. I think Estrella's on this. Where are we going to see a second prism? We do have 4 workers going down. The adepts are getting quite a lot done. Good target firing. Oh, they get 5 drones in total. But yeah, across the map, I'm really curious if this is going to be 4 disruptors and 2 war prisms, which we have seen Estrella whip out before. And I'm curious if Hydra has been inspired. Yep, there we go. Double war prism. So this not unseen. I want to say, I think Hearthstone has done this as well. I think Hearthstone, which again would make sense why Hydra would pick it up. This is very micro-intensive and very difficult to pull off. It's, of course, high risk, high reward. There's a lot of potential here in the double prism drop. We'll see if we can pull it off. So Hydra does get across the map, going straight for the natural base. Nerva's going to be going off as well. They do connect with one of the queens. Good splits, though. Fianta's avoid the bulk of the damage behind this into double Colossus production. As we mentioned, the Colossi are very necessary for just consistent splash damage and to eventually take a third base if that's where we want to take this. We do have a couple of extra gateways on the way. It's going to be, what, 6 gates in total? Sorry, 8 gates in total. It's a 2-base all-in. It's going to be a 2-base all-in here from a Hydra. Here we go. 2 warp prisms, 4 disruptors, and a dream. Let's go. We'll be not connecting here on the right hand side. So far, we're going to be able to hold on to minimize our losses. Nervous go. Oh my god! Nervous go off, but they do get some big connections. Fiat's not quite able to react in time. That's 3 of those queens going down. More Nervas going straight for the mineral line, and they will connect 8 drones. Oh my god, this is becoming a bit too much. Not like this, as here we go behind this. It's going to be double Colossus into double Immortal as well. Oh my god. Just doubling down here on this army. Disruptors are all coming together, consolidating our forces, and Hydra going for one big push. Here we go. Hydra is going to be getting ready to commit. At the same time, Fiant will be cutting workers at 50. He himself is going for his own Ling Roach Ravager max out. So thankfully, Fiant has recognized what's happening. I mean, he knows that there's no third base, so he's getting ready for the all-in. Now, can he prepare in time? Ling's threatening a die. They do catch the Immortal. They get a full surround. And it looks like they will get a kill on the Immortal as well. Big pick off here from Fiant. We were about to have 2 Immortals, 2 Colossi, and 4 Disruptors. A big portion of that army, though, a big part of the backbone, has been taken away. Here we go. Nova's going to be going up. Fiant still not quite engaging, getting ready for a surround. Bathing Speed still on the way. Force fields are thrown down, a little bit preemptive. This Hydra is going to be pushing. Again, slow and steady here for Fiant. He doesn't want to engage prematurely. He's still looking to max out. Oh, heavily supply block, though. 6 Overlords on the way. Fiant, this is not the time. And here we go. He's going for this round. Never goes off. Big connection on the Ravagers. Force fields are thrown down. The Novas. Oh, massive connections as well. And this may just be too much. The Protoss may be too much. Ling Bane is running out. Roaches and Ravagers are the only thing remaining. Another big connection on the Roaches. Imagine if we had 1 more Immortal with this army. That would have been huge. Despite that, another connection as well. And Fiant just unable to split against this army. Unable to split against all those Novas. And Hydra is snowballing out of control. He is breaking through. The connections were just too good. Fiant taking them to the face. And with that, this base has been broken. And we gotta go. The longer this goes on, the worse it's gonna be here for Hydra. Again, we have more reinforcements on the way, but he may just have too much anyway. Novas are gonna be connecting. Disruptors are barely saved. Good juggling here out of Hydra. And GG gets called. There's just too much. And Hydra will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Hydra will take it in the end. Will take down Fiant. Will advance on. And my condolences to Fiant, as this is a single elimination bracket. Fiant has been eliminated from this tournament. GG. GG, well played. And Hydra will advance on. Again, a bit of a spicy all-in there. A 2-base all-in on hard lead, of course. A very short rush distance spike round map. Was very unfortunate that Fiant got supply blocked, but even without the supply block, those Novas were brutal. The Novas were insane with how well they were connecting on the army. And Fiant just could not handle it, could not deal with it. It was a good start catching an Immortal ahead of time, but again, the execution of the defense was lacking, and Hydra snowballed out of control. Leave the chat. Unpopular opinions aren't welcome. Again, this is gonna be I guess your final warning to our lovely. Oh wait, sorry, I thought it was Bing in the chat. Be respectful of players. Be respectful of different regions. I think you were calling what you said terrible Western players. You were saying, yeah, like Zerg is just be respectful of players. Of course, you can have your own opinions, but that's above all that we ask. And if you refuse, if you don't want to, then just leave. Just leave. Hope that is made clear. As we can have a look at the bracket. We can take this moment to go over the challenge. Here we go. See the chat. This is a Australia build, if I'm not mistaken. It is. Sorry if I didn't make that clear, but I mentioned it before that we have seen Australia do this in the past. We have casted Australia do this in the past. Yeah, it is a wild build. You do love to see it. And we can take a moment here to go over the bracket itself. A lot of players from different regions. We have players like Rex, Miyamika, Demi representing Southeast Asia. We have plenty of Europeans, and we have even some North Americans, as Future and Estrella are also in the lower half of the bracket. So a lot of high quality players here. A lot to go over. As a quick reminder, top 3 do make it out. Top 3 will advance on and qualify for the main event. So that means that the semifinals, those are going to be qualifying matches. Those are going to be the qualifying matches here of the broadcast, and both of them will be covered. Both of them will be casted, and there's also a bronze match, a 3rd place match at the bottom. third place match at the bottom of the bracket. So yeah, plenty of StarCraft is ahead of us. Demi, just to go over some of these results here, we have Rex taking down Azura 2-0, facing off against Mio Micah in a ZVZ. We have Demi taking down Jomek 2-0 as well, so that's a lot of ZVZs going on. Mio Micah versus Rex versus Demi, all to make it to a qualifying match. And behind this, we have Hydra facing off against Dimaga. That is up next. We're going to be following Hydra into his next PvZ against his next opponent. Oh, big shout to Sound. Oh, papi, Sound. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Here we go. Oh, sorry. As it looks like we were about to cast Dimaga versus Hydra, but Dimaga has forfeited. Apparently he is not gonna be a. Apparently something came up and Dimaga does have to go. Dimaga will be bowing out, and that means that Hydra gets a walkover to round 3. Hydra is going to be moving on to round 3 over Dimaga. Unfortunate, but I hope everything's okay. Hope everyone is okay for Dimaga. Hope nothing serious came up, and I hope that we're going to be seeing him in future challenger brackets. As a reminder, this is the first challenger bracket of 4, so that there are more opportunities for our players to advance on, more opportunities for all these players to make a reappearance. But it means Hydra advances on. It means that we have to look for another series. That's a little bit unfortunate here. But it means that we do need to find someone else to cast. Middle VK versus Baby Marine. That is another good option that we could maybe dip into. Mixu versus Akeron. Battle Bee versus Milky Cow. Currently ongoing. Winner of that goes up against Forjumi. I guess we'll jump into whatever becomes available. We are here on the European server, so basically we're going to be waiting for either Mixu versus Akeron to finish, Middle VK versus Baby Marine, or Battle Bee versus Milky Cow. All of those 3 matches are currently ongoing, and we will just chill and wait until one of them opens up. The most logical one would be Middle VK versus Baby Marine, to follow them into Hydra. We started casting Hydra, may as well follow him here in the bracket just to see how his story does unfold. That's typically how we like to do things on the CranKy Ducklings. I follow some players and follow them to their completion. Oh. We have, but we have our next series. Let's get everyone involved. Just very quickly here. Sorry, just very quickly setting up because we have our next series. It looks like we are jumping in mid-series into a ZVT. I do apologize. I believe the team logos may be incorrect here in-game, just because I'm very quickly trying to set it up. So ignore the logos. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It'll be fixed for game 2. Will be fixed for game number 2, but here we go. We're going to be loading into our next game. We're going to be following and jumping in to Mixu versus Akeron. Here we go, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Gressman, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the green Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, looking to fight back, it is the Spanish Terran, Akeron. Here we go. catching up. The best guy is this guy. The best part is this guy's not trolling. No, not trolling. No shot. He's the biggest troll. He just doesn't know it. He'll figure it out though. It's fine. He'll realize he's joking. Like in a couple of years. I'm trying to catch up in the chat. I was about to tell you how one-sided Astray versus Futures, and I looked it up on the League Rack, and it's not been one-sided lately. Yeah, we've been casting a lot of Future versus Astray. I mean, I say that. We've been casting a lot of them when they were living in Korea together. And we've seen Future take down Astray, we've seen Astray take down Future. It's why leading into... Oh, it's going to be a 3-Rex. Let's quickly go over this. It's why leading into DreamHack Atlanta, into the regionals, I was expecting a lot more out of Future. It was a little bit surprising to me anyway to see Future struggle a little bit in the ESL Masters Winter Regionals against the other NA players like Kellezer and Scarlet and Estrella and Nina. I do think the Future underperformed just based on how well he did when he was in Korea and how well he's been performing against Estrella. But that was, personally, that was a bit surprising to me. But we'll see. We'll see how he does perform here tonight. As we have a different Terran player, it is going to be a 3-Max Mass Reaper out of Akeron. As a reminder, this is not all in. Just bear that in mind. It's not all in. This is a good way to contain Mixu to 3 bases. If Mixu is a little bit too greedy, he does scout the 2-Racks on the low ground. He's going into the main base looking for a 3rd Rax. If he tries to go for this 3rd hatchery, he will be punished for it. But it looks like Mixu should get eyes on that 3rd Rax.
Swarm forces under attack.
Upon recognizing this, Mixu should stay on 2 bases. As Mixu does get eyes on it, he's aware. Ooh, is going for it nonetheless. Greedy move here out of Mixu. So essentially, we should be amassing Reapers, we should be getting map control. We can do one of 2 things. We can dive and kill the Queen, or try to kill Queens and try to kill Workers, or we can just chill here and deny the 3rd. Mixu should not be able to save this 3rd base, but we'll see. We'll see if he can make some magic happen here. As the 3rd is going to be taking a lot of hits, Queens are pushing forward. Oh, but they're getting caught off of creep as well. The Queens, they can't transfuse! They can't transfuse, and 1 Queen is going to be going down. Big pick off already here from Akeron. Behind this, Akeron is transitioning. He is taking his 3rd base. And again, Mixu was just being a little bit too greedy, and we need to calm down. We can't afford to lose another Queen. But it looks like Mixu desperately wants to save that 3rd base, but again, it's not going to be possible. Not anymore. He's going for it, though. Another Queen does rock up. Lings are amassing. Link speed about to finish. With Link Speed finishing, this hatchery will survive. There we go. Link Speed does kick in. Akeron, this hatchery is so low. It's so very low here. We do grenade ourselves. And the Lings, they dive in for a surround. Good kiting here from Akeron. Does shave off a lot of Lings, but the hatchery is getting up and running. We do have 1 transfuse available. Can we pick off the 3rd? Oh, again, another attempted surround. We get 2 Reapers. It looks like Akeron, I don't know if he can really break through. He gets another Queen, the high energy Queen as well. And even though Akeron hasn't killed the 3rd, he got a lot of value. I mean, look at this trade. 2 Queens, 27 Lings. A strong moment here for Akeron, especially considering he still has all these Reapers. Like, he's still not done. At this point, though, he shouldn't get the hatchery itself. So the question becomes, as we force some cancels. Oh, that's a little bit brutal. I was going to say the question becomes, was this worth it for Mixu, right? He spent a lot to save this base, and he saved it. Don't get me wrong. He did get it up and running, did lose a lot in the process, and he has to be careful not to lose too much more. Lings are going for a big counterattack, and Akeron is pushing in once again. No transfuse! But 4 Queens is going to be enough. Yeah, Mixu will hold. And more importantly, the upgrades, the add-ons have been denied. Again, no stim and no combat shields. Finally, the add-ons are on the way, but these are so delayed, and we're going for another cancel. We got another double cancel as well. This is huge. The power of a 3-Rax is the follow-up. The follow-up is meant to be a really strong stim timing, and we have canceled these add-ons twice already. A 3rd time! Oh my god! For a 3rd time, Akeron is punished for leaving. Again, after he was initially pushed away, we needed to race back home to protect our wall, and we weren't able to. And suddenly, Mixu, he has so much breathing room. Like, again, because stim is so delayed, because combat shields are so delayed, Mixu is free to drone. He's free to saturate his bases, to drone up, to get his third up and running, and yeah, to chill. Like this, what can Akedon do? I mean, he does have a lot of Reapers still, so he can maybe gain some value here, picking off drones, queens, lings, but again, this we've kind of lost a lot of momentum, essentially. Oh my, oh my god. Jesus. It worked. Hey, we got the tuber. My god. The aggressive KDA charges. Behind this, third CC is done, so we're going to be expanding. Behind this, we're working towards another wave of Raxes. My god. No factory yet, by the way. This is insane. I have not seen this before. I've seen a 3 Rax leading into like a 4 Rax all in. Or even like 6, but we're going up to 7. 7 Raxes here from Akedon. Now, there's a bit of a give and take as, again, the add-ons are shut down. Maybe this is also why we invested so heavily into this production. Things like Widow Mines, tank production, more importantly, medevac production is delayed here. There is no factory, there is no starport. But we are amassing a massive bio army to make up for that. Third base is being taken. Akedon building up his forces. Behind this, Mixu, of course, still gaining map control here. Looking to finally shut down these Reapers. We're going for the surround. We're gonna get a queen. We do get a queen at least before we do get surrounded. We do get trapped here in the corner of the map. And all these Reapers will fall. Queen's getting engaged as well. And we do clean this up. But what is left over? That was a brutal trade once again. It's been 92. Oh my, 92 links have fallen. We're pulling the boys. I was like, this looks like a 2-base all in, but we got a third CC. I was getting like mixed signals. I wasn't sure. But we got the third just cause, and we're just all in. Now this makes more sense. With 7 Raxes, it makes plenty of sense here as we're pushing out across the map. Stim is done, by the way, and Mixu's in a lot of trouble. Where are the Bailings? Where are the Bailings? They're nowhere to be found. We get on top of the queens. Only links to engage, and it's not going to be enough. Akedon snowballing out of control. Shuts down the queens. Reinforcements are being caught. But we finally take down that third base. And now we can push into the natural. Again, Mixu, he didn't see the all-in coming. He saw the third CC, but I guess it was just to deceive Mixu. Just to lure him into a false sense of security. Bailey's one again. Bailey's will crash in. Big connections. Oh my god. Akedon, he gets cleaned up. He's down to a handful of Marines. He still has an army, but that was all of his workers. That was 21 SCVs going down. And Akedon doesn't have much left. Mixu, he saved his workers that were at his third. He's going back to mining. Mixu, he's holding. He is holding. Again, those Bailings towards the end there were the MVPs as Akedon's getting ready to move out. Mixu is coming in for some harassment. There's nothing to kill, but we're here. Catch some reinforcements. Marine gonna be going down. Mixu being forced back. And we're just getting ready for a second wave, for a second push. And Akedon still far ahead in the army supply. What do we have at home to defend? We have a handful of Bailings. Bailing speed is done. We have +2 carapace still starting up. Oh, the Bailings! Oh. 1, 2 of them get targeted down. Every single Bailing is so precious here for Mixu. Catching more reinforcements. Akedon pushing into the natural. Marauders are surrounded. We do deny +2 carapace. Big denial there. We have to pull the boys. We only have a handful of Bailings. The splits may just be too good. The queens are going down. There's 1 Bailing left. Decent connection, but the Marines, they do stand strong. The man with gun is too good. We break through the natural once again. We shut down the queen. These Marines, they are so low. But they're focusing down that Bailing nest. Once it goes down, no more Bailings here for Mixu. Broodling's going to be able to clean this up. We do shut down the second army. But now suddenly, Akedon has an economic advantage. Akedon, he's up in SCVs, plus mules on top of that. We have a more efficient army. We denied +2. We're moving out once again at the same time. Mixu going for a big counterattack. Things are about to get chaotic. I mean, they've already been chaotic. We do get some of these mules. Reinforcements have arrived, though. We save the mineral line. Acheron going for his third wave. And there it is. GG gets called. It's just too much. It's just too much from Acheron. And we are tying up the series 1-1. GG. That was wild. That was a 3cc follow-up from the 3 racks into a 2 base all in. Into basically a fake third base from Acheron, getting to 7 racks behind it and pulling the boys. Just pull the boys. I have not quite seen that before, but I'm all about it. It was beautiful. GG, well played. With that, we are tied up 1-1. We're going all the way to game 3. We are going all the way. And yeah, like even I was caught off guard. I mean, to wind it back a little bit, when it came to Mixu's response, remember his Overlord saw the third. His Overlord did see the third CC, and he knew that he was delaying stim and doing so well, shutting down those add-ons, delaying the production. Little did he know that he needed to go in for a follow-up scout. He was maybe resting on his laurels a little bit. He didn't go for an Overseer scout specifically. He had a lair, but there was no Overseer scout from Mixu, so he had no confirmation of what exactly his opponent was up to. And as we saw, Acheron did end up getting out of hand there. As we saw, he did catch Mixu with his pants down and was able to catch him off guard with that all in. And it all ends here. It all ends on hard lead. I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. Let's go. Why did Jamal get in round 2 if he didn't play in round 1? Because he was seeded into the second round because we didn't have a full bracket. So he just got a essentially got a walkover in round 1. Essentially. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of hard lead. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports, being forced into the ace match. It is Mixu. Hello there. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the green Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Acheron. And we are going not for 1 proxy racks, not for 2 proxy racks, but for 3. 3 proxy racks here from Acheron, as 3 SCVs do move out across the map. We are committed. We're doubling down. Here we go. So it's going to be a proxy 3 racks here from the green Terran player. Mixu does send out his second Overlord as well, or should be sending it out. He is moving out across the map. So far, he has not come across this, but this second Overlord should be rallied to outside the natural, and we should be getting eyes on the eventual bunkers of the Terran player. Now, this is going to be a really tense moment here. It's a bit of a give and take. One, Mixu went for a 15-15, which means delayed gases, but it also means faster queens. Remember, it was basically a hatch, pool opener, delayed gas, which means faster queens and faster lings. So this is going to be a little bit better for Mixu defensively. But in saying that, he needs to recognize what's happening, because proxy 2 racks and proxy 3 racks do typically require different responses. It's going to be on Mixu to determine how committed or how not committed this is. The Overlord is getting in position outside of the natural. SCV should be coming in. Now Acheron should be hiding his third worker. He does have his third worker a little bit further behind. Going to be revealing 2. Which does make it look like a proxy 2 racks, but the third SCV is now revealed, and now Mixu is aware of what's going on. Spine Crawler is on the way. The boys are being pulled to the low ground. Oh my god, are we going to try and fight this? We're going for it. Here we go. The boys have arrived. Bunker on the way. We're waiting for lings. We're waiting for queens. Remember, because of that pool follow-up, the lings and queens are a little bit faster. We dive on top of the marines. So far, good stutter stepping here from Acheron. Does avoid this around. 1 marine gets picked off. Only 1 so far. All three SCVs are still up and running. One SCV goes down. Good stutter stepping here from the Marines. Only one SCV survives. And we're trying to get the bunker. But we cannot get the bunker up and running. The SCV is one shot away. And the SCV does get shut down. The bunkers will not finish. And Mixu has held. Mixu has held. The spine crawler is done. The queens survive. And the bunkers do not complete. Again, very close. Akedon is still amassing Marines, and transitioning from a proxy 3-racks is a very difficult thing to accomplish. Not impossible, but it is difficult. As Mixu now is chilling here on 2 bases, looking at the worker count, he lost 4 drones in the defense, but only 4 workers. Overlord across the map is getting eyes on any kind of transition. CC, factory, another racks. Mixu sees that there's nothing in the main. Now, Akedon is still amassing Marines. He's still... Yeah, let's go. I was going to say that, like, we haven't seen the factory yet. Like, what are we going to do from here? Are we going to start up stim? No, we pull the boys. We pull the boys. Akedon is completely all in. One way or another, the game is about to end. And if Mixu is too greedy, he didn't start a second spine crawler. He's taking all of his gases as well. Mixu doesn't have a lot of drones. He has 12 workers, by the way, and he's still droning. Oh, good. Mixu, he may just be caught with his pants down. He just spread a little bit of creep as well. He doesn't have a transfuse. Marines have arrived. We're getting on top of the spine crawler. And again, we only have a handful of lings. Boys are being pulled. The Marines are going ham. Mixu had a good hold. Initially, he had a really good hold. A really nice defense early on. But here, a little bit too greedy. He was expecting Akedon to go back home. But Akedon, he did anything but. Gets on top of the queens, gets on top of the lings, and there's nothing left here for Mixu. He has nothing left here to hold on. Every single queen goes down, and Akedon with the follow-up boy pool, with the SCVs, with the boys, he is going to be looking to take the series. GG, Akedon will take the 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Mixu initially really solid defense. I was very impressed with how he defended against that proxy 3-racks, how he denied the bunkers. He was safe and sound, but was a little bit too greedy. There. He assumed that his opponent would be floating back home, would be working on the next step. Little did he know that the boys were pulled and that Akedon just doubled down. He just doubled down and caught Mixu off guard. GG, well played. And with that, congratulations to Akedon. Congratulations. As Akedon advances on to the next round, we have to try to figure out where we are headed next. As... Oh. We have to figure out where we are headed next. As Akedon advances on to face off against Future in the next round. But we may be switching regions. We may be switching servers and hopping over to NA. Meanwhile, when it comes to other updates here, we still don't really have too many. The upper bracket well underway. Rex took down Miyamika 2-0. Rex currently in a ZVZ against Demi. Do love to see it. Meanwhile, we have Middle VK still up against Baby Marine. That's what I was getting at earlier. They're still mid-series. They're still ongoing. That's a long best of 3. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a back and forth. Some longer macro games potentially going on there to determine who faces off against Hydra. That is currently still ongoing. Meanwhile, Akedon advances on to face off against Future in round 3. And it makes sense for us to follow Akedon into his TVT into Future. And we will get ready for that. We will get ready. Meanwhile, other updates here. Battle B took down Milky Cow 2-1. Milky Cow 2-1. And Battle B is up against 4 Jimmy in the second round. And we also have Estrella up against UED Soldier, as UED Soldier took down Ashbringer. I almost said Ashbringer 2-1 as well. So the first round has concluded. Round 2 is soon to be concluding as well. We're getting well underway. As we might take a moment here to have a bit of a break, just to determine which region we're going for, all the vetoes underway as well, and our next series. Meanwhile, I hope everyone in the chat has been enjoying themselves, and I hope everyone as well is enjoying the tournament. Again, just to reiterate, the OSC Season 11 Championships is on the horizon here. The end-of-year championships are all coming together. As I mentioned before, this is kind of like the online version of I Am Katowice. This is kind of like the online version of I Am Katowice, where all the online events, they all come together. They've all been, or players have been accumulating points over the past year of play, and it all comes down to the OSC Championships. This is just another way for players to qualify for the main event, and top three will make it through. But we are going to be going on a short break. We have to figure out where we want to go, and yeah, we'll be back soon with another series. See you in a couple of minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that brutal OSC as we have returned and we are jumping in mid-series. Oh. We are jumping in mid-series here to game number 3, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have the red Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player from the land of Italy, representing himself as he is currently teamless, recently leaving the Platinum Heroes. If you're out there, if you're a team owner, consider picking him up. It is Baby Marine. Here we go. Now, I did post in the chat a couple of moments ago, but unfortunately we were going to follow Agedon. We were going to be following him into future, but Agedon did ask for a break. Something came up and he does need like 15 or so minutes. So because of that, his series will be delayed. Agedon versus Future will be delayed, unfortunately. I would love to jump into it. I would love to catch them, but again, instead of waiting 15 minutes, we may as well cast a 15-minute game. We may as well jump into another series here. Instead of waiting, we have plenty of other matches going on, and hopefully we're able to catch Agedon in future later on down the line. For now, we're jumping into the Ace match. We missed out on Game 1 and Game 2, but the winner of this series advances on to face off against Hydra. We casted Hydra earlier today. He took down Fiant, was able to take down a Zerg player, did get a walkover into the 3rd round, and now he's waiting for either Mindle or Baby Marine. And for the time being, we have a standard opener. We have an economic opener here from the Terran. It is going to be a Rax Expand, single gas here from our blue Terran player. Meanwhile, Mindle going for a Gate Expand into the Cyber Core as well. So everything is looking above board. Everything is very much so macro-oriented. We have a follow-up factory on the way. Just important to take note that it is not going to be a 3-racks. And we've been casting a lot of Baby Marine recently. We actually casted his Home Story Cup games yesterday against Forjumi, against Skillus as well. And Baby Marine was looking pretty damn good and pretty aggressive as well. Like Baby Marine, more so than anything, he was very much so reliant on 2 and later 3-base play. Very rarely was Baby Marine really looking for longer games. It was very aggressive, very in your face. And I'm sure that's going to be the case here as well. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice. It's not going to be a Stargate. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Mindle. Looking to be Blink. Now, the question becomes, what kind of Blink-based play will we be seeing? We'll see 2-gate Blink, 3-gate, or even 4-gate. Again, they each can have their own strengths and weaknesses. Some more macro-oriented, others more aggressive. For now, there's the 2nd gateway on the way. Should be followed by a Robo. Safety shield battery here on the low ground as well. Behind this, Baby Marine getting into his 1-1-1. Going to be following this up with a Widowmine drop. Meanwhile, his Reaper dips into the main, and we do get eyes on the tech. We get eyes on the researching Twilight Council. We're fully aware of Blink. So behind these Widowmines, we should be working on a tech lab and tank production. Meanwhile, there's that Robo on the way. It was a little bit delayed because of the shield battery, but Mindle just playing it out safely. Very safe, very secure. This is looking like 2 gates into a 3rd Nexus. We'll see if additional gateways get thrown down, but there we go. The probe is on the way, and Mindle is taking a very economic approach here as the Nexus is being taken. So a very economic build here from Mindle VK. Very passive, very defensive, and the Reaper does confirm the 3rd base, which means we don't need tanks, or we can slow down any kind of tank production. We don't have to rush into it. Raxes are on the way, SCV production well underway as well, and Baby Marine should be feeling pretty comfortable and pretty confident. He is going for a triple mine drop across the map. He's making his way towards that natural. Same time, Reaper does dip into the main. Once again, just trying to get a read on what's going on. Try to get a read on any other tech. Oh, we do shut down the Reaper, but we are out of position, and now the mine drop can come in. We don't go for it, though. Oh. Don't quite go for it. Boost was already spent, unfortunately. So we're going to be holding on to this until the opportune moment. Meanwhile, behind this, Baby Marine just building up on 2 bases, getting up to a 3-1-1, 3 Raxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Everything looking as it should. Even trying to pick up an observer if possible, as the observer is now making its way across the map. Meanwhile, we have confirmation that MindoVK is going for a very gateway-centric composition. He's going double forge for double upgrades. Straight into charge as well. This means that we're going to be delaying splash damage, specifically delaying Colossus production, Storm, Disruptors. We can get there eventually, but for now, heavily reliant on a gateway composition. Heavily reliant on mass gateway. The observer doesn't get sniped. The Raven is saved. Baby Marine gonna be able to back up at the same time. Widowmines, they do come in. Oh god! Oh my god. As 6 probes go down, we still have 1 Widowmine shot ready to go off. And we do go straight into the main base. Boys are being pulled. We still have that 1 shot in the chamber and it will not go off. We do save it. We do save that Widowmine. And again, 6 probes going down. A pretty good start here for Baby Marine. Likewise, MindoVK's in the dark. He lost his observer. Wasn't able to punish the Terran. And we are building up into a pretty hefty push here. Medevacs are on the way, and then we can move out. This is going to be the Medevacs alongside Stim and Combat Shields. The upgrades are finishing up. Pylon has been spotted. We still have that Widowmine job poised to go into the main. Here we go. We are going to be pushing. Mindle does spot the move out, but a late reaction. Ooh, two Stalkers do go down. Baby Marine is pushing behind this. 3rd CC is on the way. It's not a 2-base all-in, but a very aggressive push nonetheless. We have Raven Harass here at the 3rd. We have the Widowmine not quite making it into the main base. The medevac very low. As Baby Marine is pushing right through the center. He has to respect the ramp though. He has to respect the sentry, the force fields. Doesn't want to get cut up. We do take down the Zealous. Shield battery isn't done. We dive on top of the Immortals. 2 Immortals go down, and MindoVK is just barely not ready in time for this. Shield battery not done. We have the overcharge, but too little too late. Pylon does go down, and we break through the army. MindoVK just needed a little bit more time here. Again, the shield battery was after the Immortal had gone down, and we can dive on the 2nd Immortal as well. We are forced back. At the same time, that was 9 worker kills at the 3rd. Widowmine did go off here, getting 3 probe kills. And we have the auto turret as well. Oh. We get 2, 3 more workers, and Baby Marine is coming in with reinforcements. He didn't lose his entire army, did retain some Marines and Marauders. And we are pushing, looking to break this 3rd base. There we go. The charge shots are almost non-existent here. Go for the scan. Mine shots go off. Ooh, good dodge. Good dodge from Mindle. At the same time, another auto turret into the mineral line. But Mindle is holding. Barely. Behind this, Baby Marine is happily mining on 3 bases. He has an economic lead. He has been trading so efficiently here to the point where, again, Mindle, he's just struggling to keep up army-wise. Remember, no splash damage. Ooh. Does catch a Widowmine, but takes another mine to the face. Baby Marine, another Widowmine connects as well. We do have a Zealot counterattack, but at the same time, Baby Marine is focusing on the main push. Focusing on the sentries. Mine shot's going to be going off. The Zealots, they get annihilated. And it looks like we can get on top of the Immortals once again. One does survive, but Baby Marine, he just pulls back to the safety of these Widowmines. Oh, big connection. We take down the Zealot, we take down the Stalker. We deny the warp in. Boys are being pulled, but the writing is on the wall. GG gets called, and Baby Marine will take down MindoVK 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Again, Baby Marine kind of known for his aggressive play, for being very much so in the face of the Protoss, and did pull him apart, was doing a great job at dealing economic damage. But more than that, did hit a really crisp timing with Stim, with Combat Shields, was able to get on top of the army of MindoVK before he was able to amass an amount of Zealots to be able to buffer and support his Immortals. His Immortals were so exposed, and from really early on, Baby Marine was able to abuse that army, was able to really stifle it before it could really get going, and yeah, momentum was very much so in favor of Baby Marine that entire game. GG. GG, well played with that. Baby Marine does advance on. And we're going to be following Baby Marine into his next series, into Hydra. Here we go. Meanwhile, we have some updates, by the way. Oh my god. The PvPs, I think we all assumed that Australia would pop off here, but exclamation mark B in the chat. I was not expecting this. Oh my god. If we look at the lower half of the bracket here, UED Soldier, the Protoss player, did out PvP Australia, and UED Soldier has been looking very impressive. We casted him. We've casted him a couple of times here in the Hatchery Cup specifically, and I remember UED Soldier looking impressive. I think we casted UED Soldier against Geralt, and it went to the ace match. He went to the ace match against Geralt, and here he takes down Estrella 2-1 as well. Very impressive stuff. Big shout out to UED Soldier. He's been on my radar recently, and yeah, I'm excited to see him doing well. Excited to see him excelling here in 2024 as he does advance on. Waiting for the winner of Jumi versus Battle B. Meanwhile, we have our next series, Baby Marine advancing on to face off against Hydra in another TVP. So we kind of know where we're headed. We're going to be following this into the upper semifinals. As a reminder, both semifinals will be casted. Both semis will be casted, and both semis will be covered. So hopefully we're able to get into some of the other North American players as well. That would be ideal. So we are setting things up, and as the players conduct their vetoes, we can go over something a little bit special about this event. Now, when it comes to the OSC Championships, usually the main event is casted and covered by Wardy. I believe Wardy usually casts the playoffs and you know, the finale, the tail end of the tournament. But you know, the earlier rounds are covered by all of our community casters, whether it's ourselves, whether it's Dave Testa, Chicken Man, Steadfast, Beomorph. A lot of the other community casters come together here to bring you as much OSC action as we can. But if you want to support the OSC Championships, you can do so with a command. Exclamation mark OSC in the chat. You will get a link to the Kickstarter, to the GoFundMe, if you will. Sorry, Indiegogo, that's it. There are so many of them. Indiegogo. If you are interested in supporting this tournament, you can do so. Now, again, the OSC Championships have been running for many, many years, so it's not like this is a new event that's like popping up and you're uncertain as to how trustworthy it can be. No, we've been running this since 2013, and you can see the past champions here in this tournament as well. You can see the past champions here from this tournament series. It was Pig in 2013, back in the day. Gumiho, that's a very young Gumiho picture as well. Very young. Oh my, how time goes by. And he's still competing nowadays. But he was the 2014 champion. Solar multiple times. It was Solar in 2015 and Solar in 2016. So again, he's got a couple of wins under his belt, a couple of big championships under his belt. Bjorn in 2016. That was, of course, the year of Bjorn. That was the year where he really made a splash, competing in so many online events and excelling in offline events as well. Hashtag European. The one-man army, if you will. We had Neeb in 2017, back when he was still active. You know, that was also, if I'm not mistaken, was 2017 like Kesper Cup? Was that during like the like during the year of Neeb, where he was really peaking essentially in skill? I may be mistaken. I may be confusing 2015 with 2017, but again, that was back in his prime. We have Solar, of course, winning again. We have Cure. We have Clem more recently in 2020. Zest in 2021. And last year, it was Max Pax, of course. Beautiful selfie from Max Pax. He looks so handsome. But yeah, MaxFax was last year's champion, and of course we're gonna be crowning a new champion this year. And if you want to support this tournament, again, Indiegogo is the place to do it. We do have some stretch goals here towards the bottom of the bracket as well. Okay, we do have a couple of stretch goals. We do have some other kind of potential rewards for the players and how it can grow, how it can really thrive. So if you're interested, you can do so over by Indiegogo. Again, by no means do you have to, but if you have some spare, or if you have some spare funds lying around, and if you want to support StarCraft, then OSC is definitely something worth investing in, just because they've been around for many, many years and been supporting StarCraft since almost the beginning. Big shout out to OSC, big shout out to Eddie as well. Eddie, he's the CEO, the person behind OSC, and yeah, it's been really cool to see these events all come together and getting everyone involved as well. As it looks like our vetoes are done. Our vetoes are done, and we have our next series here. We're going to be following Baby Marine into his TVP against Hydra. Meanwhile, it looks like we just wrapped up all of round 2. Big shout out to Forjumi. Forjumi did end up falling in the end to Battle B. Went all the way to the ace match, but Battle B did take down Forjumi, and that is all of round 2 complete. Round 3 now underway. Oh, we just got an update. Round 3 is underway. We're going to be following this series. We have Hydra versus Baby Marine just now about to begin. Winner goes up against Rex in a qualifying match. As Rex did just take down Demi 2-1 in that Zerg versus Zerg matchup. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead. We have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing himself as he is currently teamless. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing his team, Roddy. It is Hydra from the land of the Netherlands. Here we go. Here we go, as we do have Hydra just opening up in a much more standard fashion. This time, no proxies, no crazy shenanigans, not yet. We could get there later on in the series, but for the time being, everything is looking as it should. Baby Marine, he's not moving out for an eBay block or anything crazy like that. And Hydra is moving out for a bit of a scout. MaxPax is an AI. Oh. Confirmed. MaxPax is Chat GPT? That would make sense. That would there you go. Is all around us. Looking for another back-to-back championship. The probe does come in. Does get quite a lot of damage dealt to that SCV. Getting very deep in the red. Pig 2013 Champ Keck. I mean, that was back when Pig was the best player in Oceania. That was, I believe, 2013 was before the rise of Patreus and Aegis. That was before the rise of course, Probe and the more modern era of Oceanic players. Like, Pig, like, legit was a very, very strong player back in the day. Even competed in regional events. Sorry, not just regional events. International events. Traveled around the world. Back in the day. He was Moonglade 2.0, as Moonglade was kind of the first big player in our region. Followed by Pig. Followed by Patreus. Or arguably Aegis. I mean, yeah, I mean, you can... we don't have to get into that. But now, though, do have our Reaper getting across the map, trying to get a scout off. So far, it is going to be shut down by the Adept. Ooh, kind of a big loss there for Baby Marine, losing his initial Reaper. And he was unable to scout the tech. He was unable to confirm whether it's a Stargate or a Twilight Council. As we can see, it's going to be a Blink-based opener, but Baby Marine is in the dark. Behind this, getting to a 1-1-1, is going Hellion first, which makes a lot of sense. This Hellion is designed to dive. It's designed to try to rush into the natural, rush into the main, and try to get a follow-up scout. As Edep does shade into the mineral line, going to be denying a lot of mining. Doesn't kill anything, but again, the SCVs and even the mule forced out. As we did mention, upon losing that Reaper, the pressure, the onus is on Baby Marine to try to get a read on what exactly is happening. Hellion is moving out, and Hydra is walling off, and he's throwing down additional gateways. It's going to be a second, a third gateway, and a robo here as a part of the wall. The wall has been spotted by Baby Marine. This should be a bit of a tell. Should be a bit of a tell of what's going on. Widowmine drop is soon to be upon us. And Hydra's being quite aggressive with this. Now, it's not as aggressive as 4-gate blink, but 3 gateways do give you quite a lot of stalkers to work with. They give you map control, and then you expand, then you take the third. Now, with all these blink stalkers, he should still be quite active here, should be fighting for map control. We'll see if Baby Marine can achieve much, as he is going to be moving out. And I believe he does see the third. He does confirm. Only a singular mine drop from here going straight into tank production. Again, the reason why there are so few Widow Mines is because he is prioritizing tanks more than anything, playing very safe. So very safe play here from Baby Marine. With earlier tanks, it just means that you are very much so secure on 2 bases against 4 gate blink stalkers. We can see it's 3 gateways, but Baby Marine just getting ready for it. Taking it seriously. Does kill a worker. Widow Mine drop has been spotted, so Hydra's in position. Baby Marine gonna have to try to wait to try to distract or try to lure the attention of Hydra away, as he is working on Interference Matrix. We have the Raven Disable upgrade on the way. Behind this is going to be Blink into a Robotics Bay, Colossus production. I imagine Colossi. I mean, technically it could be Disruptors, but that's crazy. It's a little bit wild, a little bit out there. I don't know if Hydra's really one to take those kind of risks. As behind this, we're going for an add-on swap, just building up here on 2 bases again. Just a really early tank, but we only have a single tank here for Baby Marine. It looks like once he realized that his opponent wasn't being aggressive, he cut tank production at 1 and then just went into Widowmine production instead. Okay. So we are just establishing ourselves. First Colossi is on the way. Hydra, interesting that he isn't really being active with these stalkers. I assumed he would be, but he's just been chilling back at home, more concerned with just building up and denying this Widowmine drop. He hasn't really been too assertive. And now he's getting into his gateway explosion. 5 gates on the way. It's going to be 8 gates in total. Charge lots finishing up, or charge finishing up. Colossi well underway. Now, thankfully for Baby Marine, he hasn't seen the bay, I believe. He's not fully aware of the tech, but again, this Raven, this interference information is going to be so invaluable here for Baby Marine, as he is going to be pushing. If he does kind of encounter 1, 2, 3 Colossi, he can disable, he can render them inert, and then Baby Marine can dive on top of the rest of the army. This is going to be a pretty powerful moment from him. He has been spotted. So Naga under control of Hydra. He's getting in position. On top of the ramp, he has force fields. He is aware of where Baby Marine is. But we still have the disables. We don't quite go for the dive. Not yet. Raven taking some hits. We're going for it. We disable both Colossi. We dive on the army. We go for the stim. The Colossi are going to be saved. And Hydra, he does pull back. Shield Battery does top up his army. And the disables, they're running out. We're getting on top of the robo. Big mine shots. Oh my god. Big mine shots here on the Zealots. But we shut down the tank and we force back the army. Hydra will hold. And it barely does save the robo as well. As we try to dive into the main, but the medevac. Full medevac does go down. Big pickoff. Baby Marine being punished for being a little bit too aggressive does go for the mine drop as well. But Baby Marine, he is shut down. And Hydra's in suddenly a really good position. Looking at the resources lost here, he shut down the first tank, medevac, all the Widow Mines. The Raven did survive, at least. But we still have both Colossi, and we're now about to have a third. So just a really solid defense here from Hydra. Now, by the time he pushes, we should have one disable available on the Raven. The Medevac! No! It gets caught! Medevac is going to get caught in the center of the map. The Widow Mines, they get shot down as well. And mine shots will not go off. They take down a Zealot. And Hydra has a lot of momentum on his side. Medevac across the map gets shut down, and Baby Marine, he knows he cannot save the space. He goes for the lift. Tries to evacuate. At least he does save his workers. He does save his SCVs. Most of them. It's Hydra. He's pushing into the natural. Ghosts have arrived. EMPs are available as well. He does get the EMPs on the Stalkers. Big disable on one of the Colossi. Boys are being pulled, but into a bit of a choke point. And the Colossi, they're going to go ham on this army. Big wave of reinforcements on the way. Vikings, they will shut down the Colossi, but what about the ground army? What about the Zealots? What about the Stalkers? GG gets called, and Hydra snowballs out of control, taking game number 1. Ooh. GG. GG, well played. Oh, Hydra, again, looking very powerful, very defensive in game 1, and I think that's a really smart way to play against Baby Marine. We were talking earlier about how he's a very aggressive player, very much so. That's what we've seen historically, that's what we've seen recently today as well. Very aggressive, and yeah, for Hydra to take a more defensive approach here, to kind of absorb the blows, the attacks of Baby Marine, and go for a big counterattack, worked very well for him. Again, that first defense was a big moment for Hydra. He suddenly took so much momentum away from Baby Marine. And Baby Marine was on the back foot after that failed initial attack. And now we're getting into game number 2. Can Hydra take the series? Can he go all the way to a qualifying match? Or can we see an ace match? Can we force out that ace match instead? Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gresvan, we have the Red Terran player from the land of Italy. Currently teamless, looking for a team, deserving to be on a team. Hopefully he can find a nice home. It is the Red Terran. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands, representing Team Roddy, leading the series 1-0. It is Hydra. Oh, this is a blast from the past. As we load into Gresvan of all maps. Now, if you're tuning in more recently, if you weren't aware, this tournament does use an extended map pool. Now, all the current maps are involved, don't get me wrong, except for Alkyone. Alkyone is not a part of this map pool, and some of these older maps are in the map pool. Maps like Gresvan, Ancient Cistern, and 2000 Atmospheres as well. So some much larger maps leading for more macro-oriented games, as Baby Marine does start off with an eBay block. Good way to start off this game number 2, a way to disrupt the economy here. Hydra forced to pull the boys to get on top of this engineering bay. Oh, we did get a lot of progression on this, though. It looks like we may end up forcing out a Zealot, and yeah, Zealot is on the way. Hydra refusing to take the unnatural natural, refusing to expand elsewhere. He wants his natural base, and he will eventually get it, but very delayed. But again, for those that are curious, the maps that are added to the OSC map pool are voted on by the players. They are voted on, and yeah, we just go through these rotations, basically. I think it was last season we had maps like Death Aura and Jagannatha and Moondance. It was a lot of fun to cast Moondance again after so long. Likewise, it's nice to cast Gresvan. It hasn't been too long since we've casted Gresvan. I would appreciate 2000 Atmospheres. I would love to go back there again after so long. But I appreciate it nonetheless. It's a bit of a breath of fresh air. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but there is a bit of a trend amongst the new maps that are added. I say the new maps. The older maps that were added, Gresvan, Ancient Cistern, 2000 Atmospheres, they're all larger maps. They have a lot of bases. They're a lot more wide open, especially the center of the map. Features that actually aren't really involved, oh my god, that aren't really involved in the current map pool. Not as much as previously. And of course, the players through the veto process did opt to go for a bit of an older map. Now, we do have reactored Cyclones on the way. Cyclones, they have found a very kind of niche role for themselves in the current meta. They're very much so used in TVT, and in TVP, they can be very impactful as well, especially in the early to mid game. It is going to be double Cyclone into double Hellion. This is a very common opener after an eBay block specifically. Now, because of the eBay block, again, the economy is disrupted, like we're forced out as Zealots, like it's a really wonky start here for Hydra, and Baby Marine wants to try to take advantage of how uncomfortable his opponent is. So the Cyclones are on the way, the Hellions soon thereafter. Hydra going for a Blink Stalker based opener. Shield Battery is done, Cyclones have been spotted. Hydra brings everything together. Bit of a 1-1-1. One Zealot, one Adept, one Stalker. With the overcharge, he should be okay. Cyclones do pick off a probe. They get a worker. This might be a one-way trip as they take some extra hits. Hellions, they ignore the army. They go straight for the mineral line. Overcharge is popped, and Baby Marine, he's just pulling Hydra apart. Two Hellions, they get in, and probes are getting roasted. 3 workers, soon to be 4 probes go down. We get a 5th. Can we get a 6th? Looks like we won't be able to, not in the main base. At the same time, Hellions, they threaten the natural. Hydra will hold, but that is 5 workers going down. That's a pretty good start here for Baby Marine. Pretty good start overall. Behind this, getting into tank production, the rest of his racks is going to be a 3-1-1. 3 racks is 1 factory, 1 starport, into a delayed third. I mean, I say delayed. Third is typically a little bit later here in TVP. So a pretty good start so far by Baby Marine. He also keeps his Cyclones alive, so he's going to be able to top them up. Going to be able to get them back up and running. As we do see a Hydra looking to be a little bit aggressive himself here. Just like the previous game, it is a 3-gate opener, 3-gate blink. But if you remember last game, we went 3-gate blink straight into a very fast 3rd Nexus. This 3rd from Hydra is delayed. It should be on the way. This is not an all-in by any means, but it is much more aggressive here just because we're getting extra warpings of Stalkers, we're prioritizing our Warp Prism, and we are delaying the 3rd Nexus. So Hydra wants to be in the face of Baby Marine this time. He is getting ready to move out. Observer dips in between the bases. This is the other big feature of Gresvan. My brain just opened. Like I just remembered. Gresvan is a very good map for 4-gate blink Stalkers. Now this is only 3 gateways, so again, not as aggressive, not as assertive. But like this is where MaxX really had his way with so many Terran players, specifically because of how big the main is. I mean, look at this. It's huge. It is so easy to dive into the main base and to pick off units, and the SimCity here is lackluster. This tank is so exposed. Well, Baby Marine, it looks like he realized what's going on. Tank is repositioning. Thankfully, we do have a tank on the low ground. But again, this was a map where Max Packs every PvT, he would just 4-gate blink Stalker, and he'd kill everyone. The memories. Let's do threaten to dive into the main. Behind this, there's that 3rd base we were talking about. So far, this hasn't really been worth it for Hydra. He's now getting an SCV, gets 2 workers. That's okay. Stalkers, they dive onto the tank on the low ground. But not for free here. Stalkers are getting picked off. The punish is real. We dive on top of the army. Hydra not paying attention. Every single Stalker goes down. Big pick off. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Baby Marine ties up the series 1-1. That was a massive blunder from Hydra, losing his entire army like that. And specifically when it comes to blink Stalkers, when it comes to this kind of army composition, like, you need to build it up over time. It is very delicate, like very delicate micro control. You cannot throw away your units to lose all of your Stalkers in such a way. I mean, that's it. That's GG. Just too much of a mistake there. And with that, we are tied up. We're going to the ace match. We are going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. And I'm excited. What map are we going to be loading into? Do we have some of the older maps or some of the more recent maps? I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. As it looks like Game 3 is going to be taking place on Site Delta. Oh, hello, hello, Terran Lord, hello. The Lord of the Terrans. Hydra's in position. I thought for a second Light mistook Stalkers for Hydra, but he's not that crazy just yet. It does feel a little bit weird, right? Like Hydra is not a Zerg but a Protoss. Like it's God damn it. Not to be confused with the Korean Hydra, of course. But yes, I haven't lost my mind yet. We're getting there though. We're getting there. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Side Delta, we have the red Terran player from the land of Italy, representing himself, but fighting back in this series, forcing the ace match. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands, representing Team Roddy. It is Hydra. Hydras. I don't think I ever got to cast Hydra. Unfortunately, the Korean Hydra, I mean. So I never got to experience Hydras. I'm sure that must have been said at a cast at some point, right? But unfortunately, he was before my my casting time. We didn't start casting until what, 2017, and we didn't start casting pro players until 2019. Which by that point Hydra had already stepped away, unfortunately. I didn't watch him a lot though. I was a big fan of Hydra. Back in the day, he used to compete in the WCS circuits alongside Polt, alongside Violet, alongside True. True back in the day was on Psystorm, living in America. The good old days. The nostalgia, papi, the nostalgia. But here we go. We do see Baby Marine going for another economic opener once again, going for a Rax Expand, single gas opener. Meanwhile, this time there was no eBay block, so Hydra is able to get his expansion on location without any issue. Here we go. As is being posted in the chat, exclamation mark B for those brackets. Well underway. Both semifinals will be casted. They will be on the channel. We'll get there. And we should be following this into the upper semifinals first, followed by the lower semis. We'll get there. As once again, a Twilight Council opener. We have yet to see Hydra go for a Stargate. It's been a Twilight Council blink every single game. Different variations, of course, but he has been relying on those blink stalkers. As we see Baby Marine going for a 1-1-1, going for a Hellion opener, actually. Okay. Interesting. Have initial Hellions on the way. Baby Marine did not go Reaper first. There we go, Hellions into Mines. Going to be able to chase back that initial depth, gain map control, and zoom across the map. We can see Hydra recalling back home and should be walling up. There we go, Sim City underway. We have the third gateway and a robo. So it's going to be a 3-gate blink opener, just like the last game. Now the question becomes, do we want to be assertive again, or do we take a faster third base instead? We'll see how delayed the third is going to be this time. Meanwhile, Baby Marine working towards his eventual mine drop. Widow Mines are on the way. This time it's going to be a lot more committed. 4 Widow Mines on the way. And do we double down? Do we go into an armory as well? If that was the case, we would have already seen it. There we go. The quadruple mine drop across the map. No armory, so detection won't be required, but regardless, still very committed. And the goal here is for the Widow Mines to drag the Stalker out of position, and then the Hellions can dive into a mineral line as well. We have 2 Stalkers in the main. We have 1 Stalker here at the natural. Actually, we can go straight for the Stalker at the wall. I forgot, Papi. And there we go. The wall has been broken. We dive into the mineral line. Oh, bit of friendly fire. Hellion does go down. We get 9 probe kills and 1 more mine in the main. Up. 1 more. Go for it. Send it, Papi. He's waddling in. The mine shot doesn't quite go off. Gets 1 extra probe. 9 workers in total. It was in the middle of that push where I was like, oh, right, you can just go for the wall. I forgot, Papi. I forgot. My brain was panicking. But pretty good, especially considering that 3 Widow Mines were saved, which means we can go in again for a second push. Yo, I have a second cast in a couple of hours. I'm 100% gonna need some coffee. I'm 100%, Papi. I'm gonna need some coffee to keep going. The brain, it's leaving me. I saw the hydras and my brain, it's melting already. No! Oh, as the medevac does take some extra hits, and yeah, it's gonna have to get the hell out of here. Barely does escape. Behind this, third base is up and running. We have the Bay on the way for Colossus. Charge in production, and Hydra's trying to settle himself in. But again, losing 10 workers was a very good start for Baby Marine. And even though he doesn't go in for a second drop, at least he does evacuate with these 3 Widow Mines. So a very strong start here for the Terran. A very strong start. Behind this, we're getting into 5 Raxes, but a faster third CC. Third CC here before his additional Rax production. Very economic from Baby Marine. So he's taken an economic lead, and he's going to be looking to establish himself and get into a 3-base economy. I'm all for it. Scan reveals the robo producing, not much else. The gases, at least. The gases at the natural do confirm that it's not going to be mass charge lot, that there is going to be some splash damage instead of a mass gateway composition. There we go. Baby Marine going to try and push out Stim. Not quite done, though. Good kiting from Hydra. We'll lose a Stalker. At the same time, the Mind Drop coming back into the third base. Ooh, Hydra not in position. Thankfully, doesn't have the best saturation at the third. Good target firing on the Marauder. Oh my god. Very nicely done. The Mind Drop does frighten the workers at the third. But we don't commit yet. Colossi is being active. Another Mind Drop here on the right hand side. Oh my god, the Widow Mines for days! We go for the natural. Decent connections. It looks like 1 Widow Mine will evacuate. 4 probe kills for 2 mines. And we do have another Mind Drop here on the right hand side, poised to go into the main. The main army pushing towards the third base. Hydra caught in between his bases though. Can he defend? Stalkers are repositioning. Observer does spot the medevac in the main. Hydra does react. There we go. He's going to be able to respond in time. How good are the splits? Oh! He does pull back in time. And big connections on the Stalkers, though. A couple Stalkers do get picked up. Another Widow Mine here in the natural burrow. Does burrow, and do we react? We do pull away. We do pull away in time. Only 3 workers go down. A nice handling of the situation here from Hydra. Did lose a couple of Stalkers, but oh my god, these medevacs, they just refuse to die. They escape here into the dead space once again. Meanwhile, Baby Marine getting established here on 3 bases. Getting his third up and running. Tanks are sieging. Hydra is committed. We have 2 Colossi with this. We have a decent amount of sentries from force fields, but Baby Marine, he is so far ahead in supply here. Again, he dealt a good amount of economic damage earlier, and Hydra, he can barely sustain himself. He's down in the economy, down in army, only has 2 Colossi. Can he somehow pull this off? As the Mind Drops, they come back in. 4 more workers go down. We barely have an economy to begin with. And Hydra, he has to commit. But he's pushing into Vikings, Ghosts, EMPs, Tanks, SimCity. Like, how do we break this? We can maybe come in from multiple angles from behind, get us around. Best case scenario, and here we go. We're going for it. We pull the trigger. Mind Shot's going to be going off. The Colossi, big EMPs on the army. The Colossi, they go down instantly. And there's no more splash damage. GG gets called. Baby Marine will take the series 2-1, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. Powerful performance there out of Baby Marine. Again, able to flex his aggression, his harassment, his control. Congratulations as he takes down Hydra. My condolences to Hydra as he has been eliminated from the tournament. Again, single elimination. One shot is all you have at least until the qualifying matches. And speaking of, we have our first qualifying match. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Rex has been patiently waiting. He took down Mio Micah 2-0, took down Azura 2-0, and took down Demi 2-1. Rex, the Taiwanese Zerg player, is waiting for Baby Marine on the NA server. Here we go. So up next will be a ZVT between Rex and Baby Marine. The regions are colliding. And this is going to be kind of the big moment here for our Terran player, because Rex is very much so an established name in the scene. He's very old school, has a wealth of kind of experience behind him, and nowadays is less of a player. For those who are unfamiliar, Rex, of course, the best Zerg player in all of Taiwan. He has been one of the top players in Taiwan for many, many years. He recently retired a couple of, like maybe a year ago. He did step away from the game, did take a break, but recently he came back. Recently he rejoined Onside as a content creator, and Rex has been casting. He's been casting in his native language, has been covering events, and has been playing every now and then. And clearly, as we've seen, as he's taken down already some big Southeast Asian Zerg players, Rex is still a formidable force. I don't think he's as in form as he was like a year ago, for example. Rexy isn't as dominant as he was back then, but he's still, again, a respectable opponent. And I would say it's going to be a favorite player coming into this. So here and now, Baby Marine has to turn it on. He has to really ramp it up and bring out his all against Rex. Also, I need to double check. Is this a best of 3 or a best of 5? I need to confirm. Best of 5. Let's go. Okay, we have confirmation. It's going to be a best of 5 qualifying match. Winner will make it into the main event. The loser gets knocked down to the bronze match. As a reminder, top three will make it into the OSC Championships. So the semifinals do give you a little bit of breathing room. They give you a second shot here to make it in, as the loser will have another series to compete in. We'll have another series. Meanwhile, as we have a look at the bracket as well, we have Future waiting for his own opponent. We have Future waiting for the winner of Battle Bee and UED Soldier. That's going to be a Protoss versus Terran matchup. Winner goes up against Future in the lower semifinals. And both qualifying matches will be casted. We will cast both. Just as a reminder. Meanwhile, our players are currently conducting the vetoes, and we may opt to go for a short break. See in chat, hello Kashim! Oh, welcome, Bobby, welcome. Senor Kashim. Bring back Overgrowth and Frost. Yo. I'll be honest, Overgrowth is still burned into my mind and burned into my skull. Frost is fading away in my... I'm getting old, but I'm getting old. Frost is fading away. We need to bring it back. Bring back the Dream Pool. Bring back Ohana. And, I almost said Hoi Hoi Hoi. Yeah, what was it called? Catalina, that's it. Catalina. Yeah. I started playing Civ again. This was a mistake. The time drain is almost MMO-like. It's brutal. Mates. Civ is like also kind of like peak gaming. Like peak degen gaming. I remember having like straight up 6 to 8 hour gaming sessions. Like having like a Civ game with like a group of like 4 to 5 or 6 friends, you know, all just duking it out in Civ. It is a big time sink though. It really is. But it's, yeah. It's an experience. Civ 5 specifically is what we really got into. I tried to get into it was like Beyond Earth, or there was like a Civ in between 5 and 6, which was like in space, which I think used like the engine from Civ 5. We got it. We could never get into that, and Civ 6 was like a bit of a different take on Civ as well. Never got into it as much as Civ 5. But regardless, we're going to be going on a short break. Again, if you want to support this event, !OSC. !OSC in the chat to check out the Kickstarter and to help crowdfund this event. But we'll be back in a couple of minutes with Rex versus Baby Marine in a best of 5. See you soon. Take this moment to hydrate Hydras, stretch roaches, massage your marines, and drain your disruptors. We'll be back with a qualifying match. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OSC as we have returned with our first qualifying match, our first best of 5 of the night. And if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open, so you can place your bets on how you think this series will unfold, on who you think will be the first to qualify for the OSC Championships. let us go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hardlead, we have the Italian Terran player. The red Terran. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Team Onside. It is Rex. From the land of Taiwan. And again, if you're in the chat, I just need quickly amendments. Qualifying match. Just quickly setting up the predictions as quickly as I can. Baby Marine Terran. Beautiful. Beautiful. Upon hearing this message, you have 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to place your bets. Good luck. Predictions. As we are settling on into this. So far, everything is looking as it should. It's going to be a hatch gas pool standard opener from our Zerg player. Likewise, we have a Rex, Rex expand from Baby Marine. Everything is looking as it should, at least initially. It's important we point this out just because we have seen a lot of aggression so far tonight. And we have seen quite a bit of cheese as well earlier today. But again, that was more of a get-on, kind of whipping out the cheese, less so Baby Marine. And we'll see where this all does take us. Again, as a reminder, the winner of this series does advance on into the main event. The loser will have a second chance in the bronze place match. Or the third place match in the bronze match. We will get there. Now just going to be droning, establishing our 2-base setup here. Rex should be soon taking his third. There we go, drone is on the way. Going to be avoiding that initial Reaper. Really interesting positioning for this drone, but yeah, we'll be coming back. We'll be expanding. We're avoiding that Reaper. Speaking of, does try to dive on top of those drones, but Rex is going to be able to keep his mineral line safe and sound. And we'll be able to expand. Interesting location here, taking the forward third base. This could be for something like roach play. We can spread creep a lot faster across the map, and we're on a map like Hardlead, where the rush distance by ground is very short, so I would not rule out the possibility of Rex trying to play with roaches. But now link speed is on the way. Behind this, Baby Marine getting into his 1-1 setup. Oh, this is not what I was expecting though. Oh my god. It is not going to be a 1-1-1. It's not going to be a third CC before starport. It is a second factory. We are getting into some mech action. Oh boy. Here we go. Now, double factory doesn't have to be mech. We could go like from a Hellbat push into bio play, but yeah, I'm feeling that we're going to be spicing things up with some mass cyclone. We have Hellions initially for map control to deal with early game lings. And where do we go from here? We are continuing Hellion production. Okay. Behind this, we have the Tech Lab on the way. This should be for an add-on swap into Blue Flame Hellions. That would be making the most sense here, unless we did want to invest into Magville accelerators. Or sorry, into, that doesn't exist anymore. Into Hurricane Thrusters, that's it. As we have 4 Hellions, and from here, there it is. Cyclone production has commenced. And Hurricane Thrusters is on the way. That is Cyclone Speed in production. Meanwhile, Hellions have arrived. They're going to be catching a Creep Tumor. Rex hasn't been able to scatter across the map. He is unaware as to what's going on. Rex is in the dark. Little does he know that Mass Cyclone is amassing. We do have a third CC on the way. This is spotted by the Overlord. So Rex should be feeling pretty safe and secure. Hasn't seen anything that tips him off. Basically, what he's seen so far, this looks like a third CC before starport. Like, it looks like an economic opener more than anything. No, I mean, I say that. This third CC is a little bit delayed, to be fair. I wonder if that does tip off Rex. Yeah, there it is. We have Spores in production. He's getting ready for Banshees. He's assuming it's a 1-1-1 build. So Banshees are on the... Sorry, Spores are on the way to deal with Banshees. Gonna be going for a lair first before any other tech. Just really safe play here from Rex. But again, he's still unawares as to what's going on, and we are going for a biotrans. No, never mind. Did you see those Raxes? I saw the Raxes, Bobby, but no. We have a third factory on the way. It is just pure mech. Baby Marine was maybe thinking about going into bio with those additional Raxes, but we thought better of it. I'm just doubling down here on Mass Cyclone. Now, the scary thing about what's happening is that it's been unscouted. That's what's scary. Otherwise, Rex would be aware to throw down a Roach Warren to focus on, again, initial Roach production, delaying these Evo chambers as well. Like, this is all tech that is not going to be helping against these Cyclones. And then we go, he knows. He cancels. Immediately, he does cancel his buildings, goes straight for the Roach Warren, but it may just be too late because the Cyclones have arrived. The Cyclones have arrived. They're going straight for the Queens. How many Queens in total? 9. But they're being focused down. 3 Queens go down instantly, and this is not a good start for Rex. He's in a lot of trouble. Lings are amassing. Another Queen goes down. And another. We're down to 4. We're down to 3. We're down to 2, soon to be 1, and every single Queen goes down. GG gets called. Baby Marine takes game number 1. GG. Again, Rex caught completely with his pants down. He was not ready for Mass Cyclone whatsoever. He was working on the Lair, Balian Nest, double Evo Chamber for double upgrades. He had no idea what was happening until it was too late. Until it was far too late, and yeah, the Mass Cyclone caught him completely off guard. With that, Baby Marine does take game number 1. Game number 1 in the books. Now we're getting to game 2. Now, as a reminder, it's a best of 5. Plenty of games are ahead of us here, so even though we have a 1-0 lead in a certain direction, we could have more of a back and forth. And specifically that build from our Terran player, I'm sure is very specialized, and I'm sure we're not going to be focusing or relying on that in this series. That's kind of a one and done in a best of 5. We probably won't see that again. It worked well, don't get me wrong, it did work very well, but a lot of that was because of the surprise factor. And now the surprise isn't there anymore. Now, the potential of Mech and the potential of Mass Cyclone is going to be in the back of Rex's mind, which means we do have to rely on something different here in the rest of this series. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player from the land of Taiwan, representing Team Onside. It is Rex. Here we go. So Airload is going to be sent across the map. We're going to be going for a Hatch Gas Pool standard opener here from Rex. Likewise, Baby Marine getting into his own standard opener as well. I don't really expect anything crazy in the early game. It's the follow-up that I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled for. See in the chat. Kenny Tenny, UD Soldier beat Estrella. He PvP'd the hell out of Estrella. We don't know what happened. Unfortunately, we missed the games. But yeah, UD Soldier has been looking really powerful in PvP. He took Geralt to the Ace match again not too long ago, and to take down Estrella, impressive, really impressive stuff. So far, like, I've been most impressed by UED Soldier's PvP, but when it comes to his other matchups, he still has to really prove himself there as well. In my mind, at least, he's becoming a bit of a PvP sniper. Just not a bad thing. Impressive, very impressive. Behind this, Baby Marine just going for his rack expand. SCV scout across the map does get eyes on the timing of the hatchery, and the initial Reaper is on the way. We go. As the Reaper is moving out again, we're just amassing our drones. Third base soon to be taken. Nothing too crazy yet here in the early game. We do have the factories on the way. It's like, mech. It shouldn't be mech this time, but, you know, it's in the back of our minds. In the back of Rex's mind, I'm sure. I think regardless of what comes out, Rex is going to be a little bit more adept when it comes to scouting. When it comes to reading his opponent. Remember last game, he assumed it was a 1-1-1. He was getting ready for Banshees when it was anything but. He wants a tumor. Won't get it. Reaper is going to be forced back. And this time, it is a 1-1-1 opener. Okay, very aggressive here from Baby Marine. He is going to be delaying his third CC here in favor of a faster starport, in favor of, I imagine, Banshee production. The Rax is right next to it. If we throw down the Tech Lab, we can go for an add-on swap here. But no, we're going for a Marine. Okay, this is interesting. With Marines, we can of course deny scouting information. This could be Viking first into a Fusion Core. This could be a BC opener. It could just be Viking into Liberators just for harass. I'm really curious as there it is. We skip the Viking straight for the lid. So Liberator opener here from Baby Marine. Again, very aggressive. The role or the goal here of this opener is for the Hellions to come in from one end. We have the Liberators to go into another. And we try to pull apart the Queens and get some economic damage done. So a very aggressive build here. We're going to be prioritizing Stim as well. Stim on the way. And behind this, we should be getting a third CC. This is not an all-in, or at least this shouldn't be an all-in, but is a delayed third nonetheless. So it is, the command center is on the way. Hellions are moving out, so we're going to have an abundance of Hellions. So far we have 6, we should be going up to 8. At the same time, a couple of Lings do slip in. They slip into the main base. And they don't quite get any damage done, but they get a full scout. That's what's important. They do confirm the delayed expansion. They do confirm the 1-1-1 and the lack of add-on on the starport. So Rex, he knows 100% that it's going to be Liberators. There we go. The spores are on the way. These are spores in position specifically for Liberators. But they're not quite done yet. Liberator does get into the main. Good reaction out of Rex. Does pull back. At the same time, Hellions, they do rotate over towards the third base. They go straight for the mineral line. The drones are lining up, and they're going to get roasted. Already 9 workers go down. Oh, this is becoming too much. 9 workers. We shave off the Lings. The Liberator in the main base is still alive, still kicking, still denying mining time. As we reposition, going straight for the Queen will fall. Trading the Liberator for the Queen, not a bad trade overall. 9 workers, 12 Lings for 1 Lib, 2 Hellions and 1 Reaper. A very good trade here for the Terran. We're not done. We still have another Liberator. We still have plenty of Hellions that are going to be threatening. Rex is still on the road to recovery. Oh, interesting. Rex, he opted to go for a bit of a greedy opener. He delayed his lair here for 1-1, which can be really risky. But yeah, delayed lair means late bathing speed, essentially. Means bathing speed is going to be delayed in favor of 1-1. We'll see if it pays off here as Baby Marine is working on his eventual bio push. Stim has completed, Medivacs are on the way. Aliens are going to catch a couple of tumors. This time they do not get into the mineral line. But again, with the arrival of these Medivacs, Baby Marine can be a little bit more active with his bio army. Rex just heavily re-droning, resaturating. Double expanding, or getting his macro hatchery and his 4th base up at the same time. Here comes that bio push. Now again, bathing speed just started. Because of the delayed lair, late bathing speed. And that means that these Marines have a lot of potential with this push. I mean, sure, we have 1-1 for the Lings. It's going to finish up in a couple of seconds. Like, +1 melee, +1 carapace. But even with that, it's going to be a tight hold here for Rex. Like, the Queens are very much so important, very imperative in this defense. Tumors are being shut down. The Liberator sieges up here in the natural, going to be distracting Rex. That's a lot of Lings. Yeah, massive Ling army. We should have enough. We should be able to hold on. The Bailings, they roll in. The mine shot. Oh, big mine shot on the Bailings. Very nice connection. Marines are lifted. And even the Hellions are saved as well. So overall, a good trade for Baby Marine. Lings are moving out. Baby Marine is pushing in. The Queens, they're exposed. And we dive on top of the Queens, but at the same time, the Ling counterattack gets into the natural. Both players are going to be taking some hefty losses here. The Queen count is being reset. When we get into the mineral line, SCVs are going down. 13 SCVs so far. Big mine shot in the natural, where we get every single worker here at the third. At the same time, the drop play though. Bases are under threat. The Lings, they cannot engage. We need the Bailings. Without Bailings, these Marines, they're going ham here on these bases on the fourth and the third. Bailings, they roll in. Baby Marine, he takes him to the face. He doesn't manage to split. He doesn't manage to evacuate. And the hatchery is saved. Rex, he races back home. And Rex suddenly is in a beautiful position. He is up in workers. He saved most of his drones. That's what's important. Baby Marine, he killed a couple of workers, but not too many. 7 drones went down. Rex has an economic advantage. He has the base count. He has 1-1. He has bailing speed. And he's back at home. He's chilling. He's defending. The pressure is on the Terran. And to be fair, these bases are very low. These hatcheries are very low. They can be sniped, but Rex is ready to defend. He's in position. And Queens, they waddle in, they focus back, they force back those Winter Mines. Medivacs even. And Baby Marine, he's stuck on 2 bases. Like he's oh no. Was it killed? No, should I missed it? The orbital was killed. It wasn't lifted. Ay, that should not have happened. And Baby Marine, he's completely all in at this point. It's like there's no turning back from this. He's down 20 workers. He's down a base. He will focus down the hatchery. Good start. He snipes the 4th. But he also needs the 3rd. As the game goes on longer, the better this becomes for Rex. Here we go, Baby Marine slowly leapfrogging forward here, trying to trade as best he can. A Ling counterattack. Bailing Rabbi even just catch a couple workers. Oh, big mine shots. Bailings, they shut down some of these depots across the map. We drop into the main base. Baby Marine doing the best he can to pull apart Rex. Oh, the Bailings, they crash in. A big siege here in the main. We're going to gain some value. We're going to be able to shut down that Hydra Den. Hydra Den does get shut down, but overall this is still not enough damage. 4th base is getting up and running. 4 drones go down. I mean, as I say that, the army here of Baby Marine is actually getting pretty out of hand. 2-2 is done. Can we pull this off? Can we push? Can we make a miracle happen? Baby Marine, he is up in army supply. Losing the space really did impact Rex. Ling Rabbi comes in. 3rd base. Gonna be shut down. Baby Marine, he has been trading well. Pushing up towards the 4th. The Bailings does pull back in time. Good target firing. The Bailings, they get shut down, and we can push. At the same time, drop into the main base. Looks like the 4th is being broken. Where are the Bailings? There just aren't enough of them. Okay, good target firing. But we force the pick up. At the same time, in the main base, we do get shut down as well. Liberator is going ham at the 3rd. 5 workers go down. Marines, they waddle into the natural base as well. A bit of chaos all over the place. Liberator does pay for itself. Rex down to 58 workers. But he's diving on top of the army. Does force the pick up. Why is there an eBay? Why is there a debate here? I don't. It's there. It's fine. But Rex, he gains momentum, going for a counterattack. Oh, and defensively, I'm not too sure if Baby Marine can actually defend this position. So the drop is coming in. Does come across a naked base. But Rex, he collapses on the 3rd and gets into the mineral line. Bailings are rolling in, and once again, we shut down every single worker here. The mineral line goes down, and 9 SCVs, some of them are saved. Meanwhile, across the map, we shut down the 4th again. Uh-oh. Things are getting a little bit scrappy here. Rex, though, is pushing into the natural. Bailings, they connect. Big Bailing connections. It looks like we have broken the natural, and Rexy has done more than enough now. Not just the natural, but also the upgrades. The eBays are exposed. The drop across the map, catching some reinforcements, but it's not going to be enough. As Rex, yeah, he dives on top of those SCVs. Forces out of stim. It looks like 3-3 is going to be able to finish up, but Baby Marine, he's down to 20 workers. He's down to 20 SCVs remaining. And Rex, he's on a 3-base economy. May not have a 4th, but it's good enough. It is good enough here for Rex. As Baby Marine's drop is finally forced back. Again, he's been trading so damn well. He's been making this so scrappy. But the reality is that he just doesn't have an economy. Not anymore. Here we go. We dive on the army. Big mine shot's going to be going off as well. The splits are looking good here for Baby Marine. Oh my god. He actually takes a decent fight. He can keep pushing. He can maybe deny the 4th base. And once again, the army supplies are very comparable. They're very close. We deny the Bailings. Fighting off of creep. Rex has to be very careful not to overextend. Hydra speed is not done, nor Hydra range. These are vanilla Hydras. And we cancel the 4th. Oh my god. We cancel the 4th. 3-3 is finishing, by the way. It was not canceled. It was not denied. Baby Marine, can he pull this off again? He's up in army supply. He's picking up and landing his natural as his own 4th base. He can pull this off. Oh my god. He can still pull off a miracle here. This Baby Marine is pushing. We are amassing Ling Bane. Queens are being brought forward as well. Decent target farm. We're getting on top of the Hydras. Where are the Lings? They're across the map. They're catching reinforcements. At the same time, the drones. Both players are going to be losing workers, and the 4th base is going to be killed, not cancelled. 300 minerals down the drain. Across the map, there are not enough Lings. They do not get into the mineral line. They get shut down. And no shot. Baby Marine, he's done it. He breaks through. He breaks the 4th. He shuts down the Queens. He defends back at home. And he's breaking through. Oh my god. GG gets called. Baby Marine, he was down to 20 workers. He's got 20 workers compared to 64 of his opponent. His economy was in shambles, but he had 3-3. He had the upgrades. He had the efficiency. Man with gun is all you need. And Rex was pulled apart. Oh my god. GG, and with that, Baby Marine is 1 game away from qualifying for the OSC Championships. I can't believe it. Rex had this game. He had this game in the bag. He just could not establish a 4th. Time and time again, he was trying to expand, but he was forced to cancel over and over again or just killed. He had very limited creep spread, so he had a really hard time engaging. He had a rough fight across the map, and again, all he had to do was like defend, survive, and get a 4th up, but he just could not. He just couldn't get it up. Could not get it up and running. Oh my god. Baby Marine. Everything was working against him. He was up against the wall. GG. GG, well played. And here we go. We're getting into game number 3. It could all end here. It could all end here and now. Catching up in the chat. Will we do the WTL playoffs into the 3rd qualifier? So no. I'm pretty sure that the WTO playoffs and the 3rd qualifier are overlapping. So I would love to cast both. I would love to cover both events. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to. just because both the third qualifier and World Team League, I believe they overlap. So we're going to be covering WTL, but tomorrow we will not be covering the third qualifier. I believe that'll be covered by another caster. I'm not too sure who, but I believe someone else will be covering the qualifier tomorrow, just as a heads up. So there are 4 qualifiers, and we are casting 2 of them. The other 2 will be covered by either Chicken Man or Dave Testa or Wardy or one of the other casters, I believe. As we are settling into this, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing himself, currently teamless but leading the series 2-0. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerga player representing Onside. He is up against the wall. He has to fight back here and now to qualify. It is Rex. Here we go. But again, yeah, Rex, all he had to, as we're winding it back here, he just had to take a more defensive stance here. He just desperately needed to get a 4th base. Alas, he couldn't, and yeah, shout out to Baby Marine. Again, the tenacity from our Terran player. I do think that many a lesser player would have tapped out well beforehand, especially in the position that Baby Marine was in. I'm sure, again, many a lesser player with a weaker, what am I thinking of? Weaker mental state would have tapped out earlier, but nah. Baby Marine, he fights back hard, clawed his way back into it, found a way to win, and takes game number 2. And he could go all the way for a 3-0. Could go all the way. Could be a clean sweep here. As we have an economic standard opener here from Baby Marine, Rax Expand. Likewise, Hatch Gas Pool out of Rex. Nothing crazy, no early gases, no early spawning pool. Not yet. Shout out to Eddie in the chats, letting us know that Dave Testa is doing the 4th qualifier, and currently no caster for the 3rd qualifier. It's a bit of a shame. Like, I would love to, but there's just a lot going on. there's a lot of StarCraft going on, and it's a busy weekend. A very jam-packed weekend full of StarCraft. Ooh, as Reaper does dip in, does pick off a tumor. Very nicely done. Very nicely done here from Baby Marine. As he does pull back. Again, just vying for map control, does get eyes on the 3rd. And we are loading into Oceanborn. Now, talking about aggression, talking about these more aggressive playstyles, as Baby Marine is going for a much more economic opener. I was about to say that Oceanborn is a much smaller map here, so if we wanted to be aggressive, this would kind of lend to it. But Baby Marine, no, for the first time this series, going for a 3rd CC before Starport, a very economic opener. Much more economic compared to anything else we've seen so far in this series. So Baby Marine taking different twists and turns. What happened to the Platinum Heroes? Baby Marine did leave. He did leave the Platinum Heroes. But I believe he's still looking for a team. So if you happen to be a team owner out there, then consider checking him out. Consider picking him up. He's a very good player. He's very much an up-and-coming European player. A lot of potential. A lot of room to grow. He is amazing at what he does. Hellions are just vying for map control. We do have a Banshee behind this. A very standard opener. It's going to be 3cc into Banshee. Very by the book. Very meta. As Baby Marine is just going to be calming things down here as we ease our way into Game 3. Likewise, the question becomes, what are we going to be seeing out of Rex? Fun fact, we have not seen Rex's mid-game. These games have just been so chaotic, and Rex just hasn't really been able to get into a solid 3 to 4 base economy. It just hasn't happened. Flare is on the way. Bailey Nest as well. Unlike the previous game, this is a much safer way to open. So Rex, he's not going for the faster double evo chamber. He's going for a layer first into the Bailey Nest, into bathing speed, into delayed upgrades. Just a very safe way to play. And I mean, Rex, he's down in this series. It makes sense to play safe. Which is why when it comes to how this series has been playing out, it is really smart of Baby Marine to invest into a faster third base because he's getting away with it and he isn't really being pressured whatsoever. Just because Rex is playing scared or safe. Behind this, we have a bit of a rack explosion, getting into a 5-rack setup on 3 bases, very standard. What you expect to be seeing here on 3cc. So the production getting underway, 1-1 as well with the double E-bays, stim, combat shields. Hellions are vying for map control, and Banshees do rock up here at the 4th. We do catch a queen there off of creep. We get 1, and we should be able to get the second queen as well. We barely do transfuse. We keep them alive. The Lings, they come in first round. The Hellions, they are caught out. A big catch here from Rex. Things were looking a little bit dire initially. But that was what? 1 queen for 8 Hellions. A worthwhile trade here for Rex. Some Lings as well, but for the most part, Baby Marine has now lost map control. We can spread creep quite freely. The Banshees have taken a lot of hits. And Rex is going Lingbane Muta. Oh my god, okay. A little bit more old school. I do appreciate it. Lingbane Muta going to be on the way. Meanwhile, across the map, Baby Marine just getting set up here on 3 bases. Alright, getting set up here. So far, the economy looking strong for Baby Marine. Oh, does lose both of those Banshees. Big pickoffs here from Rex. Very nice pickoffs. As Baby Marine is going to be pushing, but this push is significantly weaker. This could have been with 8 Hellions, and even the Banshees as well to support. But suddenly, again, there's a little bit less buffer for the Marines, less buffer for the tanks. This will be hitting with stim. Ooh, but the Ling counterattack does pull him back home. They get 3 SCVs and they do delay the push. They force out a stim. Rex just buying as much time as possible. Oh, getting supply lock. That is 7 Overlords on the way. But the Mutas, they have yet to hit the field. Thankfully. Against this kind of tank push, we need Lingbane. We need as much on the ground as we can. And then we go 6 Mutas on the way. That is enough to harass and get economic damage done. +1 air attack in production. We are committing to those Mutas. And Rex getting ready for another counterattack. Meanwhile, Baby Marine going for drop play. So both armies may miss each other. Things could get very chaotic. You have a double drop on the right hand side. We have a double drop here in the center of the map. Lingbane coming in from behind. Do pick up. Meanwhile, we go straight for the dive into the mineral line. Mutas have arrived and we can shut down these medevacs. Rex will lose 5 workers. Good target firing out of Baby Marine. But the medevacs will be chased down. As I say that, reinforcements, they do get in position. But as we get in position, we have a massive Link counterattack, and there's nothing here. SCV is going to be going down. We have some reinforcements, though. Only 2 workers full. And Baby Marine, he doesn't want to turn back around. He wants to push. He wants to commit. Rex, though, relentless with his run-bys. The mines! No! Ooh, big mine shots. Big mine shot will connect. We have turrets, additional Widow mines on the way. And Baby Marine just trying to force the issue, catches another queen. But the Mutas, they come in from behind. They're going for the tanks. They are zoned away. 1 tank does go down. Baby Marine still trying to hold on to this position. Rex setting up a surround to catch reinforcements. 4th base is being taken. And the surround is real. We collapse on this position. We should clean this up. The tank's full. The Marines, the medevacs. And Baby Marine, he did overstay his welcome. And he'll be losing everything. one medevac does escape. And Rex, he can counterattack. Rex, he has momentum on his side. Widowmine's going to be borrowing. Oh, we do focus down a lot of those mutas. But we deny the fourth. We get on top of the mineral line as well. A couple of Marines do escape, but the damage is being done, and we can go straight for the third. That's a lot of Widowmines. Other mutas! Oh my god. Because they take a mine to the face. Rex is going to back off. He's taking a fifth. Again, his fourth is up and running. He's on 74 workers. He's maxing out on Lingbane Road Traps. Sorry, Lingbane Muta. My brain is thinking about the ZVP earlier. And Rex, he's looking a lot more comfortable in this game. Now, Babe Marine isn't out of this yet, just because of how fragile Rex's army is. Like, a couple of good mine shots and we can take a fight. But we catch the Marines. Some of them get caught out of position. The CC, once again, is going to get denied. This base is just so difficult to hold on to. It's so exposed, so out in the open. Thor has arrived. 10 SCVs go down. At the same time, we have a mine drop across the map. We're going for the drones. We're waddling in. We want them. And we are going to get some. 5 workers go down. Not bad. 5 workers do fall. Baby Marine, he's working on 3-3. He's trying to reestablish his fourth. Again, this fourth, there's no taking it. It's just so difficult to defend for any player, whether it's Terran, Zerg, or Protoss. That center base is just so difficult. Baby Marine, he wants it. Still looking to get it. Everyone's going to be going down. We have a Thor drop on the left-hand side to keep up with those mutas. Trying to force some friendly fire. Turrets are still not done. The mutas, they get into the main. The mutas, they get into the main base. They shut down the turrets. Get into the mineral line as well. And as the mutas are distracted, Babe Marine is pushing. It's going to be 9 dead workers. Lingbane rolling in. The Widowmines have been baited out. Oh my god. For the most part, big mine shots though on the Lings. As it looks like we haven't broken this base. 21 SCV is going to be going down. Babe Marine, he's racing back home. He's forced to turn back around. Didn't want to. And the factory does fall. Mutas are being surrounded. They will manage to escape. Actually, they want some more damage. Oh my, we're going back in. We dive back into the main base. We catch even more SCVs. Again, the Widowmines were already cleaned up. The Thors are trying to keep up as well. Throughout all of this, we're just amassing more Lingbane. We're just amassing more Lings and Banelings. Headed for the fourth. A rough engage here from Rex. We need those Banelings. Pure Ling is not going to cut it. So he does have to back off. Okay, so what's important here is that Baby Marine, he's pretty all in. He's got half the work count of his opponent, but Baby Marine, he's up in army supply. He can take a fight. Winning one big fight on a small map like Oceanborn, and you can snowball into a win. It's all or nothing. Baby Marine is all in, and 3-3 is a couple of seconds away from finishing. We're a couple of seconds out. There we go. 10 seconds until it kicks in. It's going to be a big power spike here for the Terran. Baileys, they roll on forward. Off of creep. Oh my god, the Baileys, they do nothing. The Baileys get annihilated. 3-3 is done. And we see Rex going for another Ling counterattack, but it doesn't matter. Because Baby Marine was already committed. At the same time, Muta's also going for the planetary. Yeah, we're catching reinforcements. We're crippling the economy here. And Baby Marine's turning around? Oh, I'm not too sure about this. We gotta send it. We're stimming back home. But we're catching another base. 15 drones did go down. And these Marines, they just cannot keep up with these mutas. They are so heavily overstimmed. Where are the medevacs? Medivaxer with the Thors. Mutas, they take down 36 SCVs and the CC as well. Oh my god, they almost get it. They almost get the base. Again, another stim! As we go back into the main where there are Marines waiting. But we thread the needle. Dip right in between them. The mobility of these mutas just dancing and having their way with Baby Marine. And he just cannot keep up. And again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Rex. Rex is able to remax. There's just no answers to the mutas. Again, trying to keep up with them, it's just not possible. Thors have returned. And there we go, we're pushing. But again, this army is just overstimmed. And there's so many Bailings waiting. It's been too long. It's been far too long. How many Bailings? 100 Bailings. Off of Creep, not the best engage. But it's okay, we have plenty more. We have 87 Bailings left. We scan, we see, and we cannot push onto Creep. GG gets called. There's no pushing in, and Rex fights back. Rex puts a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. Again, Rex doing a phenomenal job when it came to his muta harassment, his muta control. Was able to cripple the economy of Baby Marine, and Baby Marine just he was not able to push across the map. At a certain point, he was all in. Remember, there was a point where he was up in armor supply when 3-3 was finishing, but he had to commit then and there. Instead, he turned back around and he was just stuck at home trying to chase down mutas. It was just never going to happen. And Rex was able to snowball out of control from there. GG. And with that, we have a series. We have a back and forth. And we could maybe go all the way to the ace match. Here we go. We're getting ready for our next game. We're getting ready for game number 4 here on 2000 Atmospheres. Are going to be getting ready here for 2K Atmosphere. It's a bit of an older school map. A little bit more old school here. It's been quite some time since 2000 Atmospheres has been a part of the map pool. It's been a long time coming, but it's cool to see it return once again after a very long hiatus. Again, for those that are curious, but yeah, this tournament does have an extended map pool. And we have maps like 2000 Atmospheres, like Gresfan and Ancient Cistern as well. So yeah, it's just cool. It's cool to see a bit of a blast from the past here, from years gone by. And I'm ready. I'm so excited. So nostalgic. I'll be honest. I kind of miss this map. Actually, what map do I miss the most? Oh, we've had a lot of maps in the map pool. Aesthetically, I still really miss, what was it called? Blood Boil? There was a map that had a pocket base, but it was like white and red. Like there was snow and there was like red accents on the map as well. It's been a while, but a big shout out to Hatsu. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. For those that are curious, Hatsu was casting this event in Russian. Unfortunately, it looks like there were some technical issues, and hopefully they're going to be resolved. But I believe Hatsu should be returning for future qualifiers. I believe she is slotted to cast the second qualifier in a couple of hours. So again, hopefully any kind of technical issues have been resolved and we can continue from here. But for now, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right hand corner of 2000 Atmospheres, we have our Italian Terran player leading the series 2-1, one game away from qualifying for the OSC Championships. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Zerg player. The blue Zerg representing onside. It is Rex. We go. But again, a big shout out to Hatsu for the raid, and thank you so much for resubscribing for 5 months. Thank you so much again. Hope you had a great cast, and I hope that any kind of technical issues have been resolved, and we'll be able to you'll be able to join us and cast in the upcoming qualifiers. So catching up in the chat. Pride of Altar. Oh, yo, I hated Pride of Altar. As a Zerg player, I was not fond of it. I was not fun. Am I thinking of Blood Boil, or am I thinking of another map? Blood Boil Liquipedia. Blood Boil Ellie. Large snowy map. Pocket base. Yeah, this is the map. Yo, let's go. I love this map, like, aesthetically. I want to say there were 2 maps like this that were red and white. And it's just an accent and a color scheme that we don't see enough. We don't get to see enough of it. Beautiful. A map made by Avex. This was in the map pool in 2017. Oh my god, I can't believe it's been that long. It's been a couple of years. Meanwhile, Babe Marine is going to be going for a 2-Rax opener. 2-Rax Reaper. Now, we could double down and go for a 3rd Rax in the main base, but based on the SV positioning, it looks like a CC on the low ground, so just 2 Raxes to begin with, as we have loaded into 2,000 atmospheres. And again, it's been so long. In my brain, whenever I see this map, I can see the Proxy Marauder. This was back when Proxy Marauder was very much so in the meta, and you'd see it very commonly here in between this tall grass in a lot of matchups. It was disgusting. Meanwhile, the Reaper has arrived, going to be dancing with these drones, going for a drone kill. Looks like we almost get one. Whew, very close. This Reaper is going to be forced back. Reapers forced back. Additional Reapers are on the way. The goal of this opener, by the way, from the Terran player is to contain the Zerg to 2 bases. And Rex is being contained. There is no 3rd base whatsoever. Queen production well underway. Additional Lings are amassing. And yeah, so far this has been quite successful. Behind this, we don't just have the natural on the way, we have a third CC as well. So Babe Marine getting into a more economic transition, already working towards Stim, Combat Shields, and Marines. How many Reapers did we make? We made 4 Reapers. Ideally, you want to make 3 Reapers and then transition out, so we made an extra Reaper here just in case. And, of course, Rex is still stuck on 2 bases, just now taking a 3rd. So just a very strong start here from the Terran. And Rex is going to have to recover. So typically, when your 3rd base has been delayed for this long, the Zerg is kind of tempted, or, quite tempted to take a faster 4th to try to recover, to try to catch back up. That is kind of the direction that we want to go in. Abyssal Reef. That's a map. Oh my god. I believe Abyssal Reef was around when we first were hosting our events back in 2017. That was a map though. That was beautiful. The first map where units floated up into the air. Every single flight, just everything would just float up into the air. It was beautiful. Good times. Meanwhile, across the map, Overlord's being shut down. Again, Babe Marine with a very economic opener, now just getting into his factory and his starport. Working on his transition, and overall he's looking pretty safe here back at home. Rex gets supply block, and Rex, he's working on double Evo chambers here. So again, he's just trying to cut his own corners. We spoke about this before, but it is a little bit greedy here to kind of like skip your lair and skip your bathing nest, but it looks like he has recognized that his opponent is being very economic, so is cutting corners behind this. Lane's going to be able to take control of this Onaga. Babe Marine moving out with some Marines, but again, he shouldn't really be committing. Just trying to get his 3rd base up and running. Just getting in position, and we're easing our way into the mid game. with that, the Lings are going to be racing back home. Lair just now on the way, bailing us as well. Rexy should be able to get away with all this delayed tech, like should be able to get it up and running. Fourth base is being taken, and both players are just kind of recovering from the early game. Again, more so Rex trying to catch up, and Baby Marine just establishing his third and enjoying it so far. Things are soon to bob off now that the medevacs have hit the field. Medevac production now underway. The first double job moving out towards the left-hand side. Stim is done, bear that in mind. And combat shields is finishing up in a couple of seconds. Lings have been spotted. And Baby Marine is looking to retake control of these Zonagas. Ling round by does threaten the third base, but the tank is in position. Ooh, big tank shot's going to be going off. We're trying to force some friendly fire, and we get one SCV. But that was every single Ling going down. A good trade for the Terran. Double jump coming in. Ling Bane is getting in position again. Bathing speed still hasn't started. Which is a bit of an oversight. Rex. And hyper-fixated here on the army. Good target firing out of Baby Marine. Gets two. Does snipe two Bailings. Gonna be threatening a drop into the main. Again, Bailing speed hopefully does start up soon here for our Zerg. Hydrogen on the way. And so far, Rex should be able to keep up with this. Again, it's just a double drop. There's no like second push on the right hand side. We do dive into the middle line. Good target firing on the drones. We get 5 workers, but a medevac goes down. A brutal loss there for the Terran. And there it is. 2-2 is on the way. Bailing speed is on the way. And the game is going to be settling from here. Things are looking good for Baby Marine there. He was trading well initially, but after losing a full medevac, that was a brutal loss. And now Rex, he's just establishing himself. Hydra's in production. Droning up to 71. Honestly, Rex, he should be able to have the freedom to drone up to 80. Baby Marine's still just chilling back at home, working on a 4th CC. We are getting into a longer game. It's happening. It is going to be happening. Yeah, Infestation Pit being thrown down. Hive Tech soon to be unlocked. Hive Tech, Vipers, Lurkers, Adrenal. We haven't really embraced the late game at all tonight, and that could be changing here. Do take a bailing to the face. Medevacs are being forced back. So far, Rex is holding. And his creep is looking pretty damn good here in the center of the map. He's reaching that halfway mark. There's 14 workers. So Rex droning up to 80. Baby Marine going to be going on his own double drop. The split pushing has begun, and we have to gain some value here. I feel like there's quite a bit of pressure on the Terran to deny some of these bases, to get into a mineral line if possible, to clear up as much creep as we can. A good trade against the Lings. To shave off a lot of Lings. 4th base is getting up and running. Sensor towers are finishing up. Good SimCity here at the 3rd. Just essentially a full wall with those tanks. Played against Lumia on that map in the finals. Yeah, that was... I played against Lumia on that map in the semis. I still remember. I remember that was back when I was going Ling Bane Ultra. Rushing into Ultras, but good times. Army has been spotted. Bailing's still on the way. We have the Lurker Gen on the way here for our Zerg. But now just hyper-fixated on Ling Bane Hydra. A lot of creep is going to be receding. Looks like Rex getting ready for his own counterattack even. Rocks are being knocked down. Baby Marine, he's going to be backing off. He's going to be rotating over towards his 3rd. And so far, Baby Marine taking note of those changelings. Sensor towers are finishing up. And that is 2 more CCs on the way. I believe that's the Ghost Academy. Yep, Ghost Academy is done. Cloak in production for those ghosts as well. Yeah, we're getting into this. We're walling off. That's a third TC. We are just completely turtling up here. And we are looking to extend this game. Meanwhile, Rex happily mining on all his bases. Vipers have arrived. And this is where things kind of shift in favor of the Zerg. With the arrival of these Vipers, suddenly these entrenched positions, they aren't as terrifying. They aren't as intimidating as they otherwise would be. We can break these positions with Vipers, with Blinding Clouds or Abductions. Meanwhile, we have +2 vehicle weapons, additional factories on the way. We should be transitioning into mech, into mech ghost, essentially. That's kind of the ideal late game Terran composition in TVZ. It's like tank, ghost, Thor, Liberator. And we're getting there. Speaking of libs, Liberator production has commenced. We have the fusion core on the way, 2 more starports as well. So again, just mass tank, lib, ghost. We're in for a long one. it's happening. Oh boy. Medevac drop is going to be forced back. So over time, Baby Marine, he wants to throw away some of these Marines and Marauders. Like, they aren't going to be as useful as time goes on. Just because we're transitioning into mech. But he doesn't want to throw away too much, just because he is exposing himself. He's trying to take another base. Meanwhile, Rex, he's amassing an army. We do have the Spire on the way for a greater Spire for Broodlords. Meanwhile, Rex is going straight for the 5th. Blinding Clouds are thrown down. Bailey's able to connect. They have big connections on the Marines. And it looks like we will break this position. Tank's going to be going down as well. And Rex, he's just overwhelming Baby Marine. He just was not ready for the attack whatsoever. He had 2 tanks and they got shut down. Marines, they get swallowed up as well. And before Baby Marine could max out, before he could really wall up and transition and force a late game, it looks like he may have just been broken here and now. And we're diving on the army, getting on top of the tanks. Rex says no to your late game. He's like, wait, we're not going to be in here for 45 minutes. It's not happening. Pushing in here at 13. Breaking the 5th. Breaking the 3rd. Nidus into the main as well. And Rex, he is swarming out of control. The swarm is here. There's just nothing left for Baby Marine. The Nidus finishes in the main base. He has a tank. He's trying to maintain this position. And he can maybe hold on to his main, but what about to everything else? As Rex is going to be backing up, remaxing, rebuilding, just making sure these bases have been denied. Knocking Baby Marine down to 2 CCs. He's got his main, and he's got his 3rd. His natural, non-existent. It doesn't exist, not anymore. As they're pushing in for a 2nd time here. No Vipers, no Blinding Clouds, so we're getting on top of the tanks. Liberation has arrived. We have freedom, but it may just be too little too late. It's not enough freedom, Pat. Not enough. So Rex is being forced back. Again, Greater Spires on the way for those Broodlords. Rex maxing out. Do we have any Vipers? We do. We have 2 Vipers topped up full of energy. So we can come back together. Can come back. Another Nidus into the main base has been spotted. Again, I don't think Rex cares too much about the main. Yeah, everything's just so wide open at this point. Baby Marine, he's just lost a little bit too much. Big parasitic bombs here on the Medevacs, and the Baileys are rolling in. They're rolling into the planetary. GG gets called, and Rex ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. Let's go. We are going all the way into game number 5. Again, Baby Marine, he was just trying to wall off, trying to turtle up and solidify himself on 5 CCs. But just as he was taking his 5th, that's when he was at his most vulnerable. That's before he had his SimCity up and running, before he was able to reposition his tanks, before he got into Liberator production as well. That was when he was the most vulnerable, the most exposed. That is exactly when Rex pushed in and was able to break Baby Marine before he could really wall up, before he could really settle into the late game. And that means that we're going all the way to the ace match. It comes down to one final game on site Delta. Wait, what? Am I confused? Wait. Did we already play on Ocean? We did. Okay. Yeah, my bad. I was a little bit perplexed. I had the wrong map order. Here we go. Side Delta. It all ends here. All ends in game 5. Yo, I see Saito in the chat. It's been a while. Has been a while. Catching up. Get your boats ready. Quack, quack, Mr. Ducksworth. Quack, Bobby, quack. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta. We have our Italian Terran player. He was up 2-0. He is still one game away from advancing on, from qualifying for the OSC Championships. One more is all he needs. It's the Red Terran. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. The best Zerg player in all of Taiwan, representing Onside, clawing his way back into this, forcing the ace match. It is Rex. Here we go. Again, Rex, just give this man a fourth. Give him a solid, stable economy, and Rex can get out of hand. And I feel like we have now kind of witnessed kind of the strengths and weaknesses of our players. Baby Marine has been very active in the games that he has won. He's just been hyper aggressive and very in the face of Rex, just never allowing him to get a stable 4 or even 3 base economy. Just constantly harassing, constantly aggressing upon the Zerg. But if Rex is able to, again, settle into the mid game, settle into his own economy, and get a solid base count up and running, then Rex can be a lot more comfortable and a lot more formidable. So we'll see how this all unfolds in the ace match and what kind of approach Baby Marine has. For now, Rax Expand. Standard opener here from our Terran player, likewise standard opener from our Zerg. Rex isn't really one to cheese or be overly aggressive. He has been known to play into roaches and go for roach all-ins, that is true, but we haven't seen any roaches yet this series. I mean, some games Rex wanted to make roaches, especially game 1 where he got all-ins, but wasn't quite able to get there. But we'll see how they approach Site Delta. Again, Site Delta is a very wide open map. These bases are very vulnerable, they're very spread out and spread apart as well. Relatively longer rush distance by ground compared to some of these other smaller maps, but yeah, these Site Delta does typically lean towards longer games. As Rex has arrived, sorry, Baby Marine has arrived, it's going to be just dipping into that mineral line. Third base has been taken. Rex going to be able to zone Baby Marine away. He wants the tumor. Up. Won't be able to get it. Tumor does survive. And Baby Marine behind this, getting into his factory. We should be getting into either a starport or a follow-up CC. We have the minerals for it. Looks like Baby Marine is opting to go for... Ooh. Opting to go for a 1-1-1. Okay, an aggressive opener. Looking like a Banshee-based opener here from Baby Marine. We'll see if that's where we go. Hellion production well underway. Now, if you recall, the last time we saw this, it didn't really work in favor of Baby Marine. It was on Oceanborn, where our Terran player here got caught out. So he got caught out with his Hellions. They all got cleaned up. But, oh, speaking of, we are going for a bit of a different twist here with this build. It is not going to be mass Hellion into Banshee. We make 2 Hellions initially for map control, and we're going into Cyclones instead. Not Hellions. Okay. Cyclone production is underway. We have the Liberator as well. Hellions, we dive into the natural bold move here from Baby Marine. He does force a lost mine time, but the Queens have arrived and we do lock down these Hellions. They all get cleaned up, and this was not the dive that we were really hoping for. A big loss for the Terran. That was 2 Hellions and a Reaper for 1 Ling. The trade is just not there. Roach Warren is thrown down. We spoke about Roaches earlier, and Roaches will help Rex quite a bit here, especially against all these Cyclones and Hellions. Do we throw down a second? I'm feeling a second factory. 1 Liberator has arrived. We have a second Liberator on the way. Do we start up Stim? We do start Stim. Bio. Let's go. So a really quirky opener here from our Terran player. Going Hellion into Cyclone into Bio. There we go. Raxes are on the way. Liberator does rock up here in the main base. Late reaction out of Rex. We'll be losing 2, 3 drones go down. As well as some larva. Queens have to rotate into the main base. So much damage is being dealt here in the main. And at the same time, the Hellion Cyclone looking for a way in. Looking for a vulnerable position here. Liberator getting reestablished. They get another drone, but does get shut down. Roach speed underway. Hellions have been, Cyclones have been revealed. We dive up the Queen. Let's transfuse. The Queen does survive. Now, what's important here is that based on what Rex is building, he is setting up for, it looks to be an all-in. Like, a lot of worker damage is being dealt. There is no 4th base. We're not droning. There we go. We are now re-droning behind this. But it doesn't feel like he's fully aware of what's going on. What I mean specifically is no Evo Chambers. No Evo Chambers, no upgrades. Rex doesn't really have a lot of longevity, or his army doesn't scale too well here into the mid-game. He could opt to go for a Baneling Nest to go Ling Bane Roach instead. Rex is still piecing this together. There's an Overseer. There we go. Changeling dipping in is denied by the Hellions. There we go. Now we have double Evo Chambers. 4th base in production. But Baby Marine, with this Marine Marauder drop, he has actually a lot of potential. Roaches, they don't trade amazingly. Yeah, Rex getting supply blocked. 6 Overlords on the way. Double drop coming in. At the same time, we do have a Ling counterattack getting ready to dive in as well. But we are in position. So Baby Marine, he's ready to defend and ready to attack. There goes the Stim. Dive in towards that 3rd base. We're getting to the middle line. A lot of drones are going to be going down. Oh my god. 5, 6, 7, 8 workers fall. 9 drones in total. Really good target firing. But oh god. Bit of miscontrol. Bit of mispathing there. As Baby Marine did just react to that Ling counterattack. Cleans up the Lings. And Baby Marine, he has momentum. He's up in workers. Cleaned up the counterattack. The Queens are overextending. We can't fight here. Every single Queen is going to fall. We get the 1st, we get the 2nd, and the 3rd. A big loss there for Rex. And now we can go straight for the drones once again. So the full workers go down. Very limited anti-air. We cannot shut down these drops. And Babe Marine, he is not slowing down. Behind this is that Baneling Nest. It's going to be Ling Bane. We have the Infestation Pit for Hive Tech for, I hope, Infestors, but no Infestors yet. Like, Infestors, they pair very well with Roaches just because they can shut down drop play with Fungals and shut down a Bio Army, but Rex is just committed to Ling Roach Ravager instead. And I'm concerned. As the drop play does continue. How many Queens do we have? We have only 4 Queens. We have 1 to inject each base, which means we dive into the 4th. 5 workers go down. Can we focus on the base itself? It's going to be close. Down to half HP. And Babe Marine, he's just building up a death pool of a bio army. Marines, Marauders, tanks. Oh my god! Never. Rex, calm down. Biles down a full medevac. That I was not expecting. So very nice pickoff here from Rex. A good start. You can see that Rex, he's keeping up in army supply, but the soup does lie. A lot of the supply is inflated because of the Roach Ravager. It is very supply intensive. Vipers are on the way. Adrenal, Hive is done. We don't have the best upgrades, unfortunately, for Rex, just because it's been a little bit disjointed, just now working on +1 melee. You can see that Rex is trying to get out of Roach Ravager into Ling Bane. But here comes a push. Now, there is a world where Rex can engage here, especially if he catches the army on siege. At the same time, a big Ling counterattack. Babe Marine out of position, racing back home. Does catch some of these things at the same time, pushing onto creep. Pushing right through the center. But there's barely any creep here. Banelings, they get shut down. We are forcing just so much of this creep to recede. Tanks are going to leapfrog forward. Babe Marine, he is not slowing down. Ultra Cavern on the way. Let's go. Ultra Cavern Ling Bane going to try to engage. Ooh. The tanks are a little bit far back. We do need to bring them forward. We do need to be a little bit more assertive here. As Babe Marine is reinforcing, the Ling Bane coming in from the left-hand side, from the right. Blinding Clouds are thrown down, but there are so many tanks. The spread is too good, and the Banelings, they will not touch the army. Every single Baneling goes down, or most Banelings go down. And Babe Marine, he can keep pushing, and Rex, oh, that was a big blow to his army. He is not ready for this. He's not ready for the second wave. He just traded too poorly, too inefficiently. Now again, the tanks are quite far back, so Rex has a little bit of breathing room here to rebuild. He's remaxing. The Viper's topping up on energy. And Babe Marine, he has momentum, but he's got to use it. He's got to push. Speaking of, Ling counterattack catches a tank, and we are pulling away the attention of Baby Marine. Yeah, Lings, they get onto another base, another mineral line, and Babe Marine, he's turning everything around. Oh my god, he was up 30 or 40 supply a couple of seconds ago. But now he's just racing back home. Ultras are on the way. Rex, can he come back? He catches some tanks. Oh my god. Rex? Pulling off a bit of a miracle here. Can he engage? Blinding Clouds are thrown down. Power bombs as well. Banelings, they try to collapse on these Marines, but they do not get close. Rex, gotta be careful not to overextend. Have to back up. And Ravagers are getting picked up as well. The Marine army just getting out of hand, getting out of control. How many Banelings? 2. We have 2 Banelings with the army. 12 Banelings on the way. Ling Rambai gets another tank. Oh my god. We're just picking a second tank as well. The MVP Ling. So many tanks falling here, and Rex, he's recovering. He's keeping up. He's catching up in upgrades, pushing through the center. Goso, they have arrived. Big snipes on the Ultras. Big EMP as well. And the Vipers go down, and we can still collapse on this army. Wiles, they will not connect. And off of creep here, we just cannot engage. Rex is being pulled apart. The Roaches, the Lings, the Banelings, they all get shut down. There's only Ultras remaining against all these ghosts. The Ultras, they cannot touch this. Being forced back. 3 Ultras remain. And Babe Marine, he can chase this down. He knows it. We have Vikings? Yeah, sure. Couple of Vikings in the mix. Help out against those Vipers. We have a second starport on the way. Fusion core as well for Liberator range. Getting into Lib Ghost. Triple drop here towards the south. Baby Marine repositioning towards the north. As we do see Baby Marine, yeah, just continuing to harass here, going for a triple drop towards the south, catching a mineral line, and he will dive on top of this base as well. Hatchery's going to be going down. Drones and Rex, he just cannot keep up. Not anymore. He's being pulled apart. Infestors have arrived. We do get a fungal. We do catch a medevac, but we're not done. Oh, God. Full medevac goes down. Rex, he's trying desperately here to recover. Shuts down these drops. These are still expensive trades for the Zerg, and he is down to 70 workers trying to get these bases up and running. Meanwhile, Baby Marine, he's chilling on a 5 base economy. He's almost on 90 SEVs. The drop play continues. And Rex, just because of the course of this game, he has barely any creep spread, barely any map control, map vision, map presence. Does have an army, don't get me wrong. He can take a fight. But Baby Marine is not giving him a head-to-head fight. He's sniping bases, picks up, gets the hell out of there. Just going for constant harass, constant drop play. This is something that Rex cannot keep up with. Spire is now in production for some Corruptors, potentially Broodlords. A way to shut down the drops. See Baby Marine repositioning here towards the north. He is going to be pushing. Scans ahead of time. He does see the Infestors. Okay, if Rex can land like a juicy fungal, if he can connect with like the best fungal he can on these ghosts, on the army, if Baby Marine fights with only half his force, then there's a world where Rex can take a fight. What's scary is that he has to trade very efficiently because Baby Marine has a bank and our Zerg player doesn't. Oh. As additional Liberators have arrived, denying quite a lot of mining here. Do we have any queens? We have 3 queens. Oh, God. Getting very limited anti-air. Baby Marine is pushing through. Liberation zones have arrived to show us the fungals. Oh, we do graze the army. We catch some of the medevacs, but they do escape. The medevacs escape, and our Overshield is going to be shut down. Baby Marine, he barely loses anything. This space is being cut off here from Rex, and instead he's going for a big counterattack. Like, there's not much else that Rex can do. He's going to find some workers. Again, he's forcing the Terran to turn back around, catch some tanks even. Gets 2 tanks, gets a couple of SCVs. Oh, is getting caught out though. Big snipes. God, as these libs. All we need is like a couple of Widowmines waddling in. Or just a drop. And Baby Marine, he knows that this base is just free pickings. Nuke here towards the south. Uh-oh. Do we have detection? No detection! We have to pull away. There we go. The ghost does get shut down. At the same time, though, we take out this northern base. There's no saving it. Hatchery will fall. Drones, they borrow just to escape. Do love to see it. Corruptors have arrived. The Lings will be coming in. They take down a good chunk of those Widowmines. But we're gonna commit to the engage. Rex bleeding out a lot of Ling Bane. Gonna be taking this northern base. Baby Marine, there we go. Now we can commit. We've been waiting for this. Now that he has enough Liberators. he can start pushing and he won't be stopping. As I say that, big surround. Main tries to engage at the same time. A big link counterattack as well, forcing Baby Marine to turn almost everything back around as well. Yeah, Lings, they do crash in. They take down 11 ACVs. The Baylings, they go for the ghosts. Oh, there's no detection. No, there is no detection. The Baylings being forced back. We are doing a lot of damage. We are taking down a base, taking down some production. But this is still an expensive trade here for Rex. And remember, Baby Marine has a bank, Rex doesn't. Rex, he's still on a lower worker count. He's burning through his bank. Rex down to 140 supply. And Baby Marine, he's still got 4K in the bank. Oh my god. 4K essentially. Cashes the drones. It's basically been an uphill battle here for the past like almost 10 minutes for Rex, and he's had some moments, is what I will say. He has had some good moments here in this game. And because of the size of Side Delta, it's just been really hard for Baby Marine to really ever commit to a big fight, because whenever he does commit, Rex goes for a big counterattack. Time and time again. Speaking of, can he get himself these ghosts? Forcing friendly fire. He's going for the Medivacs. Does abduct. Does take down a full Medivac full of ghosts. A second Medivac as well. Big pickups. A really good engage there from Rex. That was great. That was like, what, like 12 ghosts? It's crazy. Corruptors, they go for the base, they go for Planetary. They're going to be able to bring down this CC as well. Planetary does fall. But the Corruptors are left idle. Okay, left idle for a moment. They run into the Widow Mines. Big mine shots. Another hatchery did fall. Rex down to half the army supply of his opponent. And Baby Marine, he doesn't know that. There's nowhere mine shots can be going up. They get baited out. Very few Medivacs here for Baby Marine, so he has to be a little bit careful. Has to be careful not to overstim. The CC's on the way. Mass Mule Hammer as well. Oh my god, that's a lot of mules. Rex, he does catch an army. Does catch a couple of ghosts, but once again, he just cannot engage. Not with the main force of Baby Marine. Speaking of, reinforcements are set towards the top right. Hatchery will fall. At the same time, the Planetary hasn't been rebuilt. It's an orbital. Again, Rex being as annoying as possible. Taking down a base. We gotta go. As I believe Baby Marine, he has scouted bottom left. He's taking top right. Rex trying to sustain himself here. Still in a low worker count. 43 drones is all he has left. Barely an economy. Pushes in, but he runs into the main army of Baby Marine. Big EMP here on the Vipers. Big snipes. It looks like this should be the final push, as Baby Marine is getting on top of the final mining base of Rex. There's just barely anything behind this. The hatchery is going to be going down. And Rex is getting knocked down to 29 drones. Oh no! 26. 26 workers left. This is his final base here. He has one hatchery mining. And Baby Marine just taking this very slow and steady. He takes out a base, then he backs off. Backs off, rotates around. We can see that Rex is rotating as well. Planetary is getting up and running. We're going to get a couple of SCVs. Bailings, they roll in as well. We don't want to waste the Bailings. Oh, do we have Borrow? We do have Borrow, but no mines. No mines. The Vikings, they do arrive. We're catching the final army here of Rex. Big Bailey connections. Yeah, a good trade with the ground force. But the Vikings, they reign supreme. They shut down all the Corruptors. And GG gets called, and Baby Marine has done it. He brought it back here. He had a 2-0 lead in this series, and he brings it back in the ace match. He will qualify for the OSC Championships. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations to Baby Marine here for taking the series in the end, for taking down Rex in a best of 5 in the ace match. Oh, it was quite back and forth overall, but here on site Delta, again, really early on, Baby Marine, he gained a lot of momentum. He was able to pick his opponent apart, cripple the economy, trade well against the army, and it did feel like Rex was one step behind for most of this game. He was just behind in the worker count, behind in his bank, his base count as well. Rex was having a really hard time holding on. Baby Marine was playing very tentatively. He was playing very, like, safe. I mean, it's the ace match, so it makes sense. But Baby Marine, he was taking very few risks, which is why the game did go on a little bit longer, is because Baby Marine, he would pick off a base, then back off, then snipe a mineral line, then back off, then maybe pick off a couple of ultras, and then retreat as well. Like, again, just very careful play out of our Terran player, just making sure he didn't slip up, just making sure that he never gave his opponent an opportunity to come back. And with that, congratulations, we have our first qualified player, and we are here to determine who makes it out next. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Future has been patiently waiting, and he is up against Battle B in a TVT. Here we go. We did miss out on Future versus Akedon, unfortunately, and that was a 2-0 in favor of Future. And now we're getting ready for our next series. Battle B versus Future. America versus Europa. I'm here for it. This could go either way. Now, if you're a fan of Rex, do not fret. He's going to be knocked down to the lower brackets, to the third place match, where he's going to be facing off against the loser of this series. So remember, 3 players qualify in this qualifier. We already have our first making it through. We still have to determine our next 2 players as well. Also, we have to pay out predictions. Predictions will be paid out even. Qualifying match. Future versus Battle B. Alright, so I don't blame our players, but it looks like they are a little bit MIA. They have been patiently waiting for quite some time. And we're going to be going on a short break here. Okay, we're going to be going on a short break. Our players are just currently getting things ready for us, and we will be getting ready for our second qualifying match of the night. So we're going to be taking this moment, take a break. We'll see you guys soon for Future versus Battle B. welcome back everyone, welcome back. We just determined our first player to qualify for the main event, to qualify for OSC Championship. That was of course Baby Marine taking down Rex in a very close best of 5, and now we are here to determine who comes out next. Up next we have Future versus Battle B, and if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets here on who you think is going to be the next player to make it through. Will it be the American Terran or the German Terran? Up to you. Up to you to decide. As game number 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Predictions open. Here we go. As a quick reminder as well, there is a command in the chat, !OSC, if you want to support this tournament, if you want to support the OSC Championships via Kickstarter, then you can do so. Sorry, Indiegogo. God, I keep mixing it up. Not Kickstarter. Indiegogo, there is a way to, of course, help fund and help support the tournament. If you wish, you can do so. Otherwise, we can all sit back and enjoy the qualifiers. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our blue Terran player representing Matcherino Esports. It is Future. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player representing Berserker Esports. It is Battle B. And we haven't casted enough Battle B here on the channel. Again, he's been an up-and-coming player for quite some time. He was very active at the start of 2023. It feels like in the center, in the middle of 2023, he took a bit of a step back. He wasn't as active. He wasn't as... Again, he wasn't as active when it came to online events, so it's great to see him return. It's great to see Battle B return to form. But how does he compare to a player of the caliber of Future? For those who don't know, Future did spend a lot of time in Korea last year. Future, he was living with Scarlet, he was living with Estrella. They were all staying together in Korea for the majority of the year. Around October, or even just before that, I want to say around September or so, is when Future did return, just in time for DreamHack Atlanta and ESL Masters Winter. Returned to the Americas, and did compete in that event as well. I mentioned before that I do think the Future kind of underperformed in ESL Masters Americas. I'm not too sure if that's really, again, if it really does showcase like the kind of form that he's in. Future has been taking down a lot of big name Korean players like DRG, players like Shin, players even like Classic as well. He has been going toe-to-toe with them as well. So it's been really cool to see Future thrive over the past year. It's been really cool to see him return, because Future did retire for a while. He did retire for a number of years and did come back to competitive play at the start of the year. And yeah, it was really impressive to see him kind of spike up in skill and return to form. Here we go. The first Reaper has arrived again. A bit of a fake proxy here from Future, going straight for the SCV, but he will not get it. Reaper is forced back, and the SCV is saved. I love that Future went for a fake proxy, but Battle B didn't even SCV scout. Like, Battle B, he has no idea what's going on. As Future was just trying to be a little bit cheeky with his opener. Does arrive with the second Reaper. Gonna be pushing up the ramp. Battle B does have the high ground. Both players will end up shooting, and it looks like Future does shoot first. Future comes out on top, takes down the first Reaper, shuts down the SCV, delays the command center, and things are escalating out of control, going straight for that Reaper. Cyclone arrives just in time, and Battle B will hold. Phew. That was very close. The Reaper barely did survive, and Battle B is going to be able to hold on, but did lose quite a lot here. Lost a lot of momentum, delayed his command center. His opener was disrupted. As behind this, he's getting into a 1-1-1, getting into Cyclone production. Now, if you are familiar with modern TVT, you would know that Cyclones are a big part of it. You can commit to mass Cyclone production to get up to around 10 to 12 Cyclones just for early game aggression and early game map control. You can of course harass, you can poke, you can prod, you can commit, and then from there you can get into tank production and a more traditional form of TVT. As we can see, both players committing. We do have a medevac on the way, so Future's going to be going for a Cyclone drop. Meanwhile, Battle B just producing and cranking out as many Cyclones as he can. Now, Future does have the slight economic lead. Hellion does bypass the Cyclones, dips into the natural, going to get potentially an SCV. Oh, does get one. Cyclones are forced to turn back around. And they will be scouted here by the Hellion. Does confirm the additional Cyclone production. Future is going to be pushing. But Future is down heavily when it comes to the Cyclone count. In a head-to-head fight, Battle B will take this. But it's about whether or not Battle B will be in position. Oh. As Battle B moves out, and Future is moving in. So things are about to get very chaotic. Future actually stops Cyclone production. He's going to tanks. The first tank is halfway done. And the job does get into the main base. SCV is going to be going down. Battle B, he's committed. He's not turning around. As we get 5 SCVs in the main, we're going to get a 6th SCV as well. At the same time, Battle B, he dives into the natural base. The tank is about to pop out, but we are losing so much. The 5 Cyclones are getting out of control. They shut down the Marines. Tank is sieging, but we lose 11 workers. 12 workers go down, and Future, he has lost control of the low ground. At the same time, across the map, we lost our Cyclones. Future, he was able to take down 7 workers, but not much more than that. And Battle B, after having a bit of a shaky start, is snowballing out of control. He's like, mate, did you really stop making Cyclones? What the hell? Do you know how to TVT in current era? It's all about the Cyclones, Papi, and with that, Battle B, he takes a massive worker lead. The one advantage that Future has is earlier tank production, that is true, but Battle B, he extends his lead by taking a 3rd CC on location. Battle B, he knows he has map control, he knows he has momentum, so he's getting further and further ahead. Meanwhile, there's a lot of pressure on Future, and we're pushing out. Future, he needs to get some counter damage done, as he catches a couple of Ravens. So far, good juggling, auto turrets are thrown down. A Marine does get picked off. But clutch juggling there from Future, keeping his tanks alive. Banshee production has continued. We are investing into Cloak. But against Ravens, Cloak Banshee is going to have a hard time getting damage done. Again, we did make another wave of Cyclones. Marine production underway for Battle B. A disable has been researched for both players. Yeah, and boys are being pulled. They can repair. They can throw down a couple of bunkers. As the tanks are being topped up and we are trying to get on top of the CC. The CC finishes, which means we can just lift and get the hell out of there. Battle B is getting away with his greed. But Future leapfrogging forward with these tanks. And again, his tank advantage is being flexed right now. Yeah, we can see that with these Cyclones, we just counter engage. Not yet, we're just building up the Cyclone count. We're waiting for the opportune moment. Remember, we can disable, and that's a lot of Ravens. We pull the boys, and we disable almost every single tank. Auto turrets are thrown down as well, and Battle B should shut this down. Cleans up the Banshees, cleans up the tanks. We lose a handful of SCVs. There's 1 tank left, and it does fall. Battle B holds, and remember, he gets away with a 3rd. It's already an orbital. No fear. Battle B's up in bases, up in workers, up in Ravens. And Future is in a lot of trouble. He's backing off. Again, there was just so much riding on that push, and he was able to achieve a little bit, don't get me wrong, but again, really patient play out of Battle B, just building up that Cyclone count a little bit further before collapsing on that position. Really well done. And Future, he's getting into mech. Yeah, it makes sense. 2 more factories. Again, Future, he knows he's behind, so he has to trade as efficiently as possible. And what better way to do that than with mech? But we have a disable. Auto turret gets shut down. We get on top of the Raven as well, and Future is going to get cleaned up. A very expensive loss for Future. He escapes with 1 tank, but he lost his Raven and his other tank as well. 4th CC is on the way. We don't even need a 4th, but it's on the way as Future's taking his 3rd. Battle B just, again, furthering his lead here. Still keeping all of his Ravens alive. Tank production well underway. We're done. The era of the Cyclone has come and gone. Battle B, of course, came out ahead in that era. Now we're getting into tanks. Now, Future is not out of this. As I mentioned before, it is going to be mech. So he's going to be turtling, right? We could be in for a long one. we could be in for a bit of a longer one here as we're just building up the tank count. We're just walling up, fortifying ourselves. And there's a world that if Battle B is a little bit too cavalier with his army, if he's a little bit too adventurous, then Future cannot trade him. 100%. He cannot trade him. He can bounce back. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle here for Future, but it is possible. But this is the problem. Like, I would have a little bit more faith in Future's ability to come back if there weren't so many Ravens. That's the problem here, is that we have 4 Ravens full of energy. Each of them have a disable. We have a lot of Vikings. These Vikings, they need to zone the Ravens away. Ravens, they're just ignoring them. They're going straight for the tanks. Ooh. One of them almost goes down. So far, Future doing an amazing job here at zoning those Ravens back with the Vikings. If it wasn't for these Vikings, then Future may just die here and now. Vikings, the real MVPs. Future is pushing. Taking a very aggressive stance. How many tanks do we have? We are up to 7 tanks. Shuts down a medevac. 4th CC is being taken. Again, the tank count looking very healthy here for Future. We're on how many Vikings? 8 Vikings. Blue Flame is on the way. 4th CC as well. Hellions going for a dive. They're catching a Mineral Lion. Half a Mineral Lion. SCVs are getting picked up. It's going to be 5 dead workers here at the 4th. Oh. 5 workers for 2 Hellions. Good trade, as we're going to be trading with the Marines as well. Battle B pushing through the left-hand side. Remember, he still retained his Raven count. Like, because these Ravens, he still has diving potential. And these tanks are looking a little bit exposed. Vikings out of position. They do come back. Again, these Vikings are so crucial here to the defense. But Battle B, he finds his way up this ramp. The Vikings are not here. And they're disables. 3 tanks do get disabled. And Battle B, he just races his way into the natural. Tanks are going to be sieging. Oh, it's a one-way trip for Battle B. And he's going to be losing so much here. 2 Ravens go down. We only have a handful left. But the Marines, they take control of the main base. They take control of the production. They get into the Mineral Line, and SCVs are falling. The Ravens, there's no way out. And 2 of them, they all get taken down. Every single Raven. But we get the Armory. Again, a really solid dive. 20 SCVs, the Armory. We trade with the Army as well. And Battle B pushing out with a second army as well. So a second army on the right-hand side. Marines and Marauders going straight for the 4th. Future, he's trying to get back in position. His tanks are just all over the place. Battle B knocking down these rocks. Again, Battle B has mobility on his side. And he's trying to make use of it. Skirting on the edge of that sensor tower. Future is splitting up his army. He's got 3 tanks here on the right-hand side. Repositioning the rest of his tanks here towards the left. Remember, the Raven count was reset, but and because of all these Vikings, we were probably unable to make use of them. We go for the dive. The 3 tanks are exposed. 3 tanks going to be going down. We get on top of the Liberator as well. Future out of position. We go straight for the Planetary. The repairs are not good enough. Too many Marauders. The Planetary falls. Future is being pulled apart. GG gets called, and Battle B will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Will take the first game there. Again, Battle B was in a commanding position for most of this game. Again, the initial Cyclone aggression did go in favor of Battle B, and a lot of pressure was on Future to come back. Eventually, he was kind of forced into mech. I don't know if that was always his plan, or if he was, again, forced into it. And Future made a game. He made a game out of that, right? With mech, he was able to muster up an army that was quite terrifying, but Battle B did a great job at outmaneuvering Future. And with that, Battle B does take the first game. But that was merely game 1, and it's a best of 5. Plenty of games are ahead of us. Plenty more to come. Here we go. we are going to be getting into game número 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of 2,000 atmospheres. It is good to be back. It's been far too long for our second time tonight here. You love to see it. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have our American Terran player representing Matcherino Esports. Down in the series, but it's a best of 5. Plenty of games are ahead of us. It is Future. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player from the land of Germany, representing Berserker Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Battle B. Let's go. I see the Cyclone chat has sparked. Sorry, the Cyclone discussion is sparked in the chat. When it comes to Cyclones being too prevalent, I mean, they are mainly prevalent in TVT. So I would understand if a lot of people that don't like the new dynamic of Terran versus Terran would be opposed to the new Cyclone. As we saw previously, like, again, Cyclones are very much so very prevalent in the early game of TVT, where you do require them. If you don't make them, then you can fall behind and things can very quickly escalate out of your favor, as we saw in game number 1. But that's where they are mainly used. Against Protoss and against Zerg, they're very niche, right? I feel like Cyclones are mainly used against Protoss with eBay blocks. Like, if you get eBay blocked, then Cyclones can really pull you apart. But we have seen the meta shift in such a way where Protoss players are no longer expanding at the third base location. They're just shutting down the eBays, and they're doing a much better job at scouting and denying them. So Cyclones in TVP have died down just because of that. And against Zerg, every now and then, right? There was a Hero Marine in Home Story Cup. It did go Mass Cyclone. Earlier today, we saw a Mass Cyclone all-in take down, I believe it was Mixu or Fiant. It's all blending together. No, sorry, my apologies. It took down Rex. That's it. Rex got caught. He got caught off guard with Mass Cyclone, but it wasn't all-in, and it was heavily reliant on Rex not scouting what was happening, as the Baby Marine was able to take Rex down. But yeah, I would say that the new Cyclone is currently mainly prevalent in Terran versus Terran. Speaking of, Cyclone is on the way. Going to be getting into our expansions as well. And the question becomes, is Future going to embrace the new Cyclone? We saw that it wasn't the case in game number 1. So far, getting into his own 1-1-1 based opener. Hellions are on the way. And we'll see how our players do deviate, and what kind of openers we work with. This time, Future isn't being anywhere near as aggressive with his early game Reapers. He actually skipped his Reapers entirely. Interesting choice. Because that Future hasn't scattered. He hasn't scattered at all here. Just now moving out with his Hellions. His goal here is to get a read on what's happening. And once again, he's going for a Cyclone drop. This time, he is reactoring out the Cyclones, though, which is not what happened in game 1. So we do have a different adaptation out of Future. Meanwhile, there are add-on swaps. Reactor on the factory. Cyclones should be underway here for Battle B, as he does take a more defensive stance, getting into earlier Ravens once again. Meanwhile, Future is not stopping Cyclones, so here we go. We are getting into the Cyclone v Cyclone portion of TVT. Drop is moving out across the map. Is making its way towards the natural. And because of this medevac, basically Future has a lot of micro potential. He can break the lock-ons, and he can overwhelm the army of Battle B. But Battle B, he does have the Cyclone advantage, and the defender's advantage, and he shuts this down. Big lock-ons. And Future is being forced back. He should escape with his Cyclones. Yeah, he should be safe. But no! The pathing! Oh my god, the medevac goes down to Cyclone as well, and things are very quickly snowballing out of control. Battle B has a lot of momentum. Battle B hasn't lost anything. 0 units have gone down for the Red Terran. He's rallying everything across the map. Future is in a lot of trouble. Medevac, Cyclones falling. Too many mistakes here too quickly. And Battle B, he's forcing himself up the ramp. Gets eyes on these Cyclones. We'll back off. Consolidating his army, waiting for reinforcements. Additional Cyclones are on the way. Battlebee, I'm loving this instead. Instead of committing, instead of pushing, third CC on location. Battlebee, he knows he has momentum, he knows he has map control, getting away with that fast third. Disable is done. We're pushing in. Ooh, the auto turret wasn't thrown down in time. Bit of a misstep there from Battlebee. Wasn't able to make use of that Raven. Boys are being pulled. Third CC under threat. Second Raven has arrived. And there's the auto turret. Gonna be adding quite a lot here. Gonna be trading a little bit evenly, as Future does hold. But again, looking at the resources lost, Battlebee has been trading more favorably. Overall, he has been trading better. But the dust will settle. Both players are working on their thirds. Both players are expanding. Things are going to be calming down at least a little bit. And once again, Future playing mech. Okay. We have 2 more factories on the way for Future. Does catch a Cyclone, does catch the Raven. Big pickoffs. Very nice pickoffs here from Future. Suddenly things are swinging in his favor. We can see that Battlebee is transitioning into Bio. Future embracing mech. Cyclones are moving out. Third base has been spotted, but it is going to be under fire. Again, Battlebee has plenty to defend, though, and Future has to be very confident to overextend. The Raven... Oh, God. Get out of here, Poppy. Raven does have to pull back. As Future is establishing his own third. Economies are pretty similar, pretty comparable with each other. We do have Hurricane Thrusters on the way for Future as well. We're able to lock on the Ravens, but the Ravens, they survived. And Future, he is breaking through. He takes control of the low ground of the third base. Future going to be pushing in, but the tank has arrived. And suddenly, with the help of the tank with the auto turrets, Battlebee does hold. Forces back Future. Third CC is still getting up and running. Future, he's committing to mass Cyclone production. He's not switching into tank production yet. More factories are on the way. Mass Cyclone out of Future is interesting. We'll see how well this works. Like, Cyclone versus Cyclone is one thing, but trying to break, like, tank lines and siege lines is a difficult thing to do with this. That's where the Ravens really come into play. We need those disables. We need the Ravens to come in clutch to push in. Meanwhile, Battlebee, again, working towards Stim. Combat Shields 1-1 is finishing up. Future does have the slight economic advantage. He's getting his 4th CC on location, by the way. Battlebee, 1 step behind when it comes to his 4th, and being behind economically against mech is a terrifying thing to really terrifying position to be in. Battlebee is pushing. He does have control of the Zonaga. Planetary about to finish. Battlebee, he scans, he sees the mass Cyclone, and he also does glimpse the Planetary. And Battlebee is going to be slowly falling behind. Future has got a full base, soon to be operational. It's maxing out on pure Cyclone at this point. I love that in game 1, Future avoided the Cyclones and of course died. And here he's like, nah, all in, Bobby. Going all in on pure Cyclone. Now, how many tanks do we have? We have 4 tanks. Scans do reveal that. Again, these Ravens are going to be so crucial to whether or not Future can break any of these positions. Remember, Cyclones are quite fragile. And a bit of mispathing here. 2 Cyclones, they go down for free. Future's going to be careful. At the same time, a massive Marine counterattack here on the right-hand side. Almost catches some Cyclones. Not quite. Just vying for map control. On the Betamax. A big anti-armor missile as we do try to collapse on top of these Marines. Likewise, another anti-armor missile here on the Cyclones. Kiting from Future, but does bleed out a bit too much. Oh no! There we go. Future has to be very careful with his movements, and this I appreciate. Now we're transitioning out of Cyclone into tanks and Hellions. Again, going pure Cyclone really doesn't scale well into the late game, but a big anti-armor missile on both armies. Tanks are a little bit late to the party. Yeah, big disables on the tanks. The tanks are just not adding too much whatsoever, but the Marines, they stim forward. That'll be, he will barely hold on to this position. I'm not too sure how much pushing power he has with this, but he is not stopping. Oh my god. And we're going straight for the third. Everything just rallying across the map. Tanks are in position. Ravens are out of energy. A big tank shot's going to be going off. The boys are being pulled. And it looks like Future should barely be able to hold on. Yeah, he does have the vision. Does outrange Battle B. But if you're curious if you want to play mech, whether it's against Zerg, whether it's against Terran, Cyclone is good for the early to mid game, but it does get outscaled, so you do have to back the hell off of that. Get into tanks, get into Hellions. A much more traditional form of mech at this point. You do need a solid backbone to your army. Fifth base is being taken. Battle B looking to try to catch this as it is being set up. Tanks are sieging, but there's not much to protect them. We thought about going for the dive. We are denying this CC. At the same time, we try to push in the left-hand side, but the Vikings are in position. That'll be being forced back. He gets into the middle line. Every single SCV here going to be going down. Future losing his economic advantage as Battle B gets his own 5th up and running. With pole positioning, Hellion Runback comes in, who does roast up a decent chunk of workers. Base is getting very low. The game is going to be slowing down. We do see that Battle B is now taken to the skies, going for 2 more starports, triple starport production in total, going Mass Viking into Liberators. That's a good way to break a meching player. Because TVT initially is about tanks, true, but soon it's going to be about Vikings and Liberators. More so than tanks. As we drop on top of the oh my god! So we do drop on top of the tanks, get 1. Future still trying to fortify himself. How many Vikings do we have? We have 10 Vikings for Future. Fusion Core on the way for Battle B. He's soon going to be getting into his own Viking production. Tanks are within range. Future just completely walling off here with turrets and sensor towers. Battle B does have to back up. Future getting caught out. How many tanks do we have? 20 tanks here for Future, as yeah, he's going to be committing. But there are so many Marauders in his path. Forcing out sieges. Liberators are on the way. And Battle B has to give up on this position. He cannot stop the wave of tanks that are coming out. Madrak's going to be falling. Battle B bringing the rest of his army over. Vikings have arrived. Battle B has a Viking lead, by the way. He's been slowly amassing them, but a big anti-armor missile. And Battle B has to back off. The CC is going to go down. Oh, it's going to be a kill in the command center. The tanks are within range, and Battle B is being bullied further and further back. Yeah, slow siege is upon us. Future, he takes down one CC, takes down another. And that's going to be a kill. The orbital does go down. We're camping the production. Marines, they still went forward, but there were too many tanks. Far too many tanks here, but it looks like Battlebee, he wins out in the skies. Liberators have arrived, and he's going to be forcing Future back. Remember, at first it's about the tanks, but now it's about the Sky Terran. Vikings, they land. Oh, not too sure about this. All these tanks are going to be cleaned up. That was a costly trade for Battlebee. He had air control and air superiority. Does he still have it, though? He does, okay. He does, as Future is getting into Thor production to help support his air. To help support his Vikings. Again, the reality is that even though Future was forced back, he is still up in economy. He's got 90 SCVs. He took down 2 bases. Future, he's going to be able to remax faster than Battlebee. Battlebee's still recovering. And Future just not giving him a moment to breathe. He returns with a second army already. Battlebee, he needs time. He's making 6 Liberators at a time. Battlebee's got the Viking lead. But the Thors are going ham. Future within range of another planetary. Another base going to be burning down. Battlebee just hasn't been able to go for any drop play. I mean, Future, he has reinforcements back at home. He's ready for a counterattack. Battlebee does have a Liberator lead, but doesn't have the Vikings. He's slowly leapfrogging forward. But the Thors, they outrange. The Thors are here. Battlebee going for a counterattack, a little bit desperate. Planetary burns down. Battlebee still has top left. He's going for a big counterattack. He can maybe snipe a base. I don't think he can touch the planetary, though. He gets on top of the orbital. Orbital is going to go down. Here come the reinforcements at the same time that Future, he takes out top left. We got the mass lid. The freedom has arrived. Oh my god. They're going to go ham here on these tanks. The planetary still falls, though. And that's what matters. Battlebee, his economy in shambles. He's got 2 mining bases, if that's 1.5 bases essentially. Battlebee just doesn't have the economy to sustain himself. Not anymore. Future, he's played mech 2 games in a row so far. Are we going to see nothing but mech out of Future? Is that what's happening? Oh my god, how many lives? Jesus, I was just not expecting that. He takes out everything on the ground. The rest of the army, though, does just walk out of range of the liberation zones. I appreciate the army here out of Battlebee, but it's just a numbers game at this point. And again, he just doesn't have the economy. That's going to be the main base. Sorry, that's going to be the natural floating over. The main base floated towards the 3rd. Again, some desperation here out of Battlebee, just trying desperately to get an economy up and running. He basically has pure Viking live. That's his army right now. And Future is making 5 Thors at a time. Yeah, just pulling back to the safety of the Thors. Liberation has arrived. Oh my god, the splash damage from the Liberators. The Vikings going to be going ham. The Thors trying to get out of range of those liberation zones as well. It looks like the Vikings of Battlebee will come out on top. But what about the Thors? As they take down every single lib. And that means there's nothing to do with the ground army. There's 1 Liberator left. GG gets called and Future fights back, tying up the series 1-1. GG. We have a series. We have a back and forth. Again, Future in game 1 looked like he was kind of forced into mech after falling behind. Here in game 2, from ahead, you know, after having a bit of a stronger start. I mean, initially things were looking dire. don't get me wrong, initially things were looking dire, but then he was able to just get into his 3-base economy, get into a much faster 4th, take an economic lead, run with it, and be hyper aggressive with eventually his tanks. Started off with Mass Cyclone, but eventually got out of that, and GG. With that, we are tied up 1-1. The question becomes, mech again? Do we ever get mech versus mech? I hope not. For my sake, for everyone's sake, I hope not. But we'll see, we'll see. We'll see if BattleB does embrace that. As we're going to be getting into game number 3. Let's go. Here we go. So we are going to be loading on in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our American Terran player, the blue Terran representing Maturino Esports, tying up the series 1-1 in that last game. It is Future. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Terran player, the red Terran representing Berserker Esports. It is BattleB. Go. Meckery. Not like this. Not like this. As we are here to determine who takes a lead. Who takes a lead in this series. Which direction will we go in? As we're getting into double gas openers once again. So double gas here from Future, double gas from BattleB. We're going into delayed economies and delayed expansions into faster factories instead. Now we are loading into hard lead. Now, hard lead is a very small map, very short rush distance by ground. I expect Cyclone aggression this game, 100% from both players. It is very commonplace here on hard lead, and typically it feels like if you don't really conform and if you don't become aggressive yourself, then you can end up falling behind. So we'll see how committed our players become, how aggressive we are here on this map. Again, we should be seeing faster factories. We have a factory on the way for BattleB, factory on the way here for Future. We should be going into delayed expansions. One-base all-ins are a thing in TBT, but they're very rare, and I don't expect any of these players to really whip that out here and now. I would not put it past Future to one-base all-in at some point in this series, but I'm not really feeling it here. Not yet. Maybe if he takes a lead. As we are going for our factory expands from both players. CC's on the low ground. Future going to be coming in with his first Reaper. A bit of a risky maneuver here. Ooh, as BattleB does shoot first, does get extra DPS on the Reaper itself, and Future has to back off. I'm going to rotate into the main base for a bit of scouting information. He does get eyes on the factory and on the reactor on the way. From here, Future going to be retreating, getting into his own setup, getting into his own 1-1-1. Now, important to take note that Future is going for a slightly faster starport here, for potentially a faster drop play. There we go. Cyclone production has commenced. The defensive Cyclone has arrived. Reapers are being forced back. Ooh, and Future does delay the CC on the low ground. Very nicely done. It did pull away the attention of BattleB, does delay the expansion behind this. Ooh, we thought about going for a Cyclone drop, but no, we're going for a fast Liberator. Meanwhile, BattleB... Okay, wait. My apologies. I saw the CC done for Future. I was like, yo, is he throwing down a third CC? Nah, it's just still on the way. It's just heavily delayed. I didn't realize. Didn't realize how late it was, but it is finishing up. We go for the add-on swap. Mass Cyclone here from both players. As I mentioned before, it's hard lead. Hard lead, I expect aggression. We expect to be in each other's faces as much as possible. Really interesting to see Future go for a Liberator instead. I'm really interested to see how this dynamic works. So on the one hand, it does make Future's Cyclones weaker because he can't micro. Battle B is going for a Cyclone drop. He can, of course, juggle his Cyclones, break lock-ons, and sustain himself. Future won't have that available to himself, as his Liberator is going to be pushing across the map. Future's moving out, Battle B's moving in. Uh-oh. We're going to end up in a really awkward position here as Battle B, he does get into the middle line. SCVs and Mule's going to be going down. Meanwhile, Battle B, I'm sure, is aware that, hold up, where's your army? It's moving out. It's moving out across the map. As Future has lost control of his natural base, likewise can Battle B defend back at home. Does pick up. Battle B loses one Cyclone. Likewise, a lot of workers going to be going down. Trading 4 for 4. Battle B losing an extra SCV. Future taking a worker lead. Liberator gets into the main. And got a couple of worker kills. Not too bad. Gets eyes on the third. There we go. Does get eyes on the very fast third CC here from Battle B. So now I can figure out Battle B. What I assumed was happening earlier is actually happening. Fast third. Unfortunately, he did lose a lot of workers. So even though he has a fast third base, it's not as amazing as it otherwise would have been, just because he's falling behind quite heavily here in the economy. So this command center isn't to take a lead, it's to keep up and to catch up in the worker count. Behind this, Future is doubling down on aggression. Still continuing Cyclone production, and we have Banshees, Cloak Banshees on the way. Behind this, we have a bit of a later command center, but Future has map control. He has the larger army, and he's going to be able to assert himself and contain Battle B to 2 bases. At least, I believe that's his goal. His goal is to delay this expansion for as long as possible and to get into his own. Cyclone's going to be clashing. Auto turrets are thrown down. Battle B taking a better fight. Again, he has those Ravens to support. At the same time, we do have the Banshee coming in from behind. SCVs are going down. Battle B, he turns back around as well. It's going to be 6 dead workers. Battle B was in the middle of pushing. And we're not done. We have a second and a third Banshee on the way. And of course, we're still playing mech. God. Look, I'm going to sound crazy. I've seen Future play Bio before. I've seen him do it. I swear. He can make Marines. I believe. Luck light away. He's talking crazy. Future. Never made a Marine in his life. Not like this. But yeah, additional factories are on the way. Future embracing the mech every game so far. And I mean, he is crippling the economy. I mean, Future, he's got 52 workers to the 35 of Battle B. Battle B is pretty all in. He's pretty all in at this point. He does catch a Banshee. Nice pickoff. Something finally going Battle B's way. He has Ravens. He has potential. Here we go. He's looking to deny that third. The Cyclone count in favor. Actually, even Cyclone count between the two players. Boys are being pulled. Going for a drop into the main. Workers still going down. We even shut down the Cyclone in the main. Does fall. Future, he deflects the army. We do have the drop into the main base. Boys are being pulled. A lot of SCVs are going down. A lot of SCVs are falling. But Future still has a worker lead despite this. And across the map, he's breaking into the natural base as well. Ooh, never mind. Running into a wall of auto turrets. Future overextending. But doesn't matter because the Banshee is still wreaking havoc. 8 kills. Finally, it goes down. But just when it looks like Battle B, something is going in his way, right? Where he kills 9 SCVs across the map. He takes a better fight with the Cyclones. He still loses even more workers. He's down 10, 12 SCVs. Third base is being taken. Future, his is already up and running. We have Macfield. Oh God, I keep saying Macfield. Hurricane thrusters on the way. Tank production as well. Throwing down additional factories. And Battle B is soon going to be pushing and soon going to be looking to deny this command center. Future, he's in the driver's seat. Battle B going into double starport already. Oh my god. Okay. Triple starport production this quickly to go into Mass Viking. I mean, it's a bit of a risky maneuver. It's a bit of a Hail Mary play, but I mean, it can help you recover. It can give you a little bit of breathing room when it comes to shutting down the Ravens, the air control, but this is the case. Like, this would be really good if Future was going into tank production, but he's not. He's going to Cyclones. These Vikings aren't going to be as impactful, and I am very concerned. Very concerned here for Battle B. Future scans, he sees the lack of fourth. As Future gets ready for his own. Cyclones are amassing. We do have Stim. We have a handful of Marines, but yeah, we dive on top of this third base. Battle B out of position. Workers going to be going down. The tanks, they siege, and there's no saving this base. There's no holding onto it. There's far too much DPS. 18, 19 SCVs go down. And we're not done. Not even close. Battle B just being bullied back. It's going to be 22 workers going down. And from here, Future can just back off, regroup, recover. Rotate back around. This Battle B is forced to expand here at the linear third base location instead. And Future rotating around again, still maintaining his worker lead. He's got his fourth, soon to be up and running on location. He's got tanks, Cyclones, Blue Flame about to finish up. Going to be rotating around. He does scan. He's not aware where the base is being taken, so he's rotating back here to the triangular third, but there's nothing to kill. Thankfully for Battle B. But from here, Future can just push into the natural. And he's going for it. Now, we do have some tanks on the high ground. Battle B getting into his own kind of Sky Terran. Tanks within range of the starports, though. Oh my god, that's brutal. Yeah, one starport does go down. The other starport within range as well. The plan of going Mass Viking, it's not panning out here. Liberators are sieging. Starport has to back off. Future retreats for a moment to Battle B. Even though he has all these Raxes, he is mainly producing tanks and Vikings. He's going into his own mech, kind of, but we do have some more Raxes on the way. Never mind. Playing bias still. Trying to. This Battle B is attempting to expand here at the central location. Tanks are sieging. Liberator siege as well. Big disables. But Future, it looks like he has an overwhelming army. He's trying to break through. The Liberator's doing a lot of damage, though. Yeah, the two tanks are holding. Liberator's forcing the unsiege. Future just doesn't have enough anti-air. And the Viking Lib is keeping Battle B in this game. Liberator siege, and Future, he just bypasses the army. Going straight for the orbital. And Battle B nowhere he needs to be, once again out of position. GG gets pulled, and Future will take a 2-1 lead in this qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. Again, things got very chaotic early on with both players being aggressive with Cyclones. But again, with the added kind of flair there of Cyclone Lib Banshee out of Future, he was able to pull Battle B apart. He was able to cripple the economy, get ahead in that way, and then eventually transition, of course, into mech by being ahead in the base count and the worker count in almost every which way. GG, well played. And with that, Future needs one more win here, one more game to qualify for the OSC Championships. Battle B needs to win here and now to force the ace match. Can we force out game number 5? Can we get there? We're here to find out. Boy, here we go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the blue Terran player representing Matcherino Esports, leading the series 2-1. One more Unamas is all he needs. It is Future. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player from the land of Germany representing Berserker Esports. It is Battle B. See the chat. Battle B is on 3 orbitals. He's fine, Poppy. Oh my god, as we are... Yeah, we're done with this. Here we go, Future. Going for a Proxy 2-Rax here across the map. Proxy 2-Rax Reaper going to be on the way for Future. Meanwhile... Uh-oh. Battle B. Are we for the first time this series going for an economic opener? We shall see how this all comes together as Future going for those 2 Raxes here on the low ground. I am concerned if Battle B goes for a CC afterwards. This is looking like an economic opener. Yeah, Rax expand out of Battle B. Best case scenario for Future. Again, every game up until this point, we've been seeing double gas openers. Double gas into a faster factory, but with only 1 gas being taken, Battle B is going for a faster command center on the low ground, which means he will have that much less to work with. Which means Future has potential to snowball out of control. Oh boy. Yeah, command center is going to be on the way, so an economic opener out of Battle B, and Future, of course, being quite aggressive here. Things initially are working in favor of Future, and we'll see how we can get this done. So this isn't a build order win, not by any means, but it is going to be difficult for Battle B. He needs to preserve this Reaper. He cannot lose the first Reaper. He has to save it. He has to make sure he pulls the boys and helps protect it as well. Battle B, no SCV scout. Oh god, this is brutal. If there was an SCV scout, then he would know to preemptively pull some workers and have some SCVs to support. But Battle B did avoid that worker scout. Likewise, Future amassing Reapers. We do have a Marine on the low ground. We have the bunker on the way. Reapers, they get in and they can delay the factory. SCV goes down. Factory is delayed. Boys are being pulled. Can we target down that Reaper? And it comes out of the control of the micro here of Future. And it looks like 1 shot away. Grenade almost brings it. The Reaper does fall. We have 2 Marines left. Additional Reapers are on the way as well. The factory is going to finish. A bit of miscontrol there from Future. But this is getting out of hand. This is becoming far too much. It's getting out of control. The factory will not finish. We have a handful of Marines, but this is becoming too much. And with that, the final Marine does go down. Only SCVs remain. It takes far too long here to produce that Cyclone. And this is becoming game-ending damage as we chase down all of these workers. We dive into the bunker. Battle B making the best out of a bad situation. Doesn't want to go out. Not here, not like this. But again, it was just a really strong start for Future. Really unfortunate build of choice from Battle B, and yeah, just wasn't able to defend, wasn't able to hold on. Even if he cleans up all these Reapers, it's already too late. 12 workers. 12 workers have gone down. Ay. And yeah, this is even one Cyclone. Cyclones are good. They're not that good, Papi. They're not that good here. They're up against 6 Reapers. We dive on the Cyclone. It gets focused down. There's nothing left. GG gets called. And Future will qualify for the OSC Championships. GG. GG, well played. Future popping off here in game number 4. Again, really unfortunate that Battle B had happened to not just going for an economic opener, going for a Rax expand, but also not going for an SCV scout, so he didn't know that he had to prepare. I say an SCV scout, even just scouting around his bases. Didn't go for that, didn't realize what was happening, and things very quickly escalated out of control. Again, it was all about Future denying that factory for as long as possible, for focusing down the Marines and the Reapers. It was good enough control out of Future. He picked apart at the army and picked away at those workers. GG, congratulations. Congratulations, Future will be the 2nd player to qualify. And with that, we have one series remaining. We have we have one series remaining. We have one series left here. Rex may have fallen, Battle B may have fallen, but they both have one shot left. We have one shot left here. There is a third place match. Top 3 qualify. And both Rex and Battle B going to be duking it out in a best of 5 to see who is the final player to make it, to qualify for the OSC Championships, in at least the first bracket. Fun fact, we have a second qualifier in a couple of hours. I was hoping I could have like an hour, or I was hoping I could have like a 2-hour break, but this broadcast has gone on surprisingly long. We're at the 5-hour mark already. That's crazy. We are at the 5-hour mark, and our next qualifier is in 1 hour and 17 minutes, which means, I mean, a best of 5 can last an hour. They've been lasting an hour, so we could just go from one qualifying match straight into another qualifier. That is very likely. Not like this. As yeah, we do have that one series remaining here, and we'll see how we do deal with this as well. I believe Battlebee and Rex, they are gonna be getting ready here for our next series for a TBZ. We're gonna need a small break. Gonna be needing a small break here to be ready for it, to get things ready and get things underway. But if you want to support this tournament, if you want to support the OSC Championships, exclamation mark OSC in the chat, and you will get a link to the Indiegogo. We do get a link to the Indiegogo here, where you can, of course, support the tournament if you wish. You can help fund it, help support it, help grow the OSC Championships. Again, regardless of how things go, the event will occur. It's just a way to boost the prize pool. So if you're interested in supporting the OSC Championship, if you want to be a part of supporting the OSC community, then you can do so. There are certain stretch goals here to boost the prize pool, to pay out more players, to to make this more to give a little bit more incentive to the players as well, or even show matches. Oh my god, I just saw that. 2,000 USD raised. Show matches to be arranged between past champions, Max Pax, Clem, Cure, Zest, Solar, Neeb, Beyond, Gumiho, and Pig. Question mark. Of course, some of these players are unavailable at the moment, as they are in the military. But yo, if we can somehow bring like Neeb out of retirement for a show match against Pig, that'd be amazing. Yeah, really cool to see. Just different ways to support if you wish. Otherwise, we are going to be going on a short break. Here, and when we return, we will have the third place match. And as a reminder, in an hour, we have another qualifier. It doesn't end. Again, I was hoping for like a small break so where I can like boil some water and make some coffee. I might do that now, actually. So we'll see you guys soon. After the break. Enjoy the Brutal OST. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break, but it was a necessary one. I mean, it's been a long broadcast already. We've exceeded the 5-hour mark, and we have returned with our final qualifying match. We just wrapped up with our first two. We just wrapped up with Battle B versus Future, where Future was able to come out on top, taking down Battle B 3-1. We also covered Baby Marine versus Rex, where Baby Marine came out 3-2 over Rex. But there's one match left. Both Rex and Battle B have fallen, and they've fallen to another qualifying match. They both have one shot, one opportunity here, one more, una más, to make it through the first qualifier. To be fair, the loser of this series will have another shot in a couple of hours. There is another qualifier going on. There's a second, there's a third, there's a fourth there's a lot of qualifiers. There's a lot of qualifiers, there's a lot of challenger brackets. I call them qualifiers. There are a lot of challenger brackets available here for these players to make it into the main event. But alas, you don't want to risk it. You don't want to go the distance and go to every single qualifier and really burn out trying to work through them. You want to make it in early as possible. And we'll see where this takes us. Our ZVT is upon us, and we're loading into game number 1 on Hard Lead. Predictions in the chats are open. Place your bets. Place your bets on how you think this series will unfold. Good luck. Predictions open. Good luck, baby. Good luck. As we are loading on in. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Hard Lead, we have our German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Berserker Esports. Ooh, it is Battle B. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Taiwanese Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing on side. It is Rex. Here we go. The matchups do continue. Again, I do apologize for the extended break that we did have, but now we're getting back into this, and most likely this series will be bleeding over into the second qualifier, and we may miss out on the first qualifying round, unfortunately, but we'll be able to jump into round 2, and we'll be able to jump into all these other matches that will be unfolding. Plenty of StarCraft ahead of us, plenty of matches will be held here tonight, and we will not sleep. Not at all. Let's go. For now, ooh, Rex is going to be opening up with something a little bit spicy here, going for a gas first, a gas pull into a hatchery. Very aggressive opener. Now, this can lead into a Bane bust, this can lead into a Roach rush as well, or we can just go into Link speed and then pull out a gas. Regardless, a very aggressive opener here from Rex. Meanwhile, Battle B across the map, getting into a standard, what looks to be a standard Rax expand opener instead. So standard opener out of our Terran player. Rex being that much more assertive, that much more aggressive instead. Oh boy. And we'll see how committed we are. Again, we are soon to have enough for Link speed. We have not invested into a Roach Warren, so this looks like just purely Links for the time being. I just sneezed. But it just looks like purely Links for the time being, and there we go. We now have enough gas. We are staying in gas, by the way, so this looks like Link speed plus maybe a Bailey Nest. No, there we go. No Link speed whatsoever. Roach Rush is on the way from Rex. I mean, it is getting quite late. It is 4 a.m. here in Australia, and I'm sure it's quite late in Taiwan as well. So why not start things off with a bang? Again, it's a best of 5. Plenty of games are ahead of us, but Rex is going to be pushing. And looking at the SCV scout, I believe Battle B, yes, he did, of course, see and confirm. He is aware of the later expansion. He's aware of the late hatchery. And he's getting ready back at home. He leaves his Reaper here. Now, this is the downside of this kind of build, is that Battle B stays at home with the Reaper to defend against the Lings, but this also means that he doesn't get a follow-up scout. He doesn't see that it's not a Ling Flood, it's Roaches. Or it's both, really. And it's he takes a risk. Reaper moves out, which means his natural base is exposed. He does have 2 Marines now, so he should be safe and sound. Lings can maybe threaten the CC, but the Marines will keep everything alive. As the Reaper dives into the main base, we spot the Roaches. Big scout for Battle B. He's aware of what's going on. The Lings have arrived. CC is done, by the way. We might be able to pick off one worker, but no, the boys are being pulled. The worker is saved, and Battle B is holding. Oh, going for a 3rd CC. Oh, he's so greedy. Going for a 3rd CC behind this bold move from Battle B. Ay, ay, ay. Can he get away with it? That is the question. Can he get away with this greed? As here come the Lynx, Roaches, and Ravagers. Rex is completely all in. He hasn't made a single drone. He has 16 workers, and that is it. That is all he has. And Rex, he's going for it. He's sending it back. Let's go. Okay, we have a Cyclone. We're soon to have a bunker as well. We have the Overlord for high ground vision to actually lay siege upon the wall, upon those depots. There we go. The depot is taking a lot of damage here. Cyclone in position. We're going for the Overlord. Uh-oh. And we cannot afford to lose this Overlord. It's going to be going down. A big pickoff. Big pickoff here from Battle B. Even supply blocking Rex. Rex, he supply blocked. 2 Overlords are on the way. He's still amassing Lynx. He wants to lure the army out into the open, out onto the low ground. CC is being denied. Lynx, they're still in the back line here. Waiting for Battle B to push onto the low ground. Additional Ravagers are on the way. We're droning? Oh, we've been at 16 workers this entire time. Battle B has almost double the worker count, and now we drone. We're sprinkling in a couple of Lynx as well. Rex in a really awkward position. Going for the Biles. They will not connect. Repairs are well underway here, keeping everything topped up. The Lynx getting ready for a surround. We're pulling the trigger. But the Cyclones, they do race back just in time. The Lynx, they do catch on. They do get on top of them, though. One Cyclone falls. Second Cyclone as well. Third Cyclone. Every single Cyclone goes down. The bunker holds, though. We get a mass surround. The Lynx get cleaned up. We do take control of the low ground, though. We get a couple of SCVs. Command center itself getting very low as well. Yeah, boys are being pulled to repair. The Biles. Oh, they take down the command center. Very nice pickoff. If only Battle B hadn't gone triple CC. I mean, to be fair, he would have been further ahead, but he will be able to replace that natural base. He has plenty of mules to work with, plenty of SCVs, and Rex is droning. He is transitioning. Now, looking at his vision, he did see the third CC. He's aware. He did scout. He is aware that the natural base is being retaken. But Rex has done already an amazing amount of damage. Now he's coming in once again. Going for the mineral line. It's one. It's one. Work of the Biles. Ooh, they take down 3 more SCVs and the Liberator as well. And the Widowmine does fall, and this is becoming a bit much. Initially, Battle B had an amazing hold, and now, I mean, Rex has been able to achieve quite a lot. Reset the Cyclone count, kill a lot of workers. Killed the CC. Biles, they will be missing here, but again, we're getting even more workers. We do go for the Mule Hammer, but 7 SCVs just went down, and suddenly Rex takes a worker lead. Oh my god. Papi. Rex is very much so in this game. Third base is now being taken. Battle B getting into a 3-1-1 setup here. Stim is finishing up. Fast Lair is on the way. This could be for Mutas. Not uncommon here after a Roach Rush to rush into Spire Tech into Muta play. To harass to gain map control. We'll see if that's going to be the case. The drop going to be moving out on the right-hand side. Drop has been spotted. We'll see if Rex can keep up with it. As the drop is moving across the map. Right, guys, Rex getting in position. Drop going straight for the third. And yeah, Battle B just can't really do much about this third anymore. Like, the way that this has gone, the value that Rex has gotten, he has stabilized. We have a third CC behind this, +1 attack, second eBay as well. The game is settling, Lair is done, and we are not investing into something like Aspire yet. Only 3 gases have been taken, not 4. We're going into Roaches. We have Roach speed and +1 carapace on the way. Battle B does slip into the main though. Dives into the main base. Queen goes down. We're going for the drones. And we do target down as many as we can. 3 workers go down. Good pickoffs. 7 workers in total. That'll be going to be jumping here towards the low ground. Rex, though, in position. Yeah, Queen's coming at this from almost every angle. Oh my god! The medevac! There's no safe place and it will go down. Big pickoff once again from Rex. Did lose 7 drones though, so it wasn't without its cost. So a bit of a back and forth trade. Third CC being taken. That'll be just trying to establish himself on these 3 bases. Likewise, so is Rex. Now, when it comes to the economy, I would give the edge to Battlebee. Like, he has not just an even worker count, but mules on top of that, so Battlebee has the better economy. Has the better economy overall. And getting into a stronger army as well, with +1 attack finishing up, soon to be getting into 1-2 upgrades. Meanwhile, we do have Rex rushing to a fast infestation pit, which I do appreciate. Now, with this fast infestation pit, we can go a couple of different directions. Ooh, Hydra dead on the way. I wasn't expecting this. So, I would have loved to have seen some early infestors just to keep us alive, just to deal with the bio army here, getting into Roach Ravager Infestor. But with the fast Hydra dead, this looks like Hydra Lurker Viper. It looks like we are taking up very quickly into Lurker Tech, into Hive Tech. We'll see. As we have our main army pushing to the left-hand side, we have a drop on the right. And there it is, there's the fast Hive. No infestors, fast Hive, Lurker Gen. This is very risky, by the way. This is a very greedy move out of Rex. We'll see if we can get away with it. I mean, rushing into Lair Tech this quickly can work amazingly, or it can fall on its face. So we'll see as Marines, they come in from the right-hand side. They dive into the mineral line. 1, 2, 3 drones going to be going down. 4 workers and a Queen. Good pickoffs at the same time. Massive June drop into the main base. We get another couple of workers who trade with the army. The Wiles will not connect. The drop is deflected. We drop here onto the low ground. We get even more drones. The Wiles! This time they will connect. They do. Oh, they clash with the Marines. Deal some damage to those medevacs. That's still 8 workers going down. Battlebee maintains his economic lead. Behind this is reinforcing, this time with tanks. And this tech, the Hive, the Lurker Den, the Hydra Den, this is all stuff that just isn't really paying off because Battlebee is in the face of Rex here and now. 4th CC is on the way, and we're laying siege upon the 3rd. Upon the 4th. As the hatchery's going to be taking a lot of hits, and yeah, we can focus it down. The hatchery does fall. Rex knocked down to 3 mining bases, and we're going for a massive Doom drop into the main. I was not expecting this. Battlebee just doubling back, getting to the main base. Massive siege here on top of the ram. And the shots they go off, they annihilate the Roach Ravager. We can see Rex trying to fight for control of his own main base, but there's no doing so. The Biles will connect, but there's just too much here on the high ground. We have a couple of lurkers. What can they really do here? The Hydra then goes down. The Lunkers, they do borrow. Big scan. We'll take them all down. Lings are coming in to reinforce, so we will clean up these tanks eventually. But we do force the on siege. GG gets called. It's just too much, and Battlebee takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. Again, a really shaky start here. Initially, Battlebee had a beautiful defense, and then things kind of swung in favor of Rex, and then Rex was just a little bit too greedy. I do think that Rex had done a good job stabilizing, but the move to go for the infestation pit, the Hive, the Hydra Den, and the Lurker Den, that was just all so greedy from Rex, taking up so hard and being caught with his pants down as Battlebee showed up with his army and Rex just did not really have much at all to deal with it. Was busy teching, not producing an army or an economy. And with that, Battlebee does take a lead here. It does take a 1-0 lead. And we'll see if we can make a series out of this or if Battlebee can extend that lead. Again, it's a best of 5. Best of 5. Plenty of games are ahead of us. We'll see if Battlebee can fight back or can, again, keep momentum in his favor, as here he is in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris. We have the German Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Berserker Esports. It is Battle B. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Onside. It is Rex. Here we go. Just catching up. There we go. Just catching up on some of those tweets, on the announcements. I just realized I didn't even retweet. But here we go. We're getting into game 2. This time, Rex is a little bit more sane. He's going for a hatch gas pool. Last game, it was a gas first into a roach rush. This game, hatch into gas into pool. Standard opener from Moto. Do appreciate it. Do love to see it. Meanwhile, Battle B going for his own standard opener. Rax expands. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too wild here so far in the early game. Rex, he's just gotten the aggression out of his system. We're good to go. And we're loading into a larger map as well. That's something I should have also added on, is that Hardlead is a very small map, very short rush distance by ground, so it kind of lends to aggression and leads to, you know, this kind of early game shenanigans that we saw in game 1. Here on Solaris, a little bit less so. Solaris does have speed zones, don't get me wrong. These speed zones can be impactful, especially when it comes to fights, but the rush distance by ground is still a little bit longer. There's a lot of bases to be taken. There's a lot of points of elevation, a lot of high ground that you can take advantage of, and it can be really difficult to be aggressive early on. So I'm expecting a bit of a more longer game. I'm expecting a mid game, a more back and forth. SCV Scout comes in. Battle B does confirm that the hatchery has been taken, that Rex, of course, is not going for an early Gas Kaiser this time. No early pool. Rex could be setting up for his third base. Just gonna be setting up for his third. Reaper does arrive. And is gonna be trading with the army here. Gonna be dipping into the mineral line. Shouldn't get any drones as Rex does pull back. And Queen does arrive as well. Again, just kind of a skill check here, like a back and forth, nothing really going down. And Battle B going for his opener, going for a third CC before starboard. Very economic, just like the previous game. Just like game number 1. But this time, he shouldn't be losing his natural. This time, all the command centers should be safe and sound. That should be. Meanwhile, big shout out to, I see Night Phoenix in the chat. Quack, Bobby, quack. Dropping by, I'm sure going to be a part of some of these qualifiers over the weekend. Again, plenty of qualifiers are going to be had. Best of luck to players like Night Phoenix and all the others that do decide to have another go at it. The secret to gambling is to bet huge amounts of points based on little to no information. The gamba. We're going, Papi. We're going. As we have amassed quite an amount of links here. Rex cutting workers a little bit earlier on to pull this off. He does bypass the army. He gets past the Hellions, past the Reapers, and he's going straight for the mineral line. Going straight. He gets into the main. Oh my god. Lings, they flood all the way into the main base here. Workers are going to be going down at the same time. The Hellions have to commit, but there are Queens to stop them. The Hellions, they do get surrounded. 1, 2 Hellions going to be going down as well. We have 1 Hellion left here in the main base. The army is racing back home. Boys are being pulled, and this is getting out of hand. This is becoming far too much here. The wall was not a wall. The Lings, they get a full surround here at the natural. Hellions are falling. SCVs as well. 20 SCVs go down, and the final Hellion. And we still have a handful of Lings remaining. We're almost getting an extra SCV towards the end. That has 20 workers going down, and Battle B, he's down to 14 SCVs. That is barely anything. Not even a 1-base economy is left. And despite the economic opener, despite Rex taking a bit of a gamble going for the Ling Flood, it has paid off. It's paid off for Rex, and Battle B, he's in shambles. It's not looking good here for Battle B. He's got a lot of recovering to do. like, he needs some amazing trades here. If this Banshee can get like 10 worker kills, if like both Banshees can like pull apart Rex and he can come in with some Hellions and like kill 25 drones, then maybe we can think about a game. We can start thinking about maybe having a game after doing all that. But yeah, this is just a really rough position for BattleB. Still looking to find a way in this. I mean, second Banshee's moving out. There's always potential with Banshees, don't get me wrong. But we have, I believe, spores. Yeah, there's a spore here at the third, spore in the natural, spore in the main base, spores everywhere, and plenty of anti-air. BattleB's going to be dipping on in. Lair is still in production. Now, we have seen Terran players come back from really rough positions. You know, mules, they can be a meme at some points, you know, but they can be quite impactful, true. In general, Terran units do trade more efficiently. This is also true. There's a lot of micro potential with drop play, Widowmine drops, marine target firing, Hellion harass, Banshees. There's always potential. But, eh. You know, still very, very much so an uphill battle here. As Banshees do dip in. Meanwhile, from the side of Rex, we're just taking a fourth base. We're going to be joining up to 71 at this point, working on 1-1. The Lair, of course, is about to finish to get to bailing speed. Creep is spreading. Rex is just really fortifying himself. He's solidifying his position here on 3, soon to be 4 bases. Plenty of queens to work with. We're covering every single angle of attack as well. Wouldn't be opposed to maybe even some extra SimCity, some extra stack defense. No reason not to. And Rex is double expanding, getting his 4th, his 5th. Macro hatches on the way. Rex really spreading his wings here and looking to soar. Meanwhile, BattleB, at this point, we have one of 2 options. We can either go all in and pull the boys, or we can try to take a 3rd base and slowly macro out of this and try to stabilize and recover. There is no easy answer, but both options are easier said than done as well. Here we go, BattleB is going to be pushing. Down into workers, clearing up a lot of this creep. A lot of creep is going to be being cleaned up. Meanwhile, Rex getting ready for a mass surround. He's got Queens on one end, he's got Ling Bane on the other. He's going to just collapse on this army. And he does have more than enough. For now, it looks like he's just trying to catch some reinforcements. Oh, we go for the on siege. Uh-oh. BattleB turning back around. Bailing speed is done. The army has been spotted. Rex going to be pulling back. Going to be in a really awkward position, actually. BattleB catches an army, but we do collapse here on those Marines. Yeah, tank goes down. Marines as well. If there was a 3rd CC, we could go for it. Wasn't the worst fight for BattleB, but he did lose his tank. He lost a lot of Marines, and we're going for a surround. There's no escaping. Tank is going to fall, and we can just crash on in. We can break into the natural base, shut down the army. We're just barely not enough bailings, so we do not break in. BattleB going to be holding onto his 2-base setup here. 3rd CC on the way. His tank count was reset. He still has his Banshees. And Rex is backing off, and this is it. Now we have 20 bailings in production. Now he does have enough to break through. The army has amassed. Hive is on the way for Rex. Potentially ultra production. Yeah, we're diving onto this army. Bailings, they crash on in. GG gets called, and Rex will take game number 1. Oh, sorry, game number 2. GG, Rex will be tying this up 1-1. We have a back and forth. We have a series, and that is all I ever wanted. Give me a back and forth, man. GG, well played. Again, from the initial Ling counterattack, the run by, where we were able to get into the main base, and the natural where we killed 20 SCVs. From that moment, Rex was in a commanding position. It was just a very difficult game there for Battlebee to bounce back from. He had just lost too much too early on. Like, when you lose that many workers in the early game, it is that much more impactful because you don't really have a lot of workers to begin with. He got knocked down to sub 20 SCVs. Again, it would have been difficult for anyone, even a player like Clem or Björn or Maru, to bounce back from that game. And with that, we are tied up 1-1. We have a back and forth. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Berserker Esports. It is Battlebee. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Zerg player, the Taiwanese Zerg, representing Onside. It is Rex. Go. Battlebee looking to take the initiative here. Oh, this is so unfortunate. Going for a proxy to Rax, but the Overlord is poised to scout, going straight for the proxy location. Rex is coming across this. He sees all, he knows all, and Battlebee doesn't know, as the Overlord has more vision and more range than these workers, and the boys are being pulled. We are looking to shut down these proxies. Oh boy. Maybe the first Rax can finish, potentially here, as we're going to be trading 2 and 2. 2 workers on each SCV. It looks like one Rax will complete, the other should not. So far, good RNG there on those SCVs. Able to get onto the other side. Can we finish both Raxes? Oh my god. We might be able to, actually. Okay, there we go. As the SCVs are forced back, only one Rax will finish. And already we're going to have to try to transition back at home. Battlebee sticking around a little bit longer. He wants to finish that Rax. It looks like he will. It's going to be a delayed 2 Rax, essentially, which means Rex, he has a lot more time to prepare himself, to recover. Reaper has arrived, and that second Rax will finish. And we're going to get 1 drone already, by the way. Oh, this is becoming a bit much. 2 workers go down. Gases are being morphed in. 2 workers so far. A really good start for Battlebee. Link production well underway. Another drone does take a lot of hits. Good control out of Rex. Does save it. Yeah, second Reaper has arrived. So far, good control here out of Battlebee, making the most out of his army, out of his units. Meanwhile, Rex isn't racing into gases or link speed, so he's just making queens and lings. Just going to be focusing on his defense and droning. Meanwhile, behind this, Battlebee is expanding, getting a CC on the high ground. You can see here again, Battlebee just trying to pick off a couple of lings here and there, still continuing Reaper production, still amassing Reapers. This shouldn't really get much done. Oh. As he gets another 2 lings. Good pickoffs. Another 2 lings do go down. But Rex, he's still amassing more queens. And again, still just been happily droning on 2 bases. And now he's taking his gases. He is going to be taking his gases, Battlebee racing back home, and now we're in a really interesting game state. So these Reapers, they can't really do too much here, and yeah, we're taking a fast third base. So Battlebee, to catch back up in this game, double expanding, getting his natural base and his 3rd CC on the way. Raxes are floating back home. Stim is going to be very delayed as a result, or add-ons in general, upgrades in general are going to be delayed. Who do I favor in this position? Currently, Battlebee isn't looking too bad, but he's stuck on 1 base. Even with his worker counts, like Battlebee is on 27 SCVs, which is impressive, but still only on 1 base. Rex happily mining from 2. So Rax is being shut down. We're going in for a scout with very fast lair. I mean, I say very fast lair. Given the game states, all 4 gases are being taken. Rex, are we going into mutas? If so, Battlebee did scout, I believe. Yeah, he saw 2 gases at the natural. He saw 2 gases in the main. Mutas are a possibility, but no, we're going into roaches. Regardless, something very gas intensive. Now, because these gases are so late, this is typically a standard kind of deviation here from the Zerg. The reason why we're going into roaches is because we don't have link speed. Link speed is so heavily delayed here, and as a result, roaches are going to have to be what we rely on in the early game to defend. So the initial Reaper Hellion moving out. Queens are in position. Rex is going to be joining up. And Battlebee is still just trying to stabilize himself as well. Still getting saturated, making 3 SCVs at a time. Now we are on Oceanborn. Oceanborn has a very short rush to spike ground. Honestly, something like a 1-1 Roach all-in could be very strong and very powerful here for Rex. I mean, he's already got Roach speed on the way. Roaches are amassing. We'll see if we end up investing into upgrades, and we'll see if we even drone up the 3rd. Rex, he hasn't been droning for quite some time. Okay. Rex, he's banking up his roaches here. We have a 2-base all-in from the blue Zerg player. Hellions are about to find out the hard way here. They're going for the dive into the mineral line. They want drones, and there are no drones. Our workers are now being main-outed over, but I believe we are just, yeah, we're not really droning. Scan does reveal the natural. Queens and roaches are on the way. Ravagers being morphed in. Rex is all in. And behind this, what do we have to defend? We have 2 bunkers on the way. It looks like Battlebee has pieces together. He realizes how much danger he is in. But we have add-ons on the way. Marines, vanilla Marines, no stim. The Roach Ravager is arriving, and even if these bunkers finish, we don't really have much to fill them with. There we go. The Marines, they come down from the low ground. Bunkers will finish. I spoke too soon. We focused on the SCVs. Boys are being pulled. The bunkers are well underway. We're trying to get them up and running. It looks like they will finish. So far, a good trade here from Rex. He gets 6 workers. Files down the depots. Bunkers are holding. The boys have been pulled to repair. Behind this, we're joining. Rex is going to be saturating his bases. Bunker does fall. Yeah, we have plenty of biles to work with. We can break this location, but we have a tank. Tank has arrived. Another bunker going to be falling. Slow Links waddling in. It's going to be a brutal trade here for Rex, but he's forcing the boys to be pulled. The tank goes down. SCVs are falling. We barely had an economy to begin with, and now it's going to be 14 dead workers. Battlebee barely has anything left. Ay. Yeah, the 2-axe opener just wasn't able to trade well enough, wasn't able to make up for the delayed economy here of the Terran. And Rex, abusing that, is running out of steam. Is going to be losing a Ravager. So Rex will retreat, but 2 games in a row now here where Rex has crippled the economy and Battlebee has a lot of recovery to do. He's down to 32 workers, and Rex isn't done. He should be. This is really risky here. Yeah, it's not going to be a good trade for Rex. Does come in with some reinforcements. Rex just keeping the pressure up. Keeping the pressure on. 4th base is on the way. Double Evo chambers for upgrades. Ling speed finally in production as well. And Rex does retreat. He finally backs up. But again, he has more than double the worker count. More than double the worker count here of Battlebee. Working on his 4th as Battlebee is still on 2 bases. Battlebee gonna try and break out. Does have 1-1. Like, this Marine army is very well upgraded. That catches a Ravager. Nice pickup. Gets a Ravager, gets a Queen, gets tumors. Really solid stuff so far. Rex is trying to hold on. Files, they force the army back. Baneling speed is on the way. You can see that we're transitioning into Ling Bane. We have +1 melee on the way, not +1 range. So we only have Ravagers to support. And Ling Bane will be the main bulk of the army for Rex. Wiles, yeah, they even take down some of those Marines. Behind this, Battlebee is finally taking his third base, now that he's, again, kind of establishing himself. Does have a pretty hefty army as well. The army supplies are pretty comparable, if not in favor of the Terran. But with their better economy, Rex he's taking up into an infestation pit. Fast Hive. Faster Hive should be on the way here for Rex. Double jump coming into the natural. Rex out of position. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Marines are going to delay mining, but they don't get too many kills. As the drop is forced back. Fifth hatchery soon to be on the way. And Rex, he's on the cusp of maxing out at this point. It's on Battlebee here to just force Rex to stay back home. To keep the pressure on. He does retreat. He has a decent defensive line here with all these tanks. We have 4 tanks. We have some SimCity being worked on as well. It's possible that maybe Rex can overextend, but he's about to max out. He's working on 2-2. Baneling speed is finishing. And even if Rex trades inefficiently, Rex has the economy to trade. And he can remax, rebuild, and come in again for a second wave. Double jump going straight for the 4th. Rex in position. But again, we're just buying time. Rex has been maxed for a couple of minutes now. I'd say a couple of minutes. Like a minute now. Battlebee, he's slowly catching up in supply. He is recovering. Oh. Roach counterattack. We have to get rid of these roaches. They are dead supply. They're hurting Rex more than they're helping him. Here we go. Battlebee is pushing. Vipers are on the way. Double Jump going to be forcing supply to stay here in the main. And Battlebee has an opportunity. Again, he is up in army supply. And he's about to kick in with 2-2. If it wasn't for the Vipers, I do want to favor Battlebee here. But Vipers will change the dynamic of this game. They still need time though. Here comes the double jump. Drones are going down. 8 workers full. And this hatchery will be going down as well. This position just a little bit too strong to engage. Rex biding his time, waiting for his Vipers. We have roaches from behind. Rex getting ready for a full surround. We're pushing in. But the tank line is just a little bit too strong, a little bit too good. Vipers are looking to engage. There we go. The first blinding cloud and the second. And Rex, he's looking to swallow up this army. He shuts down all the tanks, cleans up the army at the same time. Marines, they come in from behind. 8 drones go down. The economy of Rex is hurting. The problem is that Battlebee, he just lost everything. And he's still rebuilding, remaxing here. The tank counts, the Liberators getting his 4th base up and running as well. Rex has remaxed once again, this time with Ultras. Now, when it came to how well Battlebee was trading, he has to do that again, a second time. Now Rex, because of his better economy, he had a bank to remax and rebuild. Battlebee doesn't. But this is, again, this has been a brutal trade here for Rex, and if Battlebee can do this for a second time, then we can fight back. Good target firing. The Vipers! Almost does. He gets 1! 1 Viper does go down. Big pickoff. Did lose a couple of Marines in the process, but worth it to kill a Viper. Planetary's up and running. Battle B has a comparable economy here to Rex now. Battle B just needs a little bit more time to remax. He is clawing his way back in this. Rex should be rolling on in. He's going for the Planetary. And he should shut it down. To collapse on the army. These Liberators, though, they gain so much value. Oh my god. Battle B will lose the base, but again, the Libs and the tank line did so well here. Getting so many kills. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, you can see that Rex has lost more resources overall. Battle B has been trading better. Draw play is going to be continuing. Rex rotating over. Despite having the hive, Rex has not started 3-3, which is concerning. Without those upgrades, without 3-3, Battle B, his army is going to be outscaling him a little bit here. And Ghosts are on the way. Draw play continues. No Spire, no anti-air. But this is still okay for Rex, because he's denying the 4th. That's his win condition. His win condition is deny the 4th base, delay the economy, starve out Battle B, and out-trade. That is all he has to be really concerned with. They'll go 3-3 starts up. Spire is on the way, for eventually Corruptors and Broodlords. And that Greater Spire. Drops are coming back home. Center base soon to be taken. Can Rex deny it? Do we have any Vipers? We have 2. There we go. The Vipers are coming forward. We are looking to break this position. Tanks are spread out, but a couple of good blinding clouds can break this. We're rotating around. Here we go. We bypass the main army. We go straight for the 3rd base instead. We catch some tanks. A much better angle of attack here for Rex. He's getting on top of the Ghost. Bailings are rolling on in. And the Bailings up. They crash into the Ghost as well. Yeah, big trades here. Big connections. Battle B losing a little bit too much to the Ghost Academy. It's going to go down. Again, if we had to fight here on the front lines, I do think that Battle B could have taken a fight, but GG gets called, and Rex will take a 2-1 lead in this series. GG. Oh my god. Battle B almost came back in that game. Again, if Battle B was able to fight with his entire army, I do think he could have taken a fight there, but a really awkward angle. Rexy came in from the right-hand side, was able to slip on in behind the main force, behind all those tanks, and just like that, Rex was able to clean this up. I mean, again, he had a really strong start to the game. The initial proxy 2-Rax wasn't worth it in the end, and the follow-up Roach Ravager push from Rex just dealt so much economic damage. Battle B was at death's door from the early game. Did almost come back though, which is impressive, which is scary, actually. It's terrifying. With that, Rex needs one more win here to qualify for the OSC Championships. Meanwhile, Battle B has to fight back here and now to force an ace match, to force a game 5. As we're loading in to Ancient Cistern. Here we go. Ancient Cistern is up next, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our Red Terran player representing Berserker Esports. Down in this series, it is Battle B. Looking to fight back here and now. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player representing Onside. One game away from qualifying, about to be proxy raxed. It is Rex. First SCV's on the way. Does the Overlord see? Oh, barely doesn't. Doesn't see the first Rax. Another SCV coming in is gonna avoid the Overlord as well. Oh no! But it does graze the Rex. Rex, he sees, he knows. He does see at least one Rex on the way. Behind this, boys are being pulled. Can Rex shut this down? Earlier, it was pretty close, and Battlebee was able to get both Rexes up and running. Again, this is pretty far out. Can Rex deny this? So here we go. We're diving on top of these barracks. Again, SimCity working in favor of Battlebee. They're going to finish 100%. The first one is going to finish. The second is going to be a little bit closer, but once again, the boys, they deny one, but not the other. Reaper is on the way. And these drones have to race back home. Now the SCV is moving out. So a bit of a shaky opener here from Battlebee. Again, the Reaper production is going to be heavily delayed. Rex, he has more time to drone, to get into Queen production, to get into Lings. We'll see if Battlebee can recover from here. Again, we are on a larger map. To quickly, briefly talk about this, we're on Ancient Sister on a very large map in the map pool. A lot of bases to be taken. Rush distance by ground is longer compared to the previous game. That's important. That means that if Rex wanted to go for a Roach counterattack, it would be much more difficult to pull off here. Oh, one drone gets picked off. So far, pretty good from Battlebee. Lane's going to be coming out. The drone barely saved. Oh my god. Drone is going to be barely saved. Reaper does make it out in time. And we are continuing Reaper production here from Battlebee. Behind this, we are transitioning. Going for a factory, not a CC. Oh my god, Battlebee. Doubling down on the aggression. The Overlord will scout this, though. We do get eyes on the factory. Reaper production continuing. Link speed is on the way. Queens were caught off of creep. Almost picking up another drone. One drone so far. But again, a very aggressive build here from our Terran. Massing more Reapers. I imagine Cyclone production behind this, but we'll see if we invest into something like Hellions instead. As we have plenty of gas mining, and the Reaper count is getting higher and higher. Now again, Rex has seen this. He's aware of the reactor factory production. He's aware of the aggression coming his way. We're going for a Bane bust as a follow-up? Oh, this is risky. Okay. So, Rex is going all in. Rex is not droning. He's amassing Lings, and his goal here is to get us around, to shut down these Reapers, and then Bane bust his opponent. But if we go into Hellions, I'm not so sure that Rex can pull this off. A really risky maneuver. Like, usually Bane busts are really good if there was a CC on the high ground. Like, if we delayed factory production, but Hellions shut down Ling Bane so hard. So a really bold move here from Rex. Here we go. The Lings, the would-be Banelings are being set up to morph in. There we go. Banelings are on the way. Hellions are amassing. And Rex, he needs to get a surround on these Hellions. Desperately so. Does come across the army. It's going to be a brutal trade for the Zerg. KDA charge is going to be going off. The surround is denied. The Hellions do force back the army. Banelings are welling in, but again, the Hellions, they shut them down. They tank them to the face. Yeah, and Rex is in a really, really rough position here. All these Banelings are going to be shut down. Rex has no economy behind this. No droning here at the Natural whatsoever. We're just now droning. That'll be far ahead in the economy. It's got 29 workers, plus mules as well. Rex is still amassing Lings. But the Hellion positioning here is brutal. Oh my god. We shave off so many things. GG gets called. Battlebee shuts down the Bane bust. And we are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Again, a really bold move. And I don't really like it. I'm not really in love with it. A really bold move of Rex. By the way, he scouted the factory, he saw the add-on, the reactor on the factory, and he still decided from that moment to go for a Ling Flood, to go for a Bane Bust. And it is so difficult, not impossible, just difficult to pull off, just because Hellions can shut that down so hard. You are heavily reliant on getting a surround and shutting down those Hellions. You do need to shut them down. Without doing so, then your Banelings are that much weaker. Your Ling Bane is that much weaker. And just like that, Battle B fights back, and we are going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 5. Oh boy, it all ends here. It all ends on Site Delta. We're going the distance. Here we go. It all ends here. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our German Terran player, our red Terran representing Berserker Esports. Ooh. Fighting back, tying up the series 2-2, forcing the ace match. It is Battle B. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Zerg player, the best Zerg player in all of Taiwan, representing on side. It is Rex. And this can go either way. This can go either direction here. It has gone the distance to game 5. Which way will this turn out in the end? Again, Rex, he went all the way to the ace match earlier today against Baby Marine, if I recall correctly, and in the end, Baby Marine was able to take it. Once again, Rex going all the way to the ace match against Battle B, and will it go the way of the Terran? Will history repeat itself, or can Rex get his revenge and go to sleep? I'm so jealous here, I'm so jealous. Regardless of how this goes, Rex, he can go to bed. He's free. We're not. We're never free. Always casting. Let's go. As a reminder, the next qualifier, the next challenger bracket is going to start up in a couple of minutes. Oh boy, so we're going from one qualifier right into the other. Let's go. As Battle B, this time the Rax is at home. He's going for a Rax Expand, standard opener out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, across the map, Rex is going for a Hatch Gas Pool as well. So standard openers all around. As the SCV Scout is going to be dipping on in. And yeah, we should be getting into a pretty standard early game this time. Previously, we've been heavily reliant on these proxies, on these Reaper harasses, and that is not going to be the case. Not here. First Reaper has arrived. Going to be dipping in. But Rex shouldn't be losing anything in the natural. Lings taking some hits, good control, pulling back the weakened Lings. And from here, Rex is going to be taking his third. Rex is going to be losing one Ling in the natural, but again, acceptable losses here. As long as he maintains his worker count, everything should be looking good. Behind this Battle B, I imagine getting into a 3cc before starports. But now the factory is finishing up. Go for the add-on swap, and oh, my mistake here. We are going for a 1-1-1. Very aggressive opener out of Battle B. He's going to be delaying his third base in favor of a faster starport. Tech Lab is on the way. This is looking like an add-on swap into Cloak Banshees. So we'll see how committed we are. We could also opt to keep the reactor on the racks, go for faster stim, and go for Liberator production instead. But there's the add-on swap. The add-on swap is on the way. Again, a very aggressive opener here from Battle B. And we'll see if he can make it work. Meanwhile, oh my god, Rex rushing into a lair. That is a 3-minute 30 lair timing here from Rex. This is not of the norm. With a fast lair like this, depending on how many gases, we could go into, if we take the third and fourth gas, we can go 2-base Muta. We could go into a Nidus all-in with a Ling Queen Nidus all-in, which would make the most sense off of 2 gases. Ling speed has been researched, so I'm leaning towards Nidus, but we'll see. As there is an Overlord here outside the base. Queens are amassing, Lings as well. Yeah, I'm feeling some Nidus play. Maybe drop a Lords, that's the other option. But there's no Overlord speed. Reaper is being forced back. And yeah, we are just amassing pure Ling Queen. Now, for those that are curious, a Ling Queen Nidus All In is a good way to punish an economic opener. Rex did see the Banshee though. There's that Nidus on the way. I'm not sure if I love this. So usually if the Terran player goes for a 3rd CC before starport, that's where you can pull this off. Against something like a 1-1-1 where you have an abundance of Hellions and Banshees, I'm not convinced. I'm not entirely convinced that this can work out, but we're going for it. Banshee's soon to arrive. I mean, Battle B's in the dark, it doesn't know what's going on. So we do have the surprise factor here for Rex. Nidus Worm is finishing up, 3rd CC is on the way. Aliens have been revealed. There we go, we have Lings pushing here towards that natural base. There is no 3rd. Well, not yet. Nidus is on the way. Lings, they do threaten the front door. And the Nidus has been spotted. Boys are being pulled. Hellions rotate over the Banshee as well. And we will shut this down. Nidus does finish Queen swap out, but 2 Queens get isolated. Oh, they should not have popped out. They should not have arrived. They're going to be shut down. High energy Queens at that. And this is already a rough start for Rex. He's supply blocked. 2nd Nidus is denied. Hellions, they hold the line here at the natural as well. The Lings are getting roasted. And Battle B, he's holding beautifully here. Again, he already had an impressive army back at home to defend. He's shutting this down left and right. The Nidus will be denied, and Rex is droning. But Rex, he is not ready to drone. He's in a really rough position here. He's got 37 workers. He's droning up hard, but he has a lot of recovering to do. He's got a lot of catching up to do here. And Battle B is sitting back pretty. He's got 3 CCs. He's got a 3rd base. He is perfectly fine. Additional Raxes are on the way. And Battle B is going to be running away with this. Like, the supplies are looking pretty close. They're looking pretty even. But, again, in the supply that matters here, Battle B, he's up in workers. He's up in mules. He's up in bases. Or soon to be even in bases. Has a larger army. CC's on the way. We're going for another Nidus into the main. Yeah, but it will not finish. Banshees are on top of this. Up. Nidus is going to be denied. And here we go. The drop play is upon us. It's now time for Battle B to be the aggressor. 1-1 finishing up in 5 seconds. Combat shields finishing up in 10. A big upgrade timing here. Yeah, Ling Bane out of position. We're going to be rotating over. A lot of creep is being denied. We're getting into the middle line. Drones. 3, 4 workers go down. So we're going to be picking up, getting into the main base. Likewise, the Overseer in the main and getting shut down as well. That'll be just pulling Rex apart. And Rex, he's crazy. I mean, this makes sense. So, when it comes to Rex's position right now, he knows he's behind. He knows he's in a really rough position. And how do we come back? Tech. We have the Hydrogen. It looks like Lair Tech Lurkers. Lair Tech Lurkers would make sense right now. If we can get like a handful of Lurkers, maybe we can like defend, fortify ourselves, and max out. But that's still a ways off. The Hydrogen just now finishing. Double jump on the right hand side is being shut down, but we have another push towards the left, and we're going straight for the hatchery. Tanks are sieging. Battle B with double the army supply. Banelings are on the way. Nidus does complete it across the map, but it doesn't even matter. This hatchery, it's gonna go down. There's no saving it. The Lings, they come in for a surround as well. The Hellbats, they stand strong. Tanks will be cleaned up, but we have another push on the right-hand side, and we again are pulling Rex apart. We already lost the base. And we will not lose another. Or will we? God, we're so tempted to go for the dive. Mine Shot's going to be going off, forcing a bit of friendly fire. Full medevac goes down. Big pickoff. Meanwhile, was that another kill? That was a cancel. Cancel on that hatchery. Rex, he's treading water here. He's struggling to hold on. Again, Rex, he's done so well for himself, especially considering he stayed up so late here to compete in this qualifier. Went to the ace match against Baby Marine. Now went to the ace match here against Battle B as well. Bathing run by comes in. Oh, not too bad. 10 SCVs. Oh my god. Almost the entire mineral line. And that's how we come back in this game. We're not there yet, but if Rex can somehow come in and get into a mineral line, and here we go, Lings, they do get on top of the tank. Tank is going to go down. We're going to be losing a lot of Lings in the process, but we do trade with the tank. At the same time, what do we want? The Queens, the hatchery, or both? We're going to settle for one. The transfuse! Oh my god. Barely does keep the hatchery alive. Clutch transfuses there on the base. Does top it up. Battle B, he is not done. Again, there's nothing forcing him to stay back at home. Widowmine's getting in position. Lingbane collapsing near on this position as well. Trades with the Widowmines. Oh god, the hatchery taking a lot of hits. Looks like we will clean this up for the time being, as Battle B is still committed to a split push. Oh, no Banelings! Very few Banelings here towards the north. Transfuse will once again top up that base. But where are the Banelings? Okay, we do have Hydras trickling on in. Rex, he's surviving. He's holding. He's holding on to these 4 bases for dear life. Lunker Den is now on the way. Hive as well. We're trying to get into Lurker Tech. That is a way to stabilize. But we need them here and now. And Battle B, he is not waiting. He's not giving you time to make any Lunkers. He gets himself with a hatchery. Okay, let's roll again. Oh. Decent connections. Once we get into the main base, trading well against the Lings. And here we go. This is what we've been waiting for. The Battle B has only been reliant on drop play, but now here comes the main push. Battle B has maxed out 200 supply. Marines, Marauders, Widowmines. Again, Rex still needs more time for those Lurkers. It's not happening. We should not be giving Rex that time. As we're stimming on forward and getting on top of the army. Banelings are rolling in. Well, the splits are too good. The spread is too good. And we have run out of Banelings. We've run out of army. We have Queens and Hydras left. We have a second force coming in from behind, going straight for the 4th hatchery. GG gets called, and Battle B will be the 3rd and final player to qualify for the OSC Season 11 Championship out of the very first Challenger bracket. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Battle B. Oh my god, it was a bit of a roller coaster ride of emotions. It was back and forth. We had cheese, we had proxy, we had some more standard play as well, some mid-game. In the end, it did go the way of the Terran. And my condolences to Rex. Again, Rex, he made it all the way to the ace match in 2 qualifying matches, but it was not enough to take it in the end. And with that, congratulations. Congratulations to our 3 players that did qualify tonight, that did qualify in the first qualifier. As we switch our scenes over, A big shout out to a big shout out to Baby Marine, Future, and Battlebee. 3 Terrans, 2 from Europe, 1 from the Americas, do qualify for the OSC Championships. Very well done. Very nicely played. My condolences to all the players that did attempt but did not quite make it. But again, there are more qualifiers available. There are more shots, more opportunities to bounce back. So I do want to believe that we can see some more variety and some more diversity in the main event. I want to believe. As we are already getting ready here for our next qualifier. Oh my god. It is just about to begin, and we will fix up all of the commands, but to give you a bit of a taste here, the second qualifier, bracket B, bam, is about to begin. We have Hydra, UED Soldier, Mixu, Art, Ashbringer, Young Yakov, Rex. Is Rex really gonna stay up? Oh my, get some sleep, Papi, get some sleep. Rex, he's been playing in everything. He's gone the distance too many times. Get some sleep. Rostock, Akeron, Forjumi, DNS, Holden, Mana, Gref, Minovik, Azura, Fighting Frog, Jomek, and Fiant, to name a few. And I believe the bracket is still... It's still not finalized, so the bracket is soon to be underway in a couple of minutes. So with that, we are going to be wrapping up for now. We're going to be going on a short break, and we'll be diving into the second qualifier right after this. We've been casting for 6 hours. I'm ready for another 6. Let's go. Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. So I'm going to be going on a short break, and then we'll be setting everything up for our next broadcast. See you guys on the other side. And before we do dive into the next broadcast, once again, !OSC. !OSC here in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the Indiegogo of the tournament. Again, OSC, they've been running this championship for many, many years, ever since 2013. 2013, you can see the previous champions. Beautiful. Even with some of their trophies as well. Can we zoom in on this? We got Pig here, we got Gumiho, Solar twice, Björn, Neeb, Clem, Cure, Zest, Max. Plenty of old champions here from years gone by. If you want to support this tournament, Indiegogo is the place to do it. We have the command in the chat. So support OSC if you have the funds to, if you have the means to. We do appreciate the support. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be quickly just stretching my legs and getting ready for this, and then we will soon be diving into our next set of qualifiers. See you soon. The StarCraft doesn't end. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brief moment of reprieve, because we have returned with the second qualifier of the night with the OSC Season 11 Championship Challenger Bracket B. We just wrapped up with A after 6 hours of qualifiers. Now we're back here with Bracket B, and here we go. We have our first series spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Gresvan. We have our Red Protoss player from the land of Ukraine representing CSO Esports. It is Rostok. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Green Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of Spain. It is Akeron. Here we go. Just catching up with the chat. Welcome to the product. Hello, Cynical Death in the chat. Rex, he's hungry, Papa. He is very hungry as we're going for an eBay block. eBay block is on the way here from Akeron. Ross still going to be going for a probe scout across the map. Has no idea what is going on, and this eBay will get well underway on the low ground as we're here on Gresvan once again after a long hiatus. Good to be back. Good to be back. How can he stretch his legs in space? A big shout out to I'm a noob, lol. I'm sure you're not a noob, but thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. Hope you've been enjoying your time here in the chat. Hope you've been enjoying the broadcast, and thank you so much. Enjoy your emotes and replay packs, as we do give out replay packs, of course, to our subscribers in our Discord server. Ooh, but for now, we're getting into this. Getting well underway. We do have a gas steal across the map just to be a little bit disruptive. We have a Zealot that's coming out as well. And again, Rostok, his opener is quite shaky here just because he's forced out a Zealot and he has to deal with this eBay before he can expand. So a nice little win here for Akeron. The eBay, plenty of HP, plenty of progression on it. Behind this, we do have a factory a little bit far for an add-on swap, so an interesting follow-up. Usually we see a Rax into factory into reactored Cyclones or reactored Hellions, but again, that factory is pretty far back, so we should be only going for, a single Cyclone at a time, going for a CC on the high ground. Okay, so an interesting follow-up here. Meanwhile, we do see the expansion finally being taken, that eventually the eBay was cancelled. Likewise, gas guys just being dealt with, and Rostok is going to be moving out. His goal here is to try to delay the expansion if possible, maybe force a cancel if the CC was on the low ground. Again, he didn't see where the CC was placed, so Rostok taking a bit of a chance. As we have our tech of choice, it is going to be a Twilight Council opener here from our blue Protoss. Here we go, the Reaper, God, the Cyclone going to be able to shut down both of those units here. Nice trade. Zealot and Stalker go down. Good trades out of Akeron. Behind this, going to be backing off, topping them up, getting into a 1-1-1. As the CC is now being taken. And Akeron has gained map control. He's going to be moving out with his first couple of units. Marines and Cyclones are on the way. These are vanilla Marines, but the Cyclones specifically have a lot of DPS behind them. They have a lot of potential. Rostok in a bit of trouble here. So we are going to be pushing. Stalkers are getting in position. Up. Yeah, getting in position here as the Cyclones have arrived. Shield battery so far keeping these Stalkers up. Do have the overcharge. So far so good. Rostok, he will hold. Akeron maybe hoping there wouldn't be as many units here to defend. It was a Blink Stalker based opener. We have 2 gateways in the main base as well as the rover. So just 2 gate Blink should be leading into a 3rd. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Neo just in the chat. Subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the support. Gracias, papi, gracias. You're just always supporting, always in the chat. Thank you, thank you. And again, the command has been updated in the chat, so !B to get a link to the Wikipedia page and the challenge brackets. Again, we are still in the first round, still in the early stages. I believe, once again, it's going to be top 3 that qualify. I actually haven't checked myself, but I believe that is going to be the case. Oh, sorry, top 4 qualify. Oh my god. Okay. I was not expecting that. Let's go. Stalkers, they have arrived. Going to be looking to knock down that front door here. Oh, that get on tank is in position. Bunker as well. Russell taking his third base, so he's posturing, but he should be expanding behind this. Oh my god. Does take a tank. Oh no! I cannot! Calm down! Jesus. Really doesn't like that bunker. So we have to jump into the main. Cyclones are in position. Auto turret gets thrown down. We're going to be shutting down the prism. No! Massive loss there for Rostock. The prism falls. A big catch from our Terran player. We have a third CC on the way. Rostock likewise getting his own location. Throwing down his Nexus. He can blink into the main. He could try and delay that command center. Can, and he will, but the Cyclones are waiting. The repairs are not good enough. 2 Cyclones go down. The 3rd Cyclone as well. And we will delay the CC. But that was a costly trade. Looking at the units lost tab here, that was 8 Stalkers. That was a Warp Prism and an Observer for 3 Cyclones. Again, not the best trade from Rostock. Get on running away with this. Behind this, though, we have Rostock transitioning, throwing down additional gateways, going for a Colossus production. Extendo Lance on the way. Ah, and a shout out to Garlic Beats. I had to double check. Garlic Beats in the chat. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your emotes. With your emotes, you can go to bench. There's a lovely duck bed emote, alongside many others that we get us around. Oh my god, Akedon, he shuts down the Stalker. Snowballing out of control. We are pushing. Do we have Disable? We do not have the Disable, but we do have the Raven. Plenty of energy here for those auto turrets. And we're pushing across the map. What do we have at home to defend? We have a Colossus, a Sentry, some shield batteries, some force fields. But this army is very bare bones. Barely anything here. Big anti-armor missile as well. And Akedon, he's snowballing out of control. He's diving on top of the army. The overcharge is popped, but the shield battery gets targeted down. No more shield battery, no more Colossus. GG gets called, and Akedon will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. But again, a big shout out to our lovely subscribers here. Neogist, Garlic Beats, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Hope you enjoy your emotes, hope you enjoy your replay packs. If you are a subscriber, if you are not in our Discord server, then check out our Discord, because we have replay packs available for you, including replays from this event. So if you want to learn how to play like these players, if you want some of these replays for your own, just to go over, just to watch, just to have in the background, or to, again, just gain some information from, then replays are available. As that is going to be game 1 here in the books. It's a best of 3, so we can of course have a chance here to fight back. And to quickly glance over at the bracket here, the winner of the series advances on to face off against either Young Yakov or Rex. A lot of matches did begin at once here, and again, because it's top 4 that qualify, this time there is no 3rd place match. This time the quarterfinals are best of 5s. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to cover every single match. I don't think that's going to be the way this works. We'll see. We'll see how this all pieces together. As we're leading into game number 2 on Hard Lead. Here we go. Hard Lead is going to be up next. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our red Protoss player representing CSO Esports, looking to fight back, looking to bounce back in this series. It is Rostock. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Spanish Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Akeron. Here we go. I think I saw Garlic Beats opening for Killer Tofu. Garlic Beats sounds amazing. I feel like in my mind, it's like a heavy metal band, but like you go all the way, kind of like Kiss, but like you have face paint and you're dressed up like vampires. It's it's amazing. It's amazing. I look forward to your next show. I'll watch. It was a dumb joke. No, it was good. I like it. It's fine. Here we go. We have our SCV scout moving out across the map. This time, Rostock going straight for his expansion on the low ground. This time, he will not be delayed. There is no eBay block. Not in game number 2. As Rostock will have a much more comfortable opener. Remember, last game, he was disrupted where he wasn't able to expand, forced to make a Zealot, forced to make a Stalker. Had a bit of a shaky start to the game. But now going to be able to settle into this as we're loading into Hardlead. Hardlead, of course, short rushes us by ground, is known for its more aggressive styles, aggressive builds. See if that's the direction we do take this in. Behind this, a much more economic opener. As opposed to the previous game, this time Akeron goes for a Rax expand into a delayed factory. Last game was a factory before CC. This time, the opposite. Oh, hello. As we are putting our SCV in position for a proxy starport. Reaper dipping into the main base. SCV lying in wait, waiting for that factory to finish. Don't get eyes on the tech, not yet. Akeron not fully aware if it's a Stargate or a Twilight Council. There's that starport in production. Hellions are on the way. This should be a Hellion drop into the main base. I say should be because the other option is it could be Hellions to pressure and threaten the natural, and then a Liberator into the main instead. We have options. Regardless, aggression is upon us. And Akeron is going to be testing the early game defense here of Rostock. So if a player goes out of Platinum, they fire him? That's exactly how the Platinum Heroes works. Yes, it's true, it's true. They are against smurfing. No diamonds. Not allowed. Oh, as Zedep does slip into the main base, going to be able to delay some of the production here of Akeron. Does get a full scout. Hellions are moving out, and there it is. We do have that medevac drop poised to go into the main. Rostock in between the bases here. He will soon have Blink, working on the rest of his gateways. It's going to be 3-gate Blink here from Rostock. But here we go, the Hellions, they go straight for the main. It just makes me think of garlic bites. Now I'm hungry. Oh. Fun fact, I did have some garlic bread earlier today as we do get into the middle line. And probes are getting roasted. That's going to be 5 dead workers. Oh my god. They light up. Not like this. Did I say 5? 9 probes go down in the main. And the Hellions survive. They make it out as well. And we're not done, by the way. It's initially Hellion harassed into proxy Banshees. Akeron, calm down. Still not floating that starport back home and committing here to attack lab into Banshee production. Oh, a bit of an overextension though. The Hellions, they get completely shut down. Akeron having a little bit too much fun here. He initially had a great start, but did throw those Hellions away. Rostock going to be feeling a little bit better about his position here as he is now pushing out. As he moves out, Banshees are getting ready to push in. We have our first Banshee up and running. Second Banshee's on the way. Rostock is moving out. How many gateways? Still only 3 gateways, so 3-gate Blink, which means Rostock should be expanding. There we go. Third base is on the way. Rostock has gained map control, but back at home we have two tanks in position, one on the low ground, one on the high ground. We have a bunker as well, and the Banshees are about to come in for a backstab. Rostock needs to get some value here. He needs to pick up some units, but I mean, how do we? We even have a second bunker here on the high ground as well, just to cover our bases. Get on, he's all over this. Go Prism into the main. Banshees are coming in. What do we have at home to defend? Not much. Two Banshees, one-shot workers. They get into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Boys are being pulled. Stalkers here pushing into the natural. Rostock, he's getting damage done. Speaking of workers in the main base, likewise, speaking of workers here at the natural as well, at the same time, these Banshees are getting out of hand. They're still getting out of control. The tank does fall. Oh, things are getting rowdy. Things are getting chaotic here as these Stalkers are getting out of hand. They do break through the tank. They get on top of the Marines. It's going to be 25 probes for 22 SCVs. You don't want to be a worker. Not in this game. Not in this TVP. Across the map, the Banshees are fended off. And looking at the unit source tab, it was 25 probes, yeah, for 22 SCVs. We're still not quite done. Oh, the Prism. Prism does fall. And as the dust does settle, who do we favor? I mean, we're losing Stalkers. Oh god, oh god. The Banshees are still alive. Both Banshees are still alive here in the corner of the map. The Prism was shut down. As we kind of take stock here, Akedon does have the better economy. We have an even worker count between both players, but Akedon has mules on top of that. I like it. I like how Akedon, he lifts and then he lands like just on the other side of these minerals just for another add-on, just for a reactor. Feel starport, man. It's never coming home. Rostock though, he's on 3 next side, which means he can make 3 probes at a time. He's recovering. Slowly but surely. He is recovering in that probe count. Colossi moving out. Banshee's still getting ready to dive in. And we still do not have a third TC. This could just be a 2-base all-in from Akedon. Like, we could just pull the boys here. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Here we go. We are moving out across the map. Pretty hefty army. Dark Shrine is on the way. DTs will complicate things. As we are not pulling the boys. We are committing to this attack. That is true. Still no third TC either. Medevacs have arrived. Big scan here at the third. There's a shield battery. There is an overcharge. Tank is getting within range. Oh, and this is not a fight that Rostock can take here. There's just not enough to protect the Colossus. Yeah, we dive on top of the Colossi. It's going to go down. The shield battery as well. Overcharge was not enough, and this position has been broken. There just is not enough here to defend. GG gets called, and Akedon will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Akedon will take the 2-0, advancing on to the next round. My condolences to Rostock, as he did fight his heart out. But unfortunately, despite the chaos that was ensuing, despite the fact that he was able to kill a lot of SCVs, he also lost a lot of probes as well and did fall further behind. And Akedon was able to clean him up in the end. And with that, we can take a moment to go over the bracket because we have to figure out what the hell is going on as... oh. As we have our next series. My condolences to Rex. Rex, get some rest, papi. Get some well-deserved rest, I should say. As Rex was playing his heart out earlier in the previous bracket, did go to the ace match twice in best of 5s. And he does meet his end here in a ZVZ. Young Yakov takes down Rex 2-0. And up next, we have Akedon versus Young Yakov in a best of 5 qualifying match. Oh boy. Here we go. So we have our next series lined up here, and we will be getting ready for it. Now, as a reminder, it is not top 3, it is top 4 for this qualifier that make it through. So this is going to be, I was going to say a bit of a shorter broadcast. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's going to be true. Depending on how long these series go, we could be casting a lot of best of 5s. A lot of best of 5s, a lot of game 5s even as well. We have some other updates coming in. Hydra 2-0's UED Soldier advancing on to face off against Mixu. So we have Mixu versus Hydra. Arch versus Ashbringer in a PvP. We have Mana taking down Gref 2-0. Mana waiting for either Forjumi, DNS, or Holden. That's a lot of PvPs. That's a lot of PvPs that are getting ready there. As we also have Jomek versus Fiant and Azura versus Fighting Frog also ongoing. Oh boy. Young Yakov. Not so young anymore. So we're going to be avoiding those PvPs for now. We're going to be embracing this Zurich versus Terran matchup. Our players still have to conduct their vetoes, so it's going to take a moment here to really get things underway. But yeah, it's going to be a beautiful series here. We're going to take a moment here to go for a bit of a break. When we come back, we will have Ageddon versus Young Yakov. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be beautiful. Just catching up with the chat. I resolved for the new year to drink less coffee, yet here I am on my 3rd cup and no food. Eyeballs vibrating so hard I can see sound waves. This is fine. I mean, I'm also on my 1st cup. I mean, it's 5:30 a.m. here in the morning. 5:30 a.m. We've been casting since 11 p.m. last night. And I made this cup of coffee in the lead up to Rex versus Battle B. And we're hanging in there, Poppy. We're hanging in there. Oh god. I just can't look at my bed. I just can't look at the bed, because then it'll hit me. It'll hit me. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. We like it. We like it. Oh. Fellow coffee addict. Fun fact, I only drink coffee for events like this. Like if I'm ever casting something like DreamHack, like for example, DreamHacks are like 12-hour long broadcasts. Like DreamHacks are brutal. So I'm usually like, I can have like coffee for that, or if I have to stay up like this, maybe if I'm covering World Team League are also like really long broadcasts. So I'm pretty reliant on depending on how long the broadcast is. Otherwise, I'm usually good. I'm usually fine. Like just drinking water, that'll sustain me for a good like 6 hours. Anything more though, then I need some energy, Papi. I need some energy. But yeah. Take care, everyone. Take care. Hydrate your hydras. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure you hydrate. I hope those workers weren't unionized. Oh no, the union costs are gonna be awful. Not like this. That was brutal. By the like both players together losing what, over 50 workers in the matter of seconds. Feels bad, man. But yeah, our players are still conducting their vetoes. So we will be getting this underway. Gonna be going on a short break. Take this moment to hydrate your hydra, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, tuck in your tempest, cuddle your colossus, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with Akeron versus Young Yakov in the best of 5. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that brutal OSC as we have returned with our first qualifying match of Bracket B of the OSC Championship Challenger Series here. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of 2,000 atmospheres. We're back. It's been far too long. We have our Spanish Terran player, the Green Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Akeron. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player representing Twisted Minds. It is Young Yakov. And if you are in the chat, predictions will soon be give me a moment. Predictions will soon be open, so you can place your bets, you can get your gamba going here on how you think this series will unfold. Again, as a reminder, this is a best of 5. The winner will qualify for the OSC Championships. The loser will have to try again in another qualifier. There are 4 qualifiers in total. This is merely number 2. So you can place your bets in the chat. Give me one moment. Young Yakov and Akeron. Best of 5, 5 minutes. Okay, you have a couple of minutes here to place your bets. Good luck. Gamba babi gamba. Predictions open. Just posting in the chat. Ooh, and we are settling into this. Again, for those that are curious, for those who are wondering, hold up, 2,000 atmospheres, what year is it? where are we? What's going where have I been? Well, it's okay. It's fine. You know, you haven't gone anywhere, not yet. I'm hoping. And yeah, we have an extended map pool here for the OSC events, for the OSC King of the Hill, OSC Championships, OSC SC2 Community Cup, and many other events. We have an extended map pool, which means we have the regular maps that are available from the ladder, and we also have maps like Gresvan, which we've already casted a couple of times, maps like Ancient Cistern from seasons past, and maps like this from a couple of years ago, 2,000 atmospheres. These maps have been voted on by the players. The players did vote, and they did want these maps back specifically for these tournaments, and we have them. Oh god. As the Reaper has arrived, we're going to be chipping away those lings, getting a bit of damage done here. We'll be delaying the third base. We do see Young Yakov expanding here over on the right-hand side instead. So far, one ling going down. Did disrupt the opener, but Young Yakov going to be able to get his base up and running. Akeron will confirm. We'll rotate around. And ooh, will overextend. Big pick-off, a bit of a misstep there. Akeron will lose his Reaper. And this means that Young Yakov is free to drone, and if he wanted to, he could even throw down a cheeky Roach Warren, but again, we have pulled out of gas. We're just droning, we're just going to be easing ourselves into this. Behind this, of course, we have Akeron going for, oh my god! Akeron floating back his racks, going for a second factory in the main base, going for what looks to be Mass Cyclone. Oh boy, we are looking to clown it up. Oh my god. Mass Cyclone on the way from Akeron. We saw this earlier today, if you recall, in the previous qualifier where Akeron was also a part of this. There's the add-on swap. With this add-on swap, we should be going into Hurricane Thrusters. That is of course Cyclone Speed. And we are making it up. Mass Cyclone here from our Terran player. Overlord diving in for a scout. We're trying to get a read on what's going on. The positioning of this Rax is very suspect. It's out of the open. It's really in a really weird position, and I wonder if Young Yakov is curious as to why this Rax is out here further back than it should be. Bailey Nest is on the way. Okay, so we're going for a safe opener. We're going for a Bailey Nest first, before Lair and before Evo Chambers. So this is designed to defend against a Hellbat push. So it's a very safe way to play. As we can see, yeah, we cancel the Bailey Nest, go for the Roach Warren instead. It looks like we have recognized that, hold up, it's not going to be Hellbats, it's going to be Cyclones. Roach is going to be that much more important here against Cyclones instead. Meanwhile, Young Yakov is going to be joining on up, getting his third base up and running. Lings are on the way. Ling Scout does confirm the Cyclones. Big scout there from Young Yakov. He's aware of what's going on. He is preparing back at home. Lings, Queens, everything on the way. Cyclones are pushing. And how many do we have to work with? We have 6 Cyclones so far. Here we go. Behind this, we're expanding, so it's not going to be a 2-base all-in. We are taking a third CC. Cyclones vying for map control. Pushing towards that third. Queens are in position. Ling's going for a big counterattack instead. Bold move. The Lings are not here to defend. They're not here to support, but instead going straight for a counterattack. And they do get in. The wall is not a wall. We do have a couple of Hellions here on the ramp, but they do get shut down. The Hellions will fall. Lings, they get into the mineral line. How many SCVs? Oh, the wall is open. Cyclone will clean this up. We do get 2 SCVs so far. We maybe get a third. Oh, not quite. And meanwhile, here on the front lines, the Roaches, they pop out, but we are trading well with the Cyclones. Cyclones, they get a Roach. They get 2 Roaches, a Queen as well. And we're snowballing out of control. Another Queen falls, another 2 Queens. And we're breaking through. Is it barely going to be enough? We have more Roaches coming out just in time to defend. But Akeron, he is trading so efficiently. Having his way with these Roaches. Kiting back. He's down to 4 Cyclones. And it looks like he will have to retreat. Looking at the resources lost tab, it was 5 Cyclones for 11 Roaches and 4 Queens. A very efficient trade here for Akeron. Young Yakov losing a little bit too much, and he's still on 3 bases. 4th base is now on the way. Akeron was just rotating over, making sure that there was no hatchery. Again, that Ling counterattack wasn't worth it. Did kill some Hellions, but didn't do much else. Was hoping to get some workers. Didn't kill enough SCVs. Now Young Yakov is in a difficult position. The Cyclones are amassing. We're going to be pushing in between the bases. Rotating over towards the third. Gedon does not quite get eyes on the 4th, but he does see the creep. And we are transitioning into Bio, not Mech. We have an additional Rax on the way, or we have an abundance of Raxes on the way. Stim in production. Oh my god. Getting up to 8 Raxes here on 3 bases. A very intense Bio transition here out of Cyclone. Ooh, and I'm a little bit worried for Young Yakov. He's going for Aspire. He's going for Mutas against Cyclone Marine. Again, I'm sure he's hoping this is like a tank transition or a mech transition. Tank is in position. Cyclone's having their way with a lot of these Roaches as well. Boys are being pulled. The Marines, they do get shut down. We're getting on top of the tank. We at least try to get on top of the tank. The tank will fall. But we will clean up every single one of these Roaches. And how many workers did we really shut down? Only 5. Only 5 SCVs. From here at Ghetto, he can go back to mining. That was honestly a really good hold here. Only lost 1 tank in the process. Mutas are on the way. And thankfully, we have reset the Cyclone count. How many Cyclones went down? 12 in total. The Mutas have a little bit more potential. Oh, we're still rallying Roaches across the map. Oh my god. Not too sure how I feel about this. Yeah, a bit of an overextension. 3, 4 Roaches go down. We made a handful of Mutas, and now we're going into Hydras. We can see that Young Yakov, he was really not expecting Bio. So he's just quickly switching out of mutas. He only made enough mutas to harass, and now he's quickly getting to Roach Hydra instead. Now it's going to be 5 mutas in total. Fun fact, 5 mutas do one-shot workers. This is enough to one-shot, enough to harass. As we do dip in between these bases. Marines not quite in position. No turrets either. We got 1, we get 2. SCVs are going down. So far, pretty good damage. As the Cyclones do get dropped into the main base. Mutas barely able to avoid them. They get 9 SCVs. 10 workers go down. Roaches and Ravagers pushing towards the third base, but tanks are in position. Do we have enough to support them though? First tank does go down. It's going to be 12 dead workers in the main. And a tank. Honestly, a pretty good trade. Pretty good trade here from Young Yakov. And behind this, again, getting into Hydras, Roaches, Hive Tech. Getting the hell out of Muta production. Roaches overextending. They're pushing into tank fire. This was not the fight that we were looking for. There's a lot of Roaches do get shaved off. We get a couple of Roaches dipping into the bases. Taking up some workers. But this is triggering a massive counterattack. Akeron, he does have the more efficient army. This is where I have to worry a little bit here for Young Yakov. Muta still wreaking havoc. Getting another 7 SCVs. And here we go. Akeron pushing right through the center. Getting on top of these Roaches. Getting on top of the army. Vials gonna be connecting. The Roaches, we're trying to hold on desperately against this. We do have the better Concave. The Queen's coming to support, and we do shut down this army. Akeron, he was pretty committed with this. He had lost so many workers across the map. He had to make something happen. He had to break through. And he didn't. He is forced back. The Mutas, they're still alive. How? It's only 2 Mutas. They got another 5 workers on their own. And Akeron, he lost all of his tanks. He lost all of his tanks in the push. Young Yakov going for another big counterattack. The tank is on siege. And we're going to get on top of it. Tank goes down. The army does stim on forward, but we have plenty of reinforcements on the way. Even if this is an inefficient trade from Young Yakov, he has just far too much. The numbers in his favor. The Vials, they take down the Medivacs. And GG gets called. Young Yakov, he fights back, and he puts a point on the board, taking game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. After a wild start to the game, after Mass Cyclone into Bio, we saw even into, again, Young Yakov kind of misreading the situation, not really intending to go into Mutas, specifically against a Bio army. Still, though, those Mutas did surprisingly well. The Mutas on their own, they killed like 20 SCVs. Remember, initially they killed 10, and then they killed like another 7, then like another 6. It was impressive what they were able to accomplish, and terrifying as well. GG, well played. Young Yakov does take the first game. Akeron trying to come out of left field here with Mass Cyclone into a bio transition, but was a little bit awkward there, and in general was being pulled apart by the mass harassment. The Mutas, the Roaches as well. I was worried that Young Yakov was maybe bleeding out too many Roaches, and I do think he was, but he had a good enough economy to sustain those losses. That's the thing. And he had a beautiful fight on his side of the map, a beautiful concave on top of the ramp, and was able to collapse, shut down the army. GG. GG, well played. Young Yakov does take game number 1. And we're now going to be easing our way into game number 2. Here we go. Catching up in the chat. Petition, a map pool that keeps the better maps from previous map pools. Golden Wall, Romanticide, 2000 Atmospheres, Death Aura, Hard Lead. Love this map. Yeah, 2000 Atmospheres has a soft place in my heart. You know, bring back Abyssal Reef. On the one hand, I would love that. On the other hand, depending on, you know, how things progress, you know, at least ESL are proactive when it comes to committing to a new map pool. I mean, I think no one was expecting for this season for us to get a full set of new maps, and even more than that, not just 7 maps, but 9, which is unprecedented. So, but there's always potential with how we want to approach them. I do think there is definitely a sentiment behind the fact that over the years, so many maps have been made, and it is so sad that we have a map for one season of a map pool, and that we never see it again. You know, despite how good or how bad it was, it's just gone, lost to the ages, you know, and we've been playing this game for years, and there are so many good maps from back in the day that, you know, fall by the wayside. So yeah, I'm all for bringing back some of the older maps. But regardless, here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Spanish Terran player going for a 2-Rax opener, pulling a bit of a Björn. It's the green Terran. It is Akeron for the Platinum Heroes. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player representing Twisted Minds. It is Young Yakov. And this is not a 2-Rax opener, this is a 3-Rax. This is 3-Rax Mass Reaper out of Akeron. This is a way to gain a lot of momentum early on, especially on a small map like Golden Aura. Mass Reapers are going to be moving out and looking to punish the build here, punish the third base and the queens, and even the drones of Young Yakov. So the way this works is, once this gets scouted, it can be really greedy for a Zerg player to try to take a third base. Usually, the standard way to react to this is to stay on 2 bases, prioritize gas mining, like pull back into gas, get 100 gas, get into link speed, and to shut this down. And eventually take your third base, a little bit delayed. These Raxes have been spotted. Immediately we pull back in. Young Yakov, he does recognize the essence or the power behind link speed here. The importance of it. That's what I was working on. But the Overlord doesn't go into the main. So we are still... Okay, we're a bit of a diva enjoyer. Confirmed. But we don't go into the main base, so we didn't have confirmation of how committed we are. First Reaper does get across the map. Going to be dancing with the Lings. Ooh, but the first Reaper goes down. Big misstep there from Akeron. We can't lose Reapers, not this early on. So a bit of an overextension there, a bit of miscontrol from Akeron. He is still amassing more Reapers though. They are zooming across the map. And again, their goal at this point is going to be to delay, to cancel this third. As Reapers are amassing. Link speed is halfway done. And Reapers, they do get on top of this with the added DPS of the KDA charges with additional Reapers on the way. We should force a cancel here, but we'll see if Young Yakov can save it. As again, he's still just amassing links here at his natural. His hatchery getting very low, and we let it finish, by the way. Oh, good. Which means this is going to be a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. 300 minerals down the drain. And the Reapers, they do rotate around. Meanwhile, behind this Young Yakov, he has been amassing lings. And he's looking for a surround. He wants to collapse on these Reapers from behind. So far, good movement out of Akeron. He, for the most part, avoids the surround. Oh, but he can avoid it for only so long. As the Reapers, they get surrounded, they get collapsed upon. And almost every single Reaper gets shut down. That is 9 Reapers falling for only 13 Lings. A good trade for Young Yakov, as he does get the final Reaper. Oh, just barely. We have 3 more behind this. We have a wall. And Akeron is going to be transitioning into add-ons, into reactors, tech lab, stim, and a bioarm. Young Yakov is going to be joining. Now, as we take a moment to take stock here, there's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, yes, Young Yakov did lose a hatchery. That is true. But Akeron did not trade well against the Lings. He lost so many Reapers here, trading almost 1-for-1 with the Lings of Young Yakov. That was not a good trade for the Terran. So a bit of a give and take here. The other thing here, when it comes to losing all those Reapers, we have lost map control. We've lost a lot of map control here, which is what Akedon should have in this stage. And he's transitioning into a 2-base all-in. That is a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th racks on the way. It's going to be a 2-base, 6 racks all-in. We are amassing a mass amount of Marines. We're going to be pushing without a factory. Oh no. No. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I apologize. Do I not have scene switch around? No shot. Smooch. It was a really good start as well. It was a really good. Feels bad. Oh god. I do apologize. I guess scene switcher wasn't on, and anyway, 2-base all in. Okay, so to wind it back, what did you miss? I'm probably gonna have to re-record that. Actually, I'm gonna re-record that for YouTube. God damn it. Feels bad, man. So yeah, we do have essentially it was 3-axe Reaper. Okay, winding it back. Thankfully, it wasn't a long game, but 3-axe Reaper here from Akedon. Now it's going to be a 2-base all-in. The 3-axe Reaper wasn't quite worth it here. We did get on top of the hatchery. We did force a kill on the hatchery as well. But Young Yakov, to wind it back here, traded very well here against these Reapers. And now we have a 2-base all-in set up here from Akedon. I do apologize. I didn't notice that the scene hadn't switched. So my apologies there. I'm probably going to re-record that for YouTube. So if you're watching this VOD from YouTube, then don't worry, everything was normal. But I do apologize for the live audience. Feels bad, man. Not like this. It's okay. We get to be here for the fireworks, for the end of the game. It's all or nothing. The boys are being pulled as well. Akedon completely all in here on 2 bases. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. It's all or nothing. And Young Yakov, he's already amassing with Ling Bane. Queens are coming out as well. Young Yakov joining up a little bit here on 3 bases, getting a 4th as well. Oh god, how many queens do we have? We have 8 queens. The Ling Bane and getting ready for a full surround as well. It's all or nothing for Akedon. Here we go. We are going to be collapsing on this. So far, a good spread here from the Terran. But there's just so much more Ling Bane. Again, the all-in. It looks like it just doesn't have enough behind it here. We have a massive amount of Ling Bane. The Queen's coming forward. GG gets called, and Young Yakov will be taking game number 2. GG, well played. Again, I do apologize. To wind it back, it was 3-axe Reaper. It was 3-axe Reaper here from Akedon. And he was able to kill the 3rd base. He did get a kill on the hatchery, which was good, but he lost every single Reaper. He got surrounded. He got shut down. Feels bad, man. And from there, Akedon transitioned into a 2-base all-in. So not the longest of games, but I do apologize for... yeah, I do apologize for the lack of scene switcher there. I apologize. Now we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. And this time, we'll be switching our scenes. It's all good. 'Tis all good. The 7-hour cast, it's getting to me, Poppy. It's getting to me. Okay, this is preemptively. Bam! Loading it. Oh, good. Let's go. Preemptively. We're on the loading screen. We will see the game. I promise you. I promise you. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our Spanish Terran player. The green Terran down in this series, looking to fight back. Otherwise, it could all end here and now. We have the green Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Akedon. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 2-1. 1 game away from qualifying for the OSC Championships. It is young Yakov. Here we go. So again, I do apologize for missing on the first half of that last game. I will 100% just re-record that. I apologize. You got to see my face while casting, Papi. You got to spy on me. Let's go. Thankfully, I didn't pull a Romsley. Oh, that would have been awkward. I bring this up all the time. This happened years ago, by the way, but I'll bring it up again because I love Romsley. I love Okay, story time. Standard opener, it is a Rax expand here from Armageddon. Meanwhile, we do have a hatch gas pool out of young Yakov, so nothing crazy in the early game. Okay. So, if you know who Romsley is, you know, Papi, you know. He's a Spanish caster. He was a Spanish caster back in the day. He was very active, especially in around like 2020, 2021. And he's actually one of the official Spanish casters for GSL. And he casts in Spanish with CranKy. CranKy is he's currently casting in Spanish. He's still active. He would cast with CranKy. And they would cast GSL together on Africa for the Spanish audience. And they cast together, and fun fact, Romsley, like many other people, I'm sure, many other casters, it was hot. Okay, it was hot. You know, he's in Mexico, papi. It's a hot night. He was casting without his lower half, without any pants on, and when he casts, he gets really animated. I love Romsley. He's like a football commentator. You know, he gets really animated, and then he stands up, you know, and he uses his hands while he's casting. And usually it's fine because, you know, he's off camera, off scene. But there was one moment when casting GSL where CranKy switched the scenes without telling Romsley that he switched the scenes over, and suddenly everyone saw Romsley in his underwear. He was like, ah! There was just a really awkward moment there, where CranKy caught Romsley out, obviously by accident, but. Romsley, calm down, papi. So that did happen during a GSL broadcast. That did happen. It's okay. There was nothing ban worthy, but yeah. CranKy, he exposed Romsley to everyone. Shaking my head. So thankfully, I didn't stand up. I'm wearing pants. Okay, I'll have you know. But behind this, it's going to be a 2-1-1. Oh my god, a very aggressive opener here from Armageddon. Again, I should say the openers have been standard, but the follow-up here from Armageddon going for a very fast second Rax. This is very old school. This is going to be a stim timing. Stim timing with an add-on swap, factory swapping with the starport into medevac production. 16 Marines going to be pushing out across the map. A very committed start here. We are delaying the third base from Terran for a very long time. The third CC is so heavily delayed here when going for this push, and there is so much pressure on the Terran to get damage done with the first medevac drop.
Our forces are
Overlord is going to be coming in. Behind this, young Yakov getting into his third hatchery. Ooh, going for a really early bailing nest here. This is earlier than a safety bailing nest, by the way. Young Yakov being very aggressive himself. The aggression is on. When it comes to what young Yakov scouted, he did see the medevac. He saw the starport with the add-on as well. So young Yakov is fully aware of the marine drop that's coming his way. He's fully aware of the 2-1-1. This fast bailing nest isn't really going to help him defend, but this will help him attack. After he deflects the initial drop, he will be able to counterattack with Ling Bait. And just look at the sheer amount of Marines that we have. Oh my god, that's a lot of Marines. Here we go. That 16 Marine drop is moving out across the map. Behind this, Stim is about to fit. Sorry, Stim is done. Combat Shields is on the way. We're getting into Widowmine. Still no third CC. So very committed here from Armageddon. We're moving out. Poor Romsley. I love him though. It's great. So double drop is going to be coming in. And Yakov goes straight into his lair. That's another Rax on the way, by the way. There's still no third CC. Queen is going to be going down. A couple of workers as well. Not a bad start here from Armageddon. With this third CC, it's looking like a 2-base all-in. It's looking like we are not intending for this game to go on any longer. Armageddon is doubling down. There we go. More Marines being sent out. Still just amassing nothing but units. And it's going to be on young Yakov to hold. And again, he went for a relatively safe opener. He didn't rush into Evo Chambers, or double Evo Chambers specifically. He's going for +1 Carapace. Now Bailing Speed is on the way. He's amassing Ling Bane. And Akeron is very committed with this. Now we have a third CC on the way, but this third is so late. We're diving into the main. Queens are in position. Lings as well. We're committing to the drop, by the way. The target firing on the Medivacs. Medivac does barely survive, does go down. The Queen will fall, the Marines do unload, and we're pushing in. Akeron, he's busting into the main base, and he's getting out of hand, he's getting out of control. But he is forced to pick up. Akeron, he's got to get the hell out of there, forced out of the main base. Did do a decent amount of damage, he killed the Queen, he killed a couple of workers. But not much more than that. Akeron is going to be pushing towards that third. And he's welling in. Oh! Nice split there from Young Yakov. Nice split from Young Yakov. Behind this, third CC still on the way. We're going to be reinforcing with tanks. Again, Akeron, he still needs to gain value with this. He still needs to trade. Young Yakov going to be catching some reinforcements. Tanks have arrived. Tanks have been revealed. Lings, they get it. No! Lings, they get into the natural. The wall was not a wall. The tank is exposed. Boys are being pulled at the same time. Akeron pushing up into the third. So unsteady here. Young Yakov, he backs off. He does evacuate. He does give up on the hatchery. Queens are coming in. The Lings are wreaking havoc. 20 SCVs go down. And now all he has to do is defend. All he has to do is hold. The mine shot. Massive mine shot there on the Baylings. Akeron, he can keep on pushing. Behind this, the Lings have been cleaned up, but he still killed 24 SCVs. Akeron will get the hatchery, but Young Yakov, he has a backup third. He already has another base up and running. His economy is still looking strong. Akeron going for a doom drop into the main. Young Yakov out of position. He is rotating back over into said main base. Tanks are sieged. Queens are going to be coming forward as well. And it's going to be a one-way trip. The Baylings do not connect. Big mine shot once again. That one Widow mine has killed like 20 units on its own. It's crazy. But we lose the tank. The Marines make it out. The target firing on the Medevac. Full Medevac goes down. Big pick off. Akeron diving into the third. Again, he's down to 27 SCVs. GG, congratulations, as he has nothing left behind it. And young Yakov will take the series 3-0, qualifying for the OSC Championships. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to young Yakov, as he does take the 3-0 here in a dominant fashion. Akeron bringing out as much aggression as he could, but it just was not enough. And young Yakov will qualify. GG, congratulations. With that, he will advance on. And we can take a moment here to have a look at the bracket. Big shout out as well to Akeron. Unfortunately, he does meet his end here in this series. Unfortunately, he will bow out. It is single elimination, so a very brutal qualifier. There's not a lot of room for error here. Did pose a threat, did have his moments, but in the end did fall. And congratulations to young Yakov. Meanwhile, we have some other matches ongoing. We have Hydra versus Art in a PvP. Yo, Hydra 2-0'd Mixu. I was not expecting that. A big win there for Hydra. They're taking down Mixu 2-0. Now up against Art in a PvP. We have Jumi versus DNS, also in a PvP, currently ongoing. Winner goes up against Mana in another Protoss versus Protoss. Scrolling down, Fiant took down Geomek 2-1. Mindle VK took down Fighting Frog 2-0. And currently Fiant versus Mindle are mid-series as well. So we have a bunch of qualifying matches currently ongoing. And we'll see how that all does unfold. For the time being, we are going to be just looking to jump into a series. We're just waiting for something to open up here. My eyes are on either Hydra versus Art or Mindle versus Fiant. These are both best of fives, and we'll be looking to dive into them. And yeah, we shall see where this takes us. Again, I do apologize for missing out on half of game number 2. It was a short game, but I do apologize nonetheless. We'll try to fix that for the next time. As for now, we should be going on a small break. We're going to be going on a short break here. When we return, we will have another qualifying match for you. Which one? I'm not too sure, but we'll find someone. We'll find a series for you. Otherwise, if you want to support this tournament series, if you want to support the OSC Championship for Season 11, then !OSC. !OSC in the chat, and you will get a link to the Indiegogo. Bam. As you can see there on the screen, we do have an Indiegogo for the event, so if you want to support this tournament, then you can do so. You can help fund it, help it reach some stretch goals, some kind of tiers of rewards as well for the players, grow it, expand it, maybe have some show matches. There is quite a bit there available for you. So if you're interested, if you want to support OSC, Indiegogo is available. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, I don't know what we'll be casting, but we'll find someone. We'll jump on a series to cast. So we'll see you guys soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break, but we were just waiting for our players to have a series available, and we are jumping into another qualifying match. As you can see, just underneath me here, we are jumping in mid-series. We missed out on game 1. Fiant versus Mindle VK is underway, and Fiant is up 1-0. Just realized I have the wrong team name. One moment here. There we go, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have our red Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. Down in this series, but it's a best-of-5 qualifying match. Plenty of games are ahead of us. It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the yellow Zerg player representing Team Ruddy, leading the series 1-0. It is Fiant. And very quickly, if you are in the chat, we will have some predictions going. Obviously, the predictions may be leaning in a certain direction because we are mid-series. We already have scores, or a couple of scores revealed in a certain direction. So best of luck with your bets here on how you think this will unfold. Game 1, we don't know what happened, but it was a 14-minute game. It was a relatively long game between these two players. So best of luck with those predictions as they are in the chat. Behind this, Fiant going for a standard hatch gas pool, standard opener from our Zerg player. Likewise, Mindle VK going for a gate expand. Again, I'm not too sure what map game 1 was on either, but it seemed to be more of a back and forth longer game that did eventually go in favor of Fiant. But we'll see if that continues to be the case here, or if Mindle does turn it on, because we have seen quite a lot of aggression from Mindle in the past, especially in the mid game. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Gases are being taken. Fiant just establishing himself. Again, he was at least able to get his natural base up and running. Should quickly post in the chat as well. Predictions of them. Good. I was hoping for the DNS routes. The PvPs, yo, we got plenty of people. Don't worry. We'll get there, Papi. We'll get there. Don't you worry. As now the Overlord is going to be getting across the map. Again, there are currently 2 other PvPs going on in the qualifying matches. And I think DNS did just defeat Forjumi 2-0, so he's going to be ongoing against Mana in a fresh PvP. But we'll get there. Meanwhile, Mindle, oh my god, we have seen this already here tonight. We do have a Robo first. A little bit more unorthodox. Lings, they do slip into the main base though. If we fan out our Lings, we do get eyes on the tech of choice, just barely. And it is not a Twilight Council, it is a Robo opener. Now, with a Robo-based opener, this should be a Disruptor drop. Should be, because there are some players out there that do embrace Colossus drops. So you could also throw down 2 more gateways and start up a Prism and go for some vanilla gateway harass. But Disruptor drop is typically where this does take us. Now, earlier today, we were actually casting a different ZVP. We were casting Fiant versus Hydra, if I recall correctly. And Hydra actually went double Robo, quadruple Disruptor production with a double Prism drop, and he just went wild. And he did take down Fiant earlier today in qualifier number 1. So I'm curious if Mindle is willing to embrace that and whip that out here in game number, or in the second qualifier. We'll see. For now, Lings are moving out. We do have a very early Roach Warren here from Fiant, just to be safe and sound, just to be secure against this opener of choice. There's that Bay on the way, the Warp Prism. This should be leading into, again, Disruptor drops. He's going to be dipping in between the bases, making sure that everything is as it should be. Now, when it comes to this build of choice, the downside here is that it can be quite difficult to take a third base, depending on how aggressive Fiant wants to be. Speaking of, we already have Roaches and Lings on the way. We have our answer, by the way. It is not going to be double Robo. We have a Twilight Council as a follow-up, and another gateway, a very delayed third base. Almost looking like a 2-base all-in setup. Oh my god. That's going to be 4 gates in total. Lings are moving out again. Fiant hoping to try and delay that third, the third that for the time being does not exist. Lair is on the way here for Fiant. He's establishing his third base. Another good option against this is to go into something like Spire play and Muta production. But we have Blink Stalkers as a follow-up. Oh my god, Mindle VK just doubling down here. So if Fiant were to rush into Spire, I think he'd just die. I think this is it's going to be a very aggressive follow-up. Prism moving out across the map. Disruptors have been dropped. Nova going to be going off, and oh my, jeez, the speed zone's wild. Does affect the Nova. Meanwhile, the Roaches and Ravagers have been revealed. The first Nova's on cooldown. Second Nova goes off. Up. Good connection. Was that 3 Roaches? 3 Roaches do go down. Fiant has arrived, but there's no breaking this natural base. We have shield batteries. We have an overcharge. Fiant is still cutting work. Actually, no, sorry. Actually, re-droning behind this. Getting up to 57. Taking his gases and getting into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Lair is done. Roach speed is on the way. Nova's going to be going up. Oh, we're going for the Lings. Oh, not quite connecting though. Good splits here from Fiant, minimizing his losses. Chipping away at those disruptors. And again, Fiant just making sure that Mindle VK cannot expand. And he won't be expanding because we can see Colossus production and a massive gateway explosion. That's going to be 4 more gateways. That is 8 gates in total. It's a 2-base all-in, straight up out of Fiant. Nova goes off, takes down a Ravager. Another Nova does shave off one of those creep tumors as well. Now, Fiant is still amassing an army. Now, if Fiant was too greedy, if he teched up, if he went into something like a Vast Infestation Pit or a Spire or a Hydra Den, he would be in a lot of trouble. But he's cutting workers early. 56 drones. He's checking. He once again confirms that there is no expansion. There is no base. Yeah, Fiant, he's just confirming the 2-base all-in. And he is respecting it quite a bit. There he goes up. Up! Decent connection. And again, so far, 7 Roaches, a Ravager, 17 Lings. Over time, this adds up. Like, Fiant is doing a great job here at just preserving these disruptors and gaining value over time. And here comes the all-in. We have 4 disruptors, 1 Colossus. The Lings, they get in. The Lings, they do slip into the main base. They're going to be forcing a defensive warp in. As they get into the mineral line, probes are going to be going down. At the same time, Mindle is committed. 7 workers fall. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're all in, every worker counts. And can Mindle pull this off? Can he break his opponent? Overlord's gonna be shut down. Waddling onto creep. Fiant getting ready for a surround, but here come the Novas. The reaction. Ooh, delayed reaction. Massive Nova goes off. Second one as well will connect with the army. But the Colossus gets left behind. Where was the War Prism? Not there to juggle, not there to support. So we do barely save one of those disruptors. But Mindle is being forced back. So far, a good start for Fiant. I mean, I say a good start. He did take some Novas to the face. There were some brutal Novas there. But he at least shuts down the Colossus. He's amassing a larger army. Still see Mindle VK with a comparable army size. Never going to be going up, zoning back the forces here of Fiant. Fiant coming in for a surround. Does come in from behind, getting on top of those disruptors. Good dodges here against those Novas. Every single link goes down, but we get on top of the disruptors. There's only 1 left. Only 1 does remain. And Mindle, he is running out of steam. Still heavily reliant on Blink Stalkers. Blink Stalkers aren't bad, but again, there's nothing to do with those Lings. Files will connect. The all-in continuing here for Mindle. He is making another disruptor behind this. Never goes up. Gets 2 Roaches. Hatchery is under fire. We're going to be able to focus down the base. The base does fall. We're chasing this back. We're getting within range of that shield battery, but sorry, of that prism. But so far, Fiant unable to get there. Oh, the War Prism! The War Prism got sniped! Ah, it did go down to those flanking Ravagers. They shut down the Prism. We get on top of the army as well. We go straight for the Disruptor and it will survive. Does get recalled. But again, Mindle, he lost his War Prism. He's lost his way to reinforce. It is being rebuilt, don't get me wrong, but he has to back off. He's lost so much momentum already here. And Fiant, he's got his third base back up and running. We have a fourth on the way. Fiant still has a solid economy. Just make sure that there is no third Nexus. And Mindle is still 2 base all in. It's a 10-minute 2 base all in. Doesn't stop, doesn't end. Now, can we pull this off? Again, if we do connect with these Disruptors, I do think we can break through. But everything has to work well here for Mindle. No more mistakes, no more missteps. Link counterattack gets across the map. As we are attempting to break through, we do force the overcharge back at home. We force the defensive warp in. Soldiers pushing forward. Oh my god. Nova's just grazing the army, but Fiant comes in from behind. The Disruptors are exposed. They do get saved. They get saved in the end, and Fiant wants to chase this all the way down. Not the best trade here, fighting off of creep. But he knows that he has a supply on his side. The Novas! Oh god! Massive connections! We have one more Nova in the chamber. We have 2 actually. 2 more Disruptors. And we'll see if we can pull this off as Fianti's running out of steam a little bit. He has to back off. Another Nova. Good splits. Good splits from Fiant. Pylon going to be going down. And yeah, we cannot break this position found. We have to back off from here. We don't want to overextend. We don't want to throw away too much. As he's getting his 4th up and running. He can afford to drone. A little bit supply blocked. Should be teching. There it is. +1 melee now on the way. Mindle still on 2 bases. We can even start working on the fast infestation bit to get into Hive Tech, to get into Vipers. 3rd base now on the way. Has been spotted by Fiant. He sees, he's aware. Soldiers, they catch the Link Bane. Link Bane gets caught out. As they get dragged out of position, we do have a massive Link counterattack here. We get on top of the base, and the Nexus is going to be cancelled. So yeah, these Novas, they're wild. There's a cancel on the Nexus. So good they shut this down. Just Novas are a little bit premature there, but how many Disruptors? We have 5 Disruptors in total. 5 Novas are available. But Fiant has maxed out. There we go, just trying to collapse up this ramp. Pushing his Nova's never an easy thing to do. Big connection. Shave off some Lings. Yeah, breaking this natural is going to be so difficult. Yeah, it's not going to be worth it. We just deny the 3rd over and over again. Waiting for the army to expose himself. Nova's going off time and time again. The Colossus has arrived. Big connection in the Link Bane. Oh my god, massive connections actually. But we may just have too much anyway. We're breaking in. We're breaking through. Shield battery goes down. We go for the Colossus. And we don't get it. Oh god. Again, Fiant doesn't want to throw away too much as we are remaxing with Lings and Banelings. Mindle is barely holding on, but he just doesn't have enough. The only hope here for Mindle is for Fiant to overextend, but the fact that Fiant turned back around is, again, not ideal here for our Protoss. Can he somehow establish his third? Can he get it up and running? Whilst they shave off the Lings. Yant. Just fanning out his units, trying to find a way in. Taking another base, taking a fifth. Droning up. Working towards a hive as well. Again, Vipers would really kind of seal the deal here for Fiant. Abductions would shut down the Disruptors and the Colossi. And I'm sure Fiant is aware of that. He's working on it. +2 is on the way. We get another surround. Not quite. Base will be saved. Mindle getting his third. Now, economically, Mindle's in a pretty awful position. He's got 36 probes. Doesn't really have much of an economy to speak of. But army-wise, pretty comparable with the Zerg. The reality is that we could pull off an all-in. Like, Mindle's been trading well. You can see here, almost 400. 354 Lings have gone down this game. 43 Roaches. Trading even in gas, but mineral-wise, oh my god. Forget about it. But here we go. The Vipers are finally in production. This is what we've been missing. This is what we need. Rocks are being knocked down. The Lings, they go to town. Oh, the Colossi go to town. The Lings, we're getting on top of the Disruptors. Up. We get one. One Disruptor gets picked up. Good force fields here from Mindle. You can see his army is still terrifying. This is a death ball of an army. Oh my god. Mindle up in army supply. He can take a fight, unironically. Ultra Caverns on the way. Like, essentially, Mindle is super maxed. Like, he's been trading so efficiently that he's been building up his army over time. 3 Colossi, 2 Disruptors. It's terrifying. Obviously, Mindle has no longevity to his army. If he loses a fight, then it's all over. But Storm is about to finish. The Vipers are coming in. And we are looking for some abductions. Nice feedback. Oh my god. All the feedbacks. Fiant is going to be forced back. I'm so paranoid about being on the wrong scene. I keep checking. I keep checking, pal. There we go. 4th base going to be denied. Mindle, he is on his way to maxing out. Storm is done. Fiant does have a bank. He's working towards Ultras and 3-3. I still do worry for him. There we go. Mindle taking a forward base. If he can establish a 4th, like, he can max out. 100%. And start working on a bank as well, which would be wild. Lings, they try to come in for a counterattack. We are in position. A lot of Lings do get shaved off. At the same time, we do come in from the right-hand side. We're getting on top of the base. Let's go. Not bad trades. Fiant sprinkling in a couple of Ultras. Now, we don't have any Immortals. We have a lot of Stalkers, which can do well against Ultras, but without Immortals, these Ultras, they can pack quite a punch. There we go. Next is going to be going down the mineral line as well. Good pick off at the same time. Link's coming from behind. Never's go off. Good connections, but it looks like this base will fall. And Mindle is being forced all in. He's completely all in at this point. The 3rd base will go down. And Mindle down to 16 workers. And it's all or nothing base. They're all in. Black Templar. The Templar, they barely survive. A big storm's going to be going up, but they did take some Baileys to the face. Colossi are exposed. Blinding clouds get thrown down. And the Stalker army is breaking through. Big yoink here on the Colossi. Mindle is breaking through, but we have 40 Lings on the way. 7 Ultras as well. If it wasn't for the Remax, then Mindle could just end the game here and now. As he's pushing up the ramp, getting on top of the Vipers. Reinforcements are on the way, but here come the Ultras. The Lings and Ultras. GG gets called, and Fiant will take game number 2, taking a 2-0 lead in this qualifying match. GG. Ooh. And for those that are curious, the sun has risen. I don't know if you can see, but I'm significantly brighter. The sun has risen. It is almost 7 a.m. 7 a.m. in the morning, Poppy. Let's go. Let's go. We started casting at 11 p.m. And the StarCraft doesn't end. It's GG with that. Fiant does take a 2-0 lead. One more game, and Fiant will qualify for the OSC Championships. Mindle needs to fight back here and now to make a series out of this and to have a more back and forth. Here we go. As we have our next game being set up, we're going to be loading into 2,000 atmospheres. Here we go. It all comes down to this. Again, potentially our final game of the series, and we're going back in time a little bit, back to 2,000 atmospheres. Feels good to be back. And I appreciate that when it comes to this map pool being an extended map pool, our players are willing to embrace some of these older maps and more than willing to play on them. That says something. It does say something. So here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right hand corner of 2,000 atmospheres, we have our red Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. Down in this series, we're going to fight back. He needs to fight back here and now. He needs your support. It is Mindle VK. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Swedish Zerg player, the yellow Zerg representing Team Brody. It is Fiant. The light is entering the light again. Oh no. Get the light away from me. I had too much of it. It's fine. The sun, it burns. Oh god. It's okay. We can keep going, Bobby. We can keep going. Again, this is our second qualifying match. We still have 2 other qualifying matches behind this as well. The PvPs are still on the horizon. Here we go. We do have Mindle coming in for a bit of the scouts. Gonna get eyes on the hatch gas pool. Standard opener from our Zerg player. Mindle was wild last game, going for a robo opener into a 2-base all-in. Not something you see too often. And you saw how much power it had behind it. Even though, of course, Mindle had no economy, he had a massive army, and he was heavily reliant on winning a fight and snowballing out of control, getting on top of the production, getting on top of the hatcheries, and ending the game in that way. And there was a world out there where he could have won. He traded damn well with his disruptors. But it did take a little bit too long to really get going and to move out. Fiant was able to remax multiple times, even incorporating Ultras and Vipers, and did snowball out of control. But here we're settling into game number 3. Again, on a map from times gone by, from years gone by, 2,000 atmospheres. Feels good to be home. So now we are going to be droning Third base is soon to be taken. Probe does get eyes on this. We're going to try and delay it for as long as we can, but Lings have arrived, and Lings should be getting on top of this worker. Oh, and for the first time this series, that is going to be a Stargate opener here from Viant. It's going to be Stargate, should be for Oracle-based play, but we'll keep our eyes on Mindle. Did I say Fiant? My apologies. Oh, God. It is going to be Stargate opener here from Mindle VK. Should be for Oracle production. We'll see if we go into Void Rays or Phoenixes instead, which is definitely an option. It is viable. Two Lings, they do dip in. They do confirm the opener, and it is going to be a Void Ray. Okay. Mindle VK, you have my attention. You do have my attention here. As with this Void Ray opener, we're going to be shutting down the Overlord, shutting down any kind of scouting information. Oh, never. Oh, wait, what? Uh-oh. As we canceled the Void Ray, started the Oracle, canceled the Oracle, went back into a Void Ray. The mind games are real? Question mark. As Mindle's becoming a little bit indecisive here. Is going to be committing to that Void Ray. With it, going to be shutting down again. The Overlord's going to be keeping the Zerg player in the dark. Overlords are already getting the hell out of there, pulling back. Live VIP, do you sleep? I will sleep right after this. Yeah, the fatigue is setting in. We do have another cast later on tonight. We're going to be covering, of course, the beginning of World Team League. The playoffs do begin Friday evening, and it is Friday morning here in Australia. So in around like 15 hours, 15? No, like 14 hours time, 13 or 14 hours. So I am more than happy to just, right after we finish the cast here, go to bed, sleep for a good like 10 hours. Yeah, like let the darkness engulf me, let it take me. And we wake up, we get some food, and then bam, back into casting. As we do here on the CranKy Ducklings. We cast every day. Sometimes multiple times a day, like today. Let's go. As Lings have arrived. Tomorrow is going to be, I believe, World Team League. And then after World Team League, we're going to be casting a New Year's Cup. A New Year's event. Hosted by Hatsu. So we have 2 broadcasts tomorrow. And then 2 broadcasts after that. And then after that, yeah, you know how it is. As the Void Ray is going to be shutting down this hatchery. Fiant going to try and get in position, but it should be a cancel on that 4th base. Behind this, it was a Void Ray first, but to quickly go over what's been going on, we have a 3rd Nexus behind it, so very economic based opener here from Mindle VK. And even though he has hidden tech that hasn't been scouted, it's standard play. It's going to be Blink and +1 with Oracles alongside. Lings, they do come in for a surround, but the Adepts, they will survive. Ooh, did I speak too soon? No, we have the overcharge. 3rd base will be held. 4th base going to be delayed here. Fiant forced to expand on the right-hand side. And Fiant is going to be amassing Ling Bane. Baneling Nest is done, +1 melee is on the way. And Fiant does have Banelings in production. He wants to try to break this 3rd base and try to slow down, cripple the economy of Mindle VK before he can really get going. And there it is. Banelings are waddling in. The overcharge is on cooldown. Lings, they come in, they get us around. Banelings, they try to get into the mineral line, but they're being stopped. The Stalker is standing strong. The Banelings are waddling in. They're trying to get past, trying to get into the mineral line, and 1 will connect. Big connection. But 2 Banelings take down the mineral line, not 1. And the probes will survive just barely. Oh my god, that was a juicy connection, but again, 1 Baneling is not enough. We just needed Automas, 1 more. And that would have been in the entire mineral line going down. And Fiant, I'm sure he knows he wants back in, but we have Stalkers in position. And Mindle will hold. Behind this, Fiant's going to be droning. We do have a Roach Warren on the way, double expanding, taking a 4th and a 5th base. Fiant's with an okay economy. I mean, he stopped his own worker production in favor of Ling Bane, and so far it hasn't been worth it. He almost made it worth it, almost got into the mineral line, but he needs better trades. Diving on top of these Stalkers, Blink is done, they do blink away. Fiant has been a little bit careless here. He has been bleeding out a lot of units. Still just now joining up to 65. Additional workers are on the way. And Mindle VK is getting quite a lot of momentum right now. He's pushing towards the left-hand side, towards that 5th. We have Stasis Traps to support. +1 is done. Link from behind. Oh, the Stasis. Decent Stasis Trap here. Yeah, and here come the reinforcements. Mindle VK, he's breaking through, getting on top of the Queens. Where are the Roaches, by the way? There are none. Lings are doing what they can, but we're bleeding out so many Lings. Mindle, he's edging ever closer, but the Stasis will run out, so we have to respect it. We have to deal with it. Again, there's been 111. Look at the trades. 111 Lings for 3 Stalkers. 111 Lings. It looks like we have it broken through. The base goes down. The transfuse 1 second too late. Stasis Trap's going to be going up. We do have a decent engagement. The Lings are getting on top of the Stalkers. We are getting on top of them. A better trade here from Fiant, but again, he's been bleeding out so much. Behind this, we have +2. We have +1 Carapace on the way. Roach Warren is done, but there have been no Roaches. We need to, like, Roaches, we need them to support the army here with Roaches, with Ravagers, with Biles. Just add some extra DPS. Hatchery is going to be denied. Fiant getting ready for a counterattack. It's going to be quite committed here. There's potential. There's potential to take down a mineral line, or potential for Mindle VK to just swat it away and to counterattack. Okay, we do have a surround. Kind of a surround. Again, really good positioning here from Mindle. The Lings are trying to engage the Stalkers, sorry, the Queens as well. Bailey said, well, again, we get into the mineral line. Do bust forward. The Stalkers will go down, and we do clean up so many of these probes. Finally, damage is done, but does it matter? Is it too late? Because Mindle has a terrifying army. Lings are engaging on creep. But so many Lings are going to be going down. The Blinks are looking good here from Mindle. The Stalker's getting very low, but we shave off every single Ling. At the same time, probes are still falling here at the 3rd base. Mindle is pretty all in, but he has already killed 1 hatchery, and now he's going to get a 2nd. 2nd hatchery does go down. Fiant working on an Ultra Cavern? Oh my god. Working on an Ultra Cavern. Infestation Bit's going to be going down. Fiant getting ready for another surround. He is down in army supply. She's trying to bring everything together. These Stalkers are very low. And he does take down a lot of these Stalkers. Good trade. Good trade as we're getting on top of these Queens. Mindle, he still may just have too much. This may be the beginning here of a comeback. As Mindle, he's breaking into that natural. Really good positioning here as a part of this ramp. Reducing to that service area. Yeah, big warp in behind this as well. Looks like Mindle, he has too much. He has broken through. He has broken the bases. Wedged himself in between the natural and the main. We have 5 Ultras in production. Kindness plating is not done. And is 5 Ultras enough? Can we hold? Yeah, +2 Carapace. Adrenal is on the way. Stalkers are breaking through. They take down the infestation pits. The Ultras are coming out. Can we hold? Here we go. The Ultras, they have arrived, but they're being focused down one after the other. Remember, they do not have kindness plating, and they are just so squishy. They have enough, though. Oh, we're breaking in. Prism's going to get targeted down, but yeah, the Ultras, they melt before the might of the Protoss. Mindle, he has broken through. He will be he'll be fighting back. GG gets called, and Mindle puts a point on the board. GG. GG. My brain wanted to say that we're tying things up, but then I realized that this was game one for Mindle. Okay, we got this. We can keep going. Can keep going here. Here it goes. We are getting into our next game. As we are getting to game number 4, and again, Mindle able to snowball out of control. Fiant being a little bit too greedy with his playstyle. So, winding it back, talking about what Fiant was attempting to pull off, Ling Bane is a thing. Like, going Mass Ling Bane into Ultras is very much a thing you can accomplish, but you need map control. You need momentum on your side. If you are stuck defending back at home, then you're in a lot of trouble, and that's where you do have to invest into roaches. And to not invest into them is just a really greedy thing to try to get away with. You are cutting quite a lot of corners there, and as we saw, Mindle was able to just out-trade Fiant, able to break through, able to snowball out of control. Really good stuff there out of Mindle, and Fiant does stumble a little bit here, and is this the beginning of a comeback? Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have the red Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. Putting a point on the board, and can we tie this up? Can we force the ace match? It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have, oh my god, we're going for a 12 pool. We're going for a 12 pool, Poppy. We have our Swedish Zerg player, the yellow Zerg, representing Team Roddy. It is Fiant. Thank you, Squirrel Fun. Thank you. Mindle VK is StarCrafting a pretty good StarCraft this game, but I see Fiant also StarCrafting the StarCraft in a very StarCrafty fashion. But neither StarCraft's quite like Light's Giga Crafting No Sleep Craft. It took a lot of effort as we're going for a proxy hatch as well. So this is going to be an all-in. Like, there are 12 full variations which are just openers that are designed to transition into a longer game. But nah, Fiant, he's doubling down. Proxy hatch here outside the natural. Fiant wants to end it all. Wants to try to break his opponent as he does get into the mineral line. So he does get into the wall. Does throw down that hatchery. Immediately Forge. Oh my god. Mindle VK, it's not his first time. Forge is on the way. Cannons are a must. As we throw down the Cyber Core, Zelda's being chronoed out. So if you're curious here when it comes to the defensive play of the Protoss, we need the Forge here because we have very limited production, very limited gateways are available for Mindle VK. Cannons are so useful in this position, especially against an all-in. Lings are flooding across the map. Oh god, we are supply blocked for a moment there. Forge is done, and cannons are on the way. Now, we do have some good surface area here on the gateway. Gateway going to be taking a lot of hits. The gateway is going to be falling. We do have a secondary wall behind this, but the gateway will fall, and this may just become a little bit too much. We have one zealot to hold. The cannon is still on the way. They get only one gateway. Can we get us around? Not quite. Shield battery may just be 1 second too late. We get a secondary wall behind this. Zealot will fall. And Fiant is expanding, but Fiant is also getting cannon rushed. Uh-oh. Again, a solid defense here from Mindle VK, and Fiant, he doesn't see.
We have met the enemy in combat.
Fiant, he's trying to transition out of this, but we are cannon rushing, and there's no saving this. There's no saving the space. Fiant is droning. No queens back at home. No lings back at home. We have a Roach Warren on the way. And Fiant is going to be forced onto one base. Oh boy. Overlord goes into the main. Does get eyes on the Stargate. Going to be a Void Ray opener. Cannons are done. And Fiant has to cancel. Fiant going to be forced to expand here at the triangular location instead. Mindle going to chase him. Going to follow him. Gonna confirm. Okay, so we're in a really awkward position here. One, we should be seeing Void Rays here from Mindle VK. Meanwhile, with this early Roach Warren, we can go for an early Roach push. I don't know if we can break our opponent here, but we can morph in Ravagers. Things can get a little bit chaotic. We'll see. We shall see. Hydrate your hydras, but not ultras, otherwise they melt. They do. I don't know where this is going. For now, this gateway looking very exposed, just barely out of range of the cannon. Oh, that's really awkward positioning here. Yeah, we do force a cancel. Roaches are on the way, Ravagers as well. Fiant hasn't droned. Bear that in mind. He took Yasses. He has a hatchery on the way. No droning. No droning whatsoever. Fiant is all in. And he's hoping that maybe Mindle VK would be a little bit too greedy. Now, Mindle, he's got second cannon on the way. Shield battery, Void Rays are in production. The first Void Ray still coming out. But the Oracle does catch some of those lings. Only 2 Ravagers, it's not going to be enough. Yeah, Shield Battery going to be topping everything up. We can focus down the Ravagers. And Mindle VK will hold. He will shut this down completely. The Pylon will hold, will survive. Up. And every single Ravager is focused down. Without Ravagers, we will not be able to break this position. And Fiant is still flooding links. Link speed just now starts. Very late link speed here for Fiant. Uh-oh. And we're droning? We start 1 drone at least. 1 drone is on the way. Fiant amassing links. But the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be here for Mindle VK. He's got his natural base up and running. 2 shield batteries, 3 pylons, 2 cannons, additional void rays as well. We are lacking a ground army, but we're getting our second Stargate up and running for Skytoss. Oh, and there's nothing that we have against Skytoss. There's no answer. There's no answer to the Skytoss. Not in this game state. Oracles are moving out. We have 2 queens in the main. A bit of miscontrol there out of Mindle VK. He did focus down the queen for a moment. Cannons are eventually being dealt with. And it looks like Fiant is droning. Looks like he's going to try to transition out of this, but he's got half the worker count of his opponents. Still has all these lings. And from here, if Mindle wanted to, he could throw down a Fleet Beacon and just rush into carriers. That's going to be Overlord speed on the way. Interesting. You don't really start Overlord speed in this... Okay, there we go. We cancel. I was like, what's the plan? We don't really have queens for dropper lords. Like, we can't... What do? We can't. We cancel. That's the answer. Cancel Overlord speed. It's just not really going to be a factor here. Lair is on the way. A lair on 26 drones. Nidus? Nidus all in? Question mark? I mean, yeah, Nidus says the Oracle's egg. They go ham. They go ham on the Spore. We're still massing Oracle. We're just going pure Oracle at this point, having our way with that natural base. Drones are getting picked up. Links have been spotted. When the Links are here to deny the third. Here we go. We get us around. We do force a cancel. There it is, Fleet Beacons on the way, but we're getting into Skytoss. Meanwhile, with the lair, we're going into 2-base Hydra, I guess. Oh, we're throwing whatever we can at the wall, and we're looking to see what sticks. Problem is that the wall's been oiled up, Bappy. Nothing's sticking. Nothing can stick. Aye. How many oracles do we have? 8 oracles at this point. We can honestly fight all the queens if we wanted to. We take control of the natural. We can barely drone. We can barely mine. There we go. We have found those queens. Gonna be able to focus them down one after the other. First queen, second queen, third queen falls. GG gets called, and we are going all the way to game 5. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, the 12 pool did fall on its face. Mindle VK was able to defend beautifully and cannon rush across the map to just counteract and cripple Fiant's economy. There was no redroning, there was no remaxing, there was no transition out of that. Fiant followed up with a Roach all-in, a Roach Ravager based all-in. But he was up against Oracles and Void Rays, and Mindle VK was able to defend. And now we have found ourselves in Game 5. It all ends here. It all ends in the ace match. Let us go. We went the distance. Mate. Almost every qualifying match that we've casted tonight has gone to the ace match. It's wild. Like Rex versus Battle B, Rex versus Baby Marine as well. Future versus Battle B went to game 4 at least, but you're getting a lot of ace matches, Papi. A lot of ace matches. Let's go. Here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta. We have a red Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming, clawing his way back into this, forcing that ace match. It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Swedish Zerg player, the yellow Zerg representing Team Roddy, going for a 15-15. It is Fiant. Our 15-15 opener has arrived. Going for the cancel, going for our spawning pool. Is a very, again, safe way to open up here. You're able to get your natural base up and running where you do want it. From here, we get into a faster spawning pool for earlier link production. It is a little bit less economic here for Fiant overall, but he's able to get a secure 2-base setup here to make sure and to deter any kind of Twilight-based play. But what I appreciate is that this opener is, again, meant to get you into the mid-game, which means Fiant is not being hyper-aggressive this time, where we're calming things down, we're evening things up. No kind of crazy 12 pool shenanigans, no link floods, none of that. Tis worth. Well, it is great to see, again, just something a little bit more standard here to get into the mid-game. But now gases are being taken, going to be droning on up. Likewise, Mindle VK is soon to throw down his tech of choice, whether it's a Twilight Council or Stargate. I'm imagining a Stargate, but the pylon is thrown down behind the mineral line, so it is designed to hide tech. We'll see what direction we go in. The Airlord's going to be floating on in. Likewise, Lings are fanning out, and it is going to be a Stargate here towards the left-hand side. Of course, Warp Gate was delayed. Fiant, I'm sure, is aware that Warp Gate did not begin, so I'm sure is aware of the Stargate opener from his opponent. Now, we have already seen a Void Ray first out of Mindle VK, so we could be seeing Void Ray again, or we can just go straight into Oracles into a third. Mindle has options here. Depending on his first unit, that will tell us how he wants to approach this matchup. Lings do dip in, Fiant gets a full scout, he gets confirmation of the Stargate opener. He doesn't see the first units, but is aware of the Stargate at least. With this, Mindle's going to be moving out. Once again, it is in fact going to be that Void Ray first. As I mentioned before, with the Void Ray opener, we can hide our tech. We can go for Glaive at Depths, we can go for a 2-base all-in. There's a lot available here for Mindle. But the last time we saw him go for this opener on 2000 Atmospheres, it was just for a 3rd base into +1 Blink Stalkers. So it doesn't have to be aggressive. As the Depths are going to be threatening a Shade. They don't commit. Behind this, Twilight Council's on the way. I do not see a Forge. There's the Robo. Another Gateway. This kind of looks like Glaives. I'm curious if that's going to be the case. The lack of Forge is the big tell. But usually if you're going Glaive Adepts, you throw down 2 gateways, just so we can start warping in a little bit earlier on. So I'm curious if this is going to be Glaives or a bit of a different direction here. There it is. It's going to be Charge. That was the other thing on my mind. It's going to be a Charge-based all-in. I mean, we're getting ready to expand, don't get me wrong, but this is very committed. Yeah. This is very committed. We have 4 gates on the way in addition to the 2 that we already had. So 6 gates in total. And we may be able to go up to 8 gateways behind this. Now, the reason why I say this is an all-in, and I don't really know if he really plans on saturating his 3rd, is because there's no Forge. There's no Forge, there's no longevity here to this composition from MindoVK. This is very committed. It is designed to hit hard, to hit fast. And there it is. We had 6 gateways. Now we have the 7th and 8th gateway. Yep, it's going to be a 2-base, 8-gate all-in. Mindo is not taking his gases at his natural, which means there's no Archons to support this. And Mindo is not making any more probes either. So he's trying to lure Fiant into a false sense of security. Fiant behind this is going to be joining up. Balian S is on the way. Fiant does get eyes on the 3rd at least. He's aware. But has he pieced this together? Because Fiant doesn't have a Roach Warren. No Roach Warren is going to be a brutal defense here. I'm really concerned for Fiant. Ling Bane can defend, obviously. Like, with really good Baneling connections, we can clean this up. But we are heavily reliant on good Baneling connections. Without them, Mindo's going to snowball out of control. And here we go. The Zealots are moving out. Now, Mindo is saturating his 3rd. But again, is still very committed. We'll have another warp-in available. And do you know what I see? I see 0 Banelings. I see 0 Banelings. Roach Warren is on the way. Fiant is about to be caught with his pants down. Like, he is not ready for a mass Zealot attack. And here we go. We're coming in. And there's nothing here. There are Queens to defend. And the Queens are going to get shut down. We're going straight for the mineral line. We do so well the Zealots. We go straight for the 3rd base and the natural. A lot of Queens here at the 3rd. But drones are going down. The Lings, they race back home. Decent engage here from the Lings, but we have more Zealots behind this. Big warp it into the main base as well. And this may just be where it all ends. Balings are now in production, but they're so late. They're too little too late at this point. Yeah, we're focusing down the Balings. We may be able to finish up a couple of them, but 15 drones have gone down. We get on top of the hatchery as well. And the warp-ins, they just don't stop coming. Again, a 2-base 8-gate all-in, catching Fiant completely off guard. We kill every single Queen, 15 workers. The Roach Warren has fallen. And we barely have anything. I mean, we've saved a lot of drones. We have 41 drones here in this mineral line. Balings will finish. Oh. Balings, they are finishing up just in time. Big warp in behind this, though. No Balings left. Oh, no Balings are remaining here. And the Zealots, they break through the Lings. GG gets called. It's just too much to handle. And MindoVK will take the series 3-2, qualifying for the OSC Season 11 Championship. GG. GG, well played. Fiant was bamboozled a little bit. He was lured into a false sense of security. He saw the 3rd. He was like, oh, you're macroing, right? You're probing up. You're saturating your 3rd base. We should be getting into a longer game, right? Nah, papi, no. A mass charge, that is all you need. No Forge, no +1. Only 2 gases, 8 gateways, Zealots, and a dream. And with that dream, Mindo will qualify. Fiant is going to be knocked out, and we'll have to try again another day. Again, tomorrow we have 2 more qualifiers for the OSC Championships. So there is another chance for Fiant to bounce back. There is another chance. There is another opportunity. But, yeah, with that, we'll have to try again another day. Congratulations here to MindoVK. A really powerful comeback here. You could definitely argue that in some of those games, it did look like Fiant was overconfident. Specifically in the game where he 12 pulled and also on 2000 atmospheres. It looked like Fiant, because he was up 2-0, he was maybe feeling a little bit too confident coming into it. He's like, oh, I got this, you know, like one more game is all I need. I can close this out fast, quick and easy, and I can just walk away with my qualifying spot. But you gotta put some respect here to Mindle, Pop. You gotta respect the name, as he has been on fire recently. And congratulations to Mindle VK. My condolences to Fiant, as Mindle does qualify. And with that, we have another 2 series here that are ongoing, and I'm not too sure as to what's going to be happening here. We may go on a short break. I believe let's switch our scenes over. I believe these PvPs were underway and they actually did wrap up. Both Hydra versus Art and DNS versus Mana, I believe they have concluded. But I also believe that our lovely admin and organizer, big shout out to Eddie, has been gathering up the replays, and we may be able to have a bit of a replay cast and go over both of those PvPs to determine who else has qualified tonight. Oh boy. Yep, let's go. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm gonna need a small moment here. I'm gonna need a small break. Replays have been passed on, and these matches were played during our series. So while we were casting Mindle versus Fiant, DNS versus Mana, and Hydra versus Art was ongoing. So we have some replays to go over. A couple of minutes, couple of hours old replays. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will determine who does make it through here, who qualifies for OSC. See you soon. Actually, you know what? Hold on. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that brutal OST. I was about to come back in, but I just realized that I had no water left, so I just went, got a refill, topped up, hydrated my hydras, and now we are getting ready to dive into our next qualifying match. Now, these two upcoming series, both Art versus Hydra, as well as DNS versus Mana, have already, or these are going to be replay casts. They're a couple of minutes old. They happened as we were casting Mindle VK versus Fiant. They were happening at the same time, and the replays have been provided, so we can dive on into this. So we can, of course, get into some PvPs, get into some casting. Predictions in the chat will be open. The only people that know who the winners and who the losers are the players themselves, as I have no idea what I'm going to be getting into. So predictions will be open in the chat. You can place your bets here on who you believe will be taking this series in the end. We have our first PvP. It is going to be Art versus Hydra. Let's go. Let us go. Followed by DNS and Mana. We'll get there. We will get there. As predictions are open and we are diving into game number 1. Let's go. Our PvP is upon us. Game 1 is going to be taking place on Ancient Cistern. Once again, one of the older maps in the map pool. We spoke about this before, but again, we do use an extended map pool here for OSC. So we include maps like Ancient Cistern, like 2000 Atmospheres, and Gresfan as well. It's been a while since we've casted Gresfan. Okay, bring it back, Bobby. Bring it back. Kimch. As here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have our pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player. Blue Protoss representing Team Roddy from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hydra. We go. Again, if you're in the chat, you do have a couple of minutes to place your bets on who you think will take it in the end in this Protoss versus Protoss. I do not envy you. PvP is a little bit unpredictable. It can be a little bit up in the air. I do give the edge to Art overall. Edge is the more established player. He's got a couple more accolades under his belt. Has a little more achievements under his belt as well. One of the stronger Protoss players in Poland. But we'll see if Hydra can cause an upset here. I want to believe that in a PvP, anything is possible. As now we do have a 2-gate opener here from Art. Likewise, a 2-gate opener from Hydra as well. Probe going to be dipping in. We do see the Cyber Core on the way. And so far, everyone is mirroring each other. No one has gone for any kind of fake proxy pylon. We do have our second pylon here from Hydra. Likewise, Art throwing down his second pylon in his main base as well. Very important to point this out that, again, there is no proxy, there is no hidden tech. Everything is above board for the time being. We're honorable Protoss is here. Very honorable. For now. Like, I expect cheese and aggression later on down the line. Don't get me wrong. It's coming. And we do have our openers. It's going to be double Adept here from Hydra. It's going to be Stalker Sentry from Art. Here we go. So with Stalker Sentry, this is going to be a much more safer opener. The downside here is you don't have a lot of DPS when it comes to head-to-head fights, but the upside is with Sentries, you can gain the Hallucination. With Hallucination Scout, you will see everything that's going on. You'll confirm the fact that Hydra is going for a Robo. Oh my.
Your pylon is under attack. Help me.
Oh my. I've never heard the Tastos announcer pack before. But we do have a pylon here, going to be delaying the expansion of his opponent. Hydra going for a one-base all-in. There we go. We have it. We have a Robo on the way. Third gateway as well. Hydra is doubling down here with his all-in, and Arch is in the dark until the hallucination moves out. That's the thing. We do have the ability to scout. We do have the ability to confirm what is going on. Adept's going to be dipping forward. There's that hallucination. Adepts will be threatening a shade, and they do get in. Ooh, Art slipping up a little bit here. The Adepts, they get into the main base. Two Adepts do one-shot probes. 1, 2, 3 probes going to be going down. Gonna get a third, a fourth, and a fifth even. Oh my god. Can we get a sixth? Can we get a seventh? Not quite. 7 workers yet they'll survive. Meanwhile, the hallucination gets in, and we see everything. We see the third gateway and the Robo, as well as the lack of expansion. Arch is now aware of what's going on, and he has to prepare. We need shield batteries, a defensive Robo in production here for Art. With this defensive Robo, we can start up our own immortal production. Second pylon here as a part of the ramp. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a second shield battery. It may even... Oh, guys, we shaded again. Oh my god. Hydra, he gets eyes on the Robo, of course. Looking at the units lost tab, 7 probes have gone down for 2 Adepts. Really good trade here from Hydra, and now we're pushing out. The economy of Arch has been stifled. We have 1 shield battery, 1 overcharge is going to be available as well. Immortals, defensive Immortal is going to be on the way. Meanwhile, Hydra is pushing. Looking at the army tab, we have Hydra with the lead in Stalkers. He has Sentries for Force Fields. Force Fields are going to be key here because there's no blink. There's no way to avoid those Force Fields. Here we go. We are going to be committing. Prism has arrived. Reinforcements are on the way. Hydra pushing in. Show us the force fields. So far, slicing up the army. The Immortal stuck behind this, though. Yeah, overcharge is going to be popped. Hydra, can he hold on? Oh, he is being zoned away. The Immortals, they can't get involved. The Stalker's getting picked off. We are out of energy, though. We are out of force fields. From the side of Hydra, I should say. It looks like Art, he may just have a little bit too much. The shield battery has run out of energy. Hydra getting on top of the Immortal, but a second Immortal does arrive. Oh, 1 goes down. We shut down the War Prism, and it looks like Art has enough. Well, does he? Oh, it's going to be close. The 1 Immortal. Can we hold? Another Stalker comes in. Art, he's barely holding on. Hydra, he backs off. He lost his War Prism, is reinforcing from back home. Hydra still has the army advantage. Can he break through? Still so close. Still so close yet so far. Stalker's going to be waddling in. Another Immortal, a second Immortal's on the way, a third Immortal in production. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Hydra. And Hydra is not transitioning. He is completely all in. One way or another, the game will end. And Art just amassing more Adepts and Immortals. Now, Adepts, they don't have the most amount of DPS, but they do a great job just tanking shots. Just soaking damage for those Immortals. Enough time has passed. We do have another shield battery. Force fields are available. Once again, we do throw them down. We dive on top of the shield battery. It does get focused. Overcharge will not be a factor, not anymore. Good juggling here from a Hydra. And it looks like with reinforcements, with the juggling, we break through. We take down the shield battery. We take down 2 Immortals. There's 1 left. Another shield battery on the high ground. Another shield battery is available. The prison does arrive. But again, there are just far too many stalkers. And it looks like Hydra, he takes control of the low ground. Takes control of the expansion. Nexus is going to be falling. And this is a big pickup here. Another big warp in. And yeah, we can just snowball out of control. It's just too much in favor of Hydra. He's pushing up the ramp. There is a force field. Oh. Be careful. There is a force field available. Oh. Take down another one of those units. Another sentry. We can see R trying to hold on one base. We do have a bay on the way for disruptors. But there's no more sentry, no more force field. We can just waddle up the ramp on top of the shield battery. And again, GG gets called. GG gets called. Hydra, he breaks through and he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Again, I was a little bit concerned, especially after the initial push was deflected. The initial push was defended, but in the end, Hydra does snowball out of control, does take it in the end here, despite the fact that Art saw it coming. Remember, Art, he did scout ahead of time, he was aware of what was going on, but the execution of the defense was a little bit lacking there. When it came to the force fields, when it came to the reinforcements, Art was holding barely, but Hydra still just had so much more momentum. I think a big part of it, actually, winding it back, was the Adept harass. Like, losing, what was it, 7 probes that early on, really does slow you down, especially that early in the game. It does impact your production, it does impact the size of your army. I'm sure if that hadn't happened, we would have had, what, an extra 2-3 units to defend, and every unit counts in that stage. Every unit counts in that defense. So with that, Hydra does take a lead. Does take a lead in the series. And a really strong and surprising start for Hydra. Not gonna lie, again, Art is the favorite player, but it's a PvP. Anything can happen, Bobby. Anything can happen. Oh boy. As game number 2 is going to be taking place on Golden Aura, we're going to be seeing another all-in. This is a very small map. Could lead to aggression, as spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the pink Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes down in this series, looking to fight back. It is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player. Representing Team Roddy from the land of the Netherlands, it is Hydra. Let's go. Istan has redeemed 24-hour stream for 100 channel points. You're an animal. What's our longest cast been? I think our longest cast was 14 hours, I think. If I remember correctly, it was 2020 when we casted the Chilean tournament. There was a rebirth event. Fun fact, we casted a Chilean only tournament and it had 200 players. 200 players, and it lasted 12 hours. It was an insane cast. I casted that alongside Yoda Slim. I think it was a 12-hour cast for one event. There was a 14-hour cast that we did. And it was 14 hours, not for the one event, but it was like back-to-back. No, sorry. I think it was 14 hours for DreamHack. Yeah. I think we did, we were the B stream, and we casted the ESL Masters regionals for, we did Oceania, and then we did Taiwan, Hong Kong, and then we did Europe, and then we did Americas. We did all 4 regions. All 4 regions of ESL Masters, and I think that was like around 14 hours. Yeah, but the difference is, like, ESL Masters is easier because there's a lot of downtime. Like ESL Masters, it's like 15-minute like breaks in between series. Like there's breaks in between regions. Like there's a lot of breaks. There's a lot of breaks when you cast DreamHack. But for a lot of these other online events, not as much. Not as much. It's just back to back, just non-stop, Bobby, non-stop. As we have a proxy Stargate. Proxy Stargate is on the way. Let's go. So this is not an all-in at a Hydra. This is a way to get ahead economically. With a proxy Stargate, this should be Oracles. So Oracles are going to be zooming across the map to get into the mineral line. Art's going for a Robo Opener. The turns have been tabled. Where Hydra wants to be getting ahead economically, looking to expand, Art is looking to double down with his own one base all-in. We should be throwing down a third gateway here. And committing... No, my apologies. Wait, Art, is he going to be expanding? We have options. We can throw down a third gateway and go for an all-in, or we can take a natural base and have a more kind of defensive start instead. Probe Scout is denied. We have Double Stalker moving out, and so far we're in the dark. Art, he's aware that the pylon is missing. He does see the missing pylon, which does explain the Robo Prism is on the way. Art takes control of the Zelnaga, does not see that Stargate. Hydra hugging the edge of the map, going straight for the main. And you can see here, Art, he believes it's an all-in. He's getting ready. Second pylon, shield battery as well. But Hydra's expanding. Remember, this is an economic opener. This is meant to get you into a natural. And Art, he's overextending. He's overreacting. There we go. We cancel the shield battery. Oracle goes in, we get 2 worker kills, we get the hell out of there, and now Art realizes what's been going on, and he expands. A late expansion here, but he can counterattack with his War Prism. War Prism going to be moving out, does barely avoid those Stalkers. And with this Prism, we can warp in some Adepts, we can shade into the main, and we can kill so many probes. There we go, Adepts are on the way. Meanwhile, across the map, the Oracle did get 2 worker kills, but we're looking for more damage. Pretty big investment. Likewise, Hydra is not ready for the counterattack. The Adepts, they're coming in. Oh god. And the Adepts on their own may just be too much. As they do slip into the main base, probes are going to be going down. We force a recall. How many workers do we get? We get 1, we get 2, we get 3. But just 4. Oh, 5. 4 worker kills, and just like that, Art takes a worker advantage. Very necessary considering that Hydra did get the faster expansion, so with this Adept Harass, Art was able to equalize. Or is equalizing. Stabilizing, if you will. Oh. Oracle threatening a dive. Gets a worker. Denies mining time a little bit longer here. As Hydra's going to be following this up with a Twilight Council, we do see Art going for Immortal production back at home. And going straight for a Twilight Council of his own. His blink will be later, but not by too much. Ooh, as the Oracle gets shut down. Good defense so far by Art. Looking at the units lost tab, pretty comparable with each other. Both players are at 30 workers. Blink is on the way. I do kind of want to give the edge to Art, where both players were going to be working with Blink, but Art has Immortal production, so his army will be more solid, will be more well-rounded, will be more terrifying. And Art, he isn't done with the Adept Harass. The Oracle died, the Prism is still alive. We're shading in. We pick up a worker. 1 probe goes down, and we don't lose any hull damage. Again, very nicely done by Art. Behind this, getting his natural up and running. And again, for the most part, things have kind of settled down between our players. Waiting to see a kind of next sign of deviation. Looks like Hydra wants a faster third, but Art not too far behind with his own. Around the world in 14 hours. Oh, true. We did. We, unironically. We made it, man. That was back before they merged the regions. For those that are curious, the Latin America and the Americas region were merged, and this year, or last year, I guess. And the Oceanic and the rest of Asia, alongside the Taiwanese and China region, were all merged. All merged together. So those marathon casts aren't really a thing anymore. Thankfully. More than happy about that. In a way. We can sleep, Matthew. It's crazy. As both players are going to be dancing with each other, we do dive on top of the Immortals. Oh my god, we take down the Prism. Prism goes down the Immortal as well. But was this dive worth it? The shield battery keeps alive a little bit longer here. Both Immortals fall. But Art still has an overwhelming army. At the same time, the Adepts across the map are wreaking havoc. 7 workers go down. We force a recall. Adepts say find another worker. Again, all you need is a couple of Adepts and you can just wreak havoc and just eviscerate a mineral line. So Hydra, he may have reset the Immortal counts, but Art, he has a massive economic lead. There's a massive worker lead here. He is looking to snowball out of control. Takes down a Stalker. Again, from here, Art just has a massive lead. Going to be taking a 4th base, working towards charge, working towards +1. Art just getting further ahead. Hydra has some catching up to do. And where do we go from here? How do we catch up? There are options. There's Dark Templar, there's Disruptors, right? You could just try to rush into Purification Novas. Or you could just go all in and try to outposition your opponent with just massive Blink Stalkers. But now Hydra is just reprobing. And it looks like he has oh no, he gets scattered. I was going to say that he's recognized the power of Adepts and he's going to try to go for his own harass, but he gets caught out. And these Adepts are going to be shut down. Now, we are dragging the army out of position, but you can see that Hydra isn't being active yet. Arch is racing back home, and he should be able to get here in time for Hydra. So Arch is looking to stabilize. +2 is on the way. Massive upgrade advantage here. We do have double forge from Hydra to get into 1-1. There's that Bay on the way. We spoke about it. This is a way to come back, but you need time to make disruptors, and Art is already here. Art, he's up 30 army supply. He has a +1, soon to have +2. It gets on top of the 4th base, forces a cancel. And there's not much stopping him from pushing into the 3rd. God, that's so many zealots. Here we go. We're diving on forward here. We blink on top of the army. Overcharge. Well, that's an Artosis pylon. No shots. Cannons are finishing, but everything is depowered. The boys are being pulled. GG gets called, and Art will tab the series 1-1. GG. GG. Well played. A very interesting game. There was quite a lot of back and forth. I liked the opener of Hydra to kind of, again, trick his opponent and to force an overreaction out of Art. It worked. It did work initially. Unfortunately, you know, with the opener of Art, he went Robo first into a Warp Prism. He went into Adepts, and Adepts, they were the bane of Hydra's existence in that series. Time and time again, Adepts, they just kept getting into mineral lines, into bases, and they just tore Hydra apart. GG. GG. With that, we are tied up 1-1. We are getting into game number 3. We are going all the way. As a reminder, this is of course still a best of 5, so plenty of games are ahead of us. Do not fret. Oh. So we're still looking to determine who takes a lead in this series. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Let's go. And spawning into the top right hand corner of 2000 we're back. 2000 atmospheres. We have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Art. and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. We have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands representing Team Roddy. It is Hydra. There you go. Best Star Wars property in years. I haven't watched any of the... I'll get around to it one day. I have Disney Plus. I have not watched any of these Star Wars shows, like The Mandalorian or the Boba Fett's, the Andor, the Obi-Wan Kenobi. One day I'll get around to it. You know what I miss? Yo, shout out to anyone who remembers the old school Clone Wars. And when I say old school, I mean made by the artist that created Samurai Jack. I'm talking like, I think it was like 2002, 2003. There were like 2 volumes of it. That was my peak childhood. It's beautiful. I wish that would come back. I know that you know, they came out with like the 3D animated Clone Wars like years after that. And they ran with that instead. But the old Samurai Jack like 2D animation Clone Wars, like, oh my god, that was beautiful. The good old days. As we're getting into this, reminiscent of shows gone by. As we do see Arts going for a 2-gate opener. Once again, we do have Hydra going for a 2-gate opener as well. Probes are going to be scouting each other, confirming that the pylons are where they should be. No proxies, no aggression this time. A straight-up PvP. Pink Polish, but yeah. Exactly. Stalkers are moving out. Again, it's going to be double Stalker opener here from Hydra. We do have Stalker Adept opener out of Art. With this, he's going to be looking to get across the map. It's not really overly aggressive, just a way to scout, just a way to get across the map a little bit faster and get a read on what is going on. Adept does shade towards that main. So far, going to be able to wall up. Going to be able to hold on. And both players will be skirmishing with each other. We do have a very fast Twilight Council opener here out of Arts, rushing into very fast Blink here. Oh my god. Likewise, Hydra going for a similar opener himself, going for his own Twilight Council, I imagine, for Blink. Going for a faster expansion. And what do I see? I see a 3rd gateway. Art is going for a 1-base all-in. Okay, so it looks to be, I imagine, a proxy gateway for a 1-base 4-gate Blink all-in here from Art. We're doubling down. Meanwhile, Hydra's going to be defending back at home, getting into his own Blink, setting up on his expansion. Here we go. Here comes that probe from Art. We should be seeing a pylon and a gateway hidden here at the 3rd base location. Pylon on the way. Samurai Jack was great. It sounds like you haven't seen it, but the creators of Samurai Jack, I say the creators, the artists, I believe, they made a Clone Wars series back in the day. I recommend it. Do recommend it. If you're interested in that sort of thing. As Art is going to be pushing. He does have an expansion behind this. Did throw down the pylon, didn't throw down the 4th gateway. Okay, so it's going to be 3-gate Blink into an expansion. Not an all-in out of Art. It is committed, don't get me wrong. Very committed. And we are pushing towards that natural. We could end the game here and now. The pressure is on Hydra to hold. Here we go. The Stalkers have been spotted. We do have a shield battery in position. So, oh god, bit of a misclick there. Hydra, we have to piece it together. Shield battery goes down. Boys are being pulled. We dive on top. Oh, we do soak a shot there. We dive on top of the hallucination. But Stalkers are going down. GG gets called. There is just far too much here, and Art will take a lead in this series. 2-1. GG. Again, Art very committed with his 3-gate blink. Unfortunately, Hydra just took him a little bit too long to piece together what was happening there. He did go for a much more economic opener. Hydra, fun fact, he didn't just go for the expansion and for the probes. He also went for a Forge +1. He was just working on that next step and was caught with his pants down. Was not ready whatsoever for that kind of aggression. GG. And with that, Art is 1 game away from qualifying for the OSC Championships. Meanwhile, Hydra, can we bring it back? Can we force an ace match? We were getting a lot of ace matches so far tonight. We could see it again. Here we go. So we are getting into... Oh, our next map for the first time in a long time. It is not 2000 atmospheres. It is Gressvan. Ah. Pretty sure I vetoed this map, but it's fine. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Gressvan, we have our pink Polish Protoss player leading the series 2-1. 1 game away from taking the entire series here, qualifying for the OSC Championships. It, for the Platinum Heroes, is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing the land of the Netherlands, representing Team Roddy. It is Hydra. I like that Art always goes for the pink Protoss. Unorthodox color. Yeah, always pink. Always pink. A lot of the Polish Protoss players, they mix in pink or purple. It's all about the alliteration. You need it, Bobby. You need it. If you're Protoss and you're Polish, you have to be pink or purple. It's the law. Oh. As Art is going to be moving out with his first probe, we'll keep our eye on it. Hydra likewise pushing through the center, coming in for a bit of a scout. I imagine Art is going to be proxying his gateway. Oh my god, my brain was flooded with memories. This used to be a very common proxy location in PvP. In between these steam vents or next to these rocks, proxy robos were so commonplace here. I remember that it was like 70 or 80% of the time in PvPs we would see proxies and all-ins on Gressvan. It hasn't even been that long, but we'll see if that's going to be the case. For the time being, Hydra throws down his second pylon, and likewise so does Art. Everything is where it should be. Everything is looking normal. Used to watch Samurai Jack religiously. They brought back a new season, didn't they, to end it? I haven't watched it. I haven't. One day. One day when we're not casting so much StarCraft, I'll be able to sit down and I can watch some shows, some programs on the telly. We'll get there. For now, very safe opener out of Hydra. Going to be going for a sentry-based opener. As we have mentioned in the past, it is a very safe way to play in PvP just because of the scouting information that you have. As Hydra is going for his expansion. Meanwhile, Art's going to be going for a bit of an aggressive opener. It is going to be a Stargate. Now with this, we can go for a fast Oracle, and our goal is to get across the map and to deal economic damage and to get ahead in said economy. Art going to be taking his expansion. Hydra delays his expansion, going for a faster Twilight Council. So rushing into Blink is going to be his opener. Faster Twilight Council into the expand. Hallucination is moving out across the map, and we should get eyes on the Stargate. We should get eyes on the Oracle. There we go. Phoenix comes in. We do get eyes. There we go. The Stargate, the Oracle has been spotted. We are aware, and we should be getting ready. We should be getting in position. There we go. The Stalkers, they do maneuver in between the mineral line. As that happens, though, the depth does shade in. big scout from Arch. He does get eyes on the Twilight Council. He's aware of Blink. He's aware it is on the way. So a good scout so far here from Art. Oracle doesn't mindlessly go into the main. He's aware that the Stalkers are in position. He's aware he got scouted. So Art is going to be chilling here outside the bases. It's going to be waiting outside the natural. It's going to be pulling together another Oracle. Now 2 Oracles do one-shot workers, so even if there's a shield battery, workers will still fall. As Arch is working on his 3rd gateway. And the Hydra, just like the previous game, very similar, where it's Blink Stalkers into the Forge, into +1. Adept Shade in, the Oracles, they dive into the middle line, they get 4 probe kills already. Bit of miscontrol there from Art. Does take some extra hits, but regardless, does keep his Oracles alive, and does get 4 worker kills in total. A good start for Art, and just like that, you can see how much of a lead Art has. He had a faster expansion, better economy. He is up 4 workers. And we're not done. These Oracles, they regenerate their shields. They can go back in for a second time. For a second round. Now, as the game progresses, even though Hydra does have a slightly worse economy, he will have better Stalkers. +1 is on the way. He will have a timing where he can hit with +1 and even +2 thereafter. Meanwhile, Art's being very active with his army, moving out with an abundance of Stalkers already. 3 gateways here. Hydra going for a gateway explosion. That's going to be 5 gates in total. Art taking a 3rd base instead. So Art focusing on his economy. Hydra looking to go for potentially a 2-base all-in. Stalkers push forward. Immortal is revealed. Depth Shade in. We're going to get a couple of probe kills. 3 workers go down. Oh my god, did I say 3? 4 workers go down. The Oracles, they race back home. A good amount of counter damage just like that. A Hydra evens up the worker counts. But remember, still no 3rd base. Hydra just doubling down here on aggression. Fun fact, Art technically does have the higher Stalker count. And he could take a fight, especially if Hydra is lured into one of these stasis traps. Here we focus down one of the sentries. Good pickoff. 3rd base getting up and running. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Art. Now he's going into his own gateways. Hydra working on +2. I believe Hydra... Ooh, he doesn't see the stasis trap, actually. He has the observer, but he's not aware. Glaives is on the... Yeah, we're going all in. Glaives is on the way. Again, doesn't really have too much longevity in this. I love that there's a real and a fake Immortal. Arch is working towards Chargers and Archons. Hydra going to be doubling down on Glaives. Those are curious. Glaives doesn't really scale well into the mid to late game. It is just a good way to buffer for your Immortals. As we throw down 3 more gates. Yeah. 8 gates in total. It's going to be 2-base 8-gate all-in out of Hydra. And Art should be aware that something is wrong, especially because he sees the lack of 3rd. Doesn't see how many gateways, but he can assume where the money has been spent. And he's just amassing a Charger Archon composition back at home. Prism is on the way. With the arrival of this War Prism, we should be pushing. Hydra should be moving out. It's all or nothing. Up. Up. You can see Art, he wants to trigger those shields, if possible. A lot of sentries have been built. So many force fields. The Immortals lead the charge. Do pull back. There is a stasis trap. Up, up. And we do run in. Big stasis here catching, what is that, 6 Stalkers. Half the Stalker count does get caught. Hydra going to commit to his push. Art getting in position. How many Zealots do we have? 22 Zealots. Oh my god. That's a lot of fake Archons, let me tell you. Stasis trap will get triggered. Again, alright, buying time. Remember, time is on his side. Additional warp-ins on the way. We can see Hydra repositioning, but he's running into another stasis. Oh, does focus it down. We can see that Art is going to be collapsing on this army. Will shut it down at the same time. Hydra coming in from the right-hand side. Again, so many fake units here. Can he pull this off? Charge on them breaking through the force fields. They do nothing. We shut down the Warp Prism. We can focus on the Immortals one after the other. They are real. They are no longer there. GG gets called. Art swallows up the army. And Art will take the series 3-1, qualifying for the OSC Season 11 Championship. GG. GG, well played. I appreciate Hydra trying to mix in hallucinations and try to fake out or even bait out some big shots and bait out some volleys. But again, the 2-base all-in took a long time to get going. Art had so much time to prepare, to throw down stasis traps left and right all over the map, to set up shield batteries, to amass stalkers, to amass zealots. And again, he did have this superior army coming into it. GG, well played. And with that, congratulations. Congratulations to Art for making it out over Hydra. Big shout out to Hydra, of course. Did fight his heart out and was able to did fight his heart out and was able to force a series out of it and take a game. And with that, we are getting ready for our next series here. We have one qualifying match left. It all ends here. Let's go. We're almost done, Papi. We're almost done. One more PvP here. Oh god. As we do have Young Yakov, of course, qualifying earlier. We casted every qualifying match so far. We had Young Yakov advancing on. We have Minnow VK. We have Art. And now we have one series, DNS versus Mana, to determine who will be the final player to qualify through tonight's Challenger bracket. Uno más, papi. Uno más. Let's go. Let us go, as we are going to be going on a short break. When we return, we have that PvP. Un momento. Huh. and welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our final qualifying match of the night. The final best of 5 to round it out to end this challenger bracket, to find out who makes it into the OSC Championships and who will have to try again tomorrow. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkione, we have our red Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue French player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is DNS. Here we go. This is where it all ends. This is where it all does come down. PvP between Mana and DNS. Let's go. Now, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. You can place your bets on how you think this series did unfold. Again, these matches were actually played while we were casting some of the previous qualifying matches, while we were casting MindoVK versus Fiant. Matches did unfold, but we are here to bear witness for the first time. And we do see a double gate opener here from DNS. Likewise, 2 gate opener out of Mana. Everything is looking as it should. So far, standard openers between our players. So far, standard openers. There we go. So we have a Cybercore on the way. Probes are being sent out, though. Mana going to be scouring the edge of the map. DNS coming in for the scout. Mana confirming that the second pylon has been thrown down in the main. Likewise, second pylon from Mana also in the main base as well. Oh, but the third pylon, hello! Mana throws it down in the center of the map, and this is a prime location for a proxy robo, not gonna lie. We'll see if we commit to a robo or a Stargate. Stargate would just be for economic damage. Robo is to commit. There it is. Robo is on the way. It's a PvP. I'm ready for a fast. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, we've been live for 9.5 hours. 100% with a best of 5 we're reaching the 10-hour mark. Hopefully not more than that. You know, I'd like to get a bed at some point. You know? It'd be nice. It'd be nice. It's 8 a.m., Poppy. It's 8 a.m. Let's go. As for now, we do have that Stargate opener from DNS. Is going to be for an Oracle first. Meanwhile, the Robo well underway. DNS on the hunt, though. He's looking. He's scouting. Adept does move out. And DNS will not come across it. The Robo barely does hold on here. Immortal is on the way. Mana going to be doubling down here with the one base all in. We are pushing. We are committed. And DNS has yet to piece it together. Adept has been found out. We're going to be threatening a shade. This is going to be a big scout here for DNS. Oh, never mind. As the Adept goes down, and DNS, he didn't get in. I don't believe he saw the lack of expansion. DNS has no idea what's going on. He didn't go for a sentry-based opener either. Went for the Adept instead, and the Adept did fail him. And now he has to rely on the Oracle. Meanwhile, Immortals are amassing. Immortals are amassing here on the front lines. Mana moving out with his Stalkers. DNS is here to try to catch anything at all. We do have a safety shield battery in the mineral line against to defend against Oracles. And here we go. Now we realize what's been happening. The push is upon us, and can DNS hold on to his natural? I'm not too sure. The Oracle turns back around. Immortal has arrived. Yeah, the Adept say shaded. Oh, God. Looks like we had a bit of a pause at some point here. Mentioned before, these games were played at the same time as Fiat versus Mindo, and here we go. We're diving on in. Second Immortal has arrived. Pylon going to be focused down. Good use of these Oracles, though. We do focus down one of those Stalkers, and we're going for the Immortal. Do we have the DPS for it? It looks like... Oh, we barely do. One Immortal goes down. The Stalker as well. We're down to a single Immortal remaining here for Mana. And it looks like DNS, he will hold, he will shut this down. Again, I wasn't sure about using the Oracles defensively, but we shut down both the Immortals in the end, and Mana doesn't have much left. He does have Stalkers, does have a Prism on the way, but no more Immortals. Ooh, big overextension from DNS. big overextension. He does have to back off. Boys are being pulled. Oof. And even without Immortals, Mana has too much, but here comes a Void Ray. Have a backup Immortal on the way. Stalkers are amassing. We don't have Blink, but we can juggle with that War Prism. And Prismatic Alignment is activated. We're going to be able to force this back. The double Oracle getting into the main base. Do we have anything to defend? We do have a Shield Battery and a Stalker. We are in position. Void Ray comes forward, but it gets targeted down. Mana, he is breaking through. Shield Battery does finish just in time. We have the Overcharge. Do you have the Overcharge to hold on? The Oracles, they get 4 probe kills. Mana has no expansion. His economy is going to be crippled. But he has an army. That's all that matters. He has that Immortal. We can try to focus it down. Good juggling. And Mana, he has too much. He is breaking through. We have another backup Void Ray on the way, but it's going to be too little too late. As Mana takes control of the natural base, takes control of the low ground. Just down the final Stalker. Again, Mana, he has too much. Initially, DNS was almost holding, but almost not enough here as we shut down the Artosis pylon. Boys are being pulled. Immortal arrives. We have too much. You see DNS trying desperately to hold on here across up. He is killing a lot of work. Oh my god. He's getting a lot of damage done, but GG gets called. It's not going to be enough, and Mana will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Initially, again, DNS had a very impressive hold with his Oracles, able to focus down 2 Immortals and able to survive. But maybe sending his Oracles across the map wasn't the best play there. He had to barely hold on back at home. He needed desperately everything to survive, and alas, he just wasn't able to. Mana was able to break through, and with that, GG. First game in the books. And now we're getting into game number 2 and talking a little bit about the players as we delve into this. DNS, of course, has been having an amazing year. DNS has been around for a very long time, but he did take a break. He took a hiatus. He kind of stepped away from StarCraft, but this year he has come back with a vengeance, and DNS very quickly found himself as the ace player on the Platinum Heroes for the summer season of WTL. Oh. It's okay. This is look, they were supposed to wait for us to cast live, but it's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. It's look, we cast it from replays. It's okay. It's like, yo, shout out to Mana because he realized what was happening. It's okay. It's okay. And here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of a Golden Aura, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Leading the series 1-0, it is Mana. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue French player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is DNS. Go. Here we go. As once again, we have 2 gate openers from both players, both Mana and DNS. Mana coming in for a scout. DNS going to be hiding his probe and most likely hiding his second pylon. Is going to be a fake proxy pylon though from our blue Protoss. The probe is going to be scouring that main base. There it is. A pylon is thrown down. Again, it is just a fake. It is just a way to try to lure Mana in and try to play with some mind games. Force an overreaction if possible. But yes, originally, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. DNS moving out. Trying to get a read on the opener. Does confirm the lack of expansion for the time being. Does pull back. And so far, we're going to be going for a Stalker Sentry opener from DNS. We have double Stalker from Mana. Again, Mana isn't certain if there's an all-in or not, so going for double Stalker makes plenty of sense. Just to make sure we have some extra DPS here early on.
Your probes are under attack.
Meanwhile, Sentry has arrived for that Hallucination Scout. And Mana, I'm sure, is now aware that everything is looking as it should. There we go, we have our tech of choice, Stargate. Going to be a Stargate opener out of Mana. With this, we can gain access to faster oracles to get across the map. Ooh, but it looks like he's still not fully convinced. He's fanning out his Stalkers. He's looking for the proxy pylon. Looking for potentially a proxy Stargate. We can see the DNS is just expanding. And he's just chilling, taking his natural base. Mana, though, still unconvinced. Making sure everything is as it should be. And here comes that hallucination from DNS. At least they remembered. Yeah, look, they remembered. You know, it's okay. It's fine. Look, regardless, we were gonna cost everything anyway. It's fine, Bobby. It's fine. Yeah, that's what I mean. It doesn't matter anyway, because we casted all the matches anyway. It's all good. Yeah. As behind this, DNS is going to be going for a Twilight Council. Again, went for a faster expansion. DNS will be slightly ahead in the economy here, ahead when it comes to the blink timing as well. But here comes the Oracle. There's potential for damage. Stalkers are going to be pressuring that natural base. We have the Oracle behind it as well. Yeah, the Stalker's going to try and pull away the attention of DNS. But he is in position. And the Oracle can do no damage here. Going for the stasis. Ooh, but it is going to be denied. At the same time, good control here on the front lines as we do take down the sentry. Mana pushing forward. Snipes the sentry, but not much else as he does pull back. Mana not losing any units so far. Lost a probe, but nothing else. Good control coming from behind, gets a probe. Every unit does count. Behind this, ooh, Mana going for a bit of a gateway explosion. That is a third and fourth gateway. Get a lot of gateways this early on. Mana, I'm curious. Do we set up a proxy pylon? Are we going to be pushing here on two bases? DNS behind this. Just trying to settle. Oh my god, going straight for a third. So we have Mana going for production. We have DNS going for greed. Very fast third base. Robo behind this, I imagine, for immortal production. Here comes the proxy pylon. Mana's pushing. Mana is committing here to two base play. And DNS doesn't know. He hasn't seen the gateway, still in the dark. He does have some sentries for hallucinations, but he hasn't sent them out yet. Uh-oh. Here we go. Mana is pushing. He's expanding behind his push, but aggression nonetheless. Looking at the army size here, pretty comparable army sizes, but Mana can soon reinforce. 4 Stalkers at a time. Here we go, looking to wedge his way in between the bases. Going all the way in, actually. Oh my god, the dive is real. We dive on top of the army. There we go. 2 Stalkers going to be going down. The sentries as well. Big pickoffs. As Mana will pull back. Pulls back to reinforcements. And again, Mana does have the Stalker advantage. Immortal is still on the way. Do get into the mineral line. Again, behind this, we do have additional units on the way. Additional Stalkers coming in from behind. Yeah, probe's going to be going down. The Oracle goes ham. We have additional Stalkers as well. So far, a good trade here from Mana, but he may have overstayed his welcome. Ooh, big stasis trap. Catches another Stalker. Really good control here out of Mana. Does rotate over, takes down a shield battery. Oh, not quite. The shield battery does go down. Good control out of Mana. Immortal going to be focusing down more of those Stalkers. Oh my god, the Immortal going ham. We're going to try to focus it down. We do get the Immortal, but this is going to be a costly trade here for mana. At the same time, the Oracle comes in once again into the mineral line. 5, 6, 7 probes going down. Crippling the economy. Mana, he is up 10 workers. He may have had a later expansion, but up in workers, up in economy. DNS is pushing. But how the turns do table, DNS has double the Stalker count of Mana. Mana was a little bit wasteful with his Stalkers, a little bit wasteful with his units. And this counterattack is actually terrifying. There's no shield battery. There is no shield battery, no charge either. Mana, he may have poked the bear a little bit too much. This DNS, he has arrived. Oracle going to be going down. No shield battery, no overcharge. They're going for a big warping of Zealots. Charge is about to finish. We're 10 seconds away. Really nice micro here from DNS. Again, ace player for Platinum Gears for a reason. And he will take down every single one of those Zealots. Going for a big warping behind this. Zealots are on the way. We have a Dark Shrine in production for DNS. Does DNS have enough? He's going to pull back. Mana, he holds onto his expansion, holds onto his base. DNS will be retreating. He's still down in workers, by the way. Still down in probes. The longer this goes on, the worse it will be here for DNS. There is still a lot of pressure on him. Dark Templar could be a really good way to come back. It could be. As we are pushing in. Oh, Stalker's out of position. He was expecting to dive into the main. Zealot's going to be going down. Immortal has arrived, but we're running out of reinforcements, running out of Zealots. Prism goes in. But we are in position. Mana going to be able to turn that Prism away. The Immortal looking so exposed. Only a handful of Zealots protecting it. There's the overcharge. Keeping the Immortal alive. But DNS, he was able to trade well. He now takes a worker lead. Dark Shrine is done. Where are the Dark Templar, though? Still nowhere to be seen. Mana's going for a Zealot counterattack. Fourth base is on the way, but DNS is up in army supply. Shuts down the base, shuts down the Nexus. Zealot runway does come in. Prism denied into the main. Do we have any observers? We do. Mana does have an observer. Zealots, they get a couple of workers. Speaking of, oh, there we go. 7 workers do go down. I was wondering, like, where are the DTs? They did slip in. Oh my god. Did I say 7? 14 probes go down. There was 1 in the main. There was 1 at the third base. Mana now suddenly with a massive worker deficit. And we're not done with those Dark Templar, by the way. We warp in a bit of everything. Sentry, Dark Templar, and a Zealot. And yeah, Mana's all in. It's all or nothing with this counterattack. Gateways are being depowered. This fourth base looking exposed. Mana does have a pretty terrifying army. Uh-oh. He's diving on these Stalkers, pushing on through. Charger stuck behind the Stalkers. Here we go. We have a massive warp in. DNS, he has a better concave, and yeah, GG gets called. He will hold. He will survive. And DNS will tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. The Dark Templar, they kind of forced the all-in there out of Mana, but even before the Dark Templar, even before that, DNS was doing a great job at catching back up in that game, trading well, and of course, evening things up. GG. Let's go. Finally, some solid PvP, even though it's 50% liquid. Oh, God. What do you mean? We've already had plenty of Protoss today. It's been good. A lot of aggression. Very little mid-game, actually. Out of all these PvPs. Very little mid-game. It's all about early game aggression. And here we go. We're getting into game number 3 to determine who takes the lead in this series. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is DNS. Yeah, the sentry warped into the main base was perplexing, but it's fine. I do think that was a misclick, 100%. No reason to warp in that sentry, but regardless. Like, even like force fielding the ramp against Blink Stalkers, that's not really, doesn't really achieve too much. Regardless, DNS was able to hold it, was able to survive, and now we find ourselves in game 3. Here we go. Now we are going to be loading into Hardlead, a much more aggressive map, has a very short rush distance by ground. We've already seen plenty of one base all-ins so far. I mean, I say plenty. We saw Mana go for one base all-in earlier. So we'll see how things do turn out this time. These probes are going to be advancing. Mana going to be skirting the edge of the map here, taking control of the Zolnaga. Oh, Mana looking like he's going to be the one to throw down the fake proxy pylon, and there it is. Pylon is thrown down. DNS is going to be scouting, is going to be checking. He's going to recognize, hold up, your pylon is missing. And again, because Mana already all-in game number 1, it is going to be in the back of DNS's mind, especially after DNS took game number 2. So we'll see if he does overreact. We'll see if he can piece it together. Maybe double Stalker out of Mana, double Stalker out of DNS. Second pylon from DNS is in the mineral line, is scouted, is confirmed. Third pylon hidden in the main, which is a little bit suspect. Mana doesn't see it. He goes down to the low ground, doesn't see the pylon here either. And there we go, Robo. Mana gonna be deceived a little bit here, believing that the third pylon is maybe gonna be a proxy. So there we go. Robo, third gateway, one base all in out of Mana. Not proxied, but it is all here back at home. It's going to be for Immortal production, for War Prism, for a mass amount of Stalkers. DNS is expanding, Mana is not. So once again, Mana is going to be taking the more aggressive role in this PvP. DNS is going for a Twilight Council, but DNS needs to scout. He needs to get a read on what's going on. Show us the hallucination. As we need a little bit more time. I'm loving this positioning as well for Mana. This is primed to shut down the hallucination scout. Oh. Again, very common for the hallucination to go straight for the natural. Speaking of DNS, he sends it right to the natural base. Mana's in position, and Mana will deny the scouts. Big moment here. Oh, does survive though. Oh my god. DNS barely pulls back in time, pivots around, and now he does get a scout off. Doesn't see much though. He does, yeah, he goes for a second hallucination. DNS, he is denied entry into the natural. He doesn't see the main, doesn't know what's going on, is still not aware of the all-in. We have to spend more energy on a second hallucination. Behind this, where's the shield battery? Uh-oh. We get eyes on the Robo, the gateway, the lack of expansion. Shield battery just now gets thrown down, but it's so late. 3 shield batteries. Big reaction here out of DNS, but Mana has already arrived. He's already here. Boys are being pulled. The DNS being a little bit too greedy. Again, unfortunate that he did miss the scout as well. Good positioning out of Mana. Good juggling. Boys are going down one after the other. 12 workers fall. Shield batteries are finishing. We do have an overcharge. But we may just have too much DPS. Mana trying to force the issue here. Yeah, powering through that shield battery. GG gets called. Mana has too much. He snowballs out of control and takes game number 3. GG. GG, well played. Again, DNS, it took him just a little bit too long. A little bit too long to realize what was happening. A little bit too long to realize how committed Mana was. And with that, Mana is now 1 game away from qualifying for the OSC Championship. DNS, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. The pressure is on. See in the chat. Proxy versus proxy. What a game. Everyone is a winner. True. True. Here we go. We're settling into game 4. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. 1 game away from qualifying for the OSC Championship. It is Mana. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Equilibrium. I think this is the first time we're casting this map in the entire 10 hours of being live. The first time. We have the blue Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is DNS. Here we go. And the pressure is on. And yeah, we have been seeing a surprising lack of Equilibrium all night until now. Until now, we finally do experience it. We finally do see it. Gases are being taken. Going to be double gate opener here from Mana. Likewise, double gate from DNS. Now, a big feature of Equilibrium, of course, is the gold. We do have gold bases that are available here for both players. In mirror matchups, they can be quite potent, quite tempting. You can even try and take your own opponent's gold base. Possible. Here we go. Probes are moving out. Both players are going to be scouting each other, and so far both players do have their pylons where they should be. For the first time, can we get like a standard back and forth PvP? Is that happening? Is that possible? Nah. We'll see. And again, can we resist this the temptation of the gold? No shot, man. No shot. So we go. Two gate openers all around. Double stalker opener from both players. Both players also confirm that the pylons are where they should be. They're in each other's bases. It's either being as annoying as possible. DNS even going for a pylon block here on the low ground, but should eventually be able to expand as the stalkers have arrived. Oh, they even allow the pylon to finish. We're just getting some secure damage here. We have our tech of choice once again. DNS going for a Twilight Council opener. More often than not, we have seen Blink Stalker based play here from DNS. Oh. Going for a third gateway as well. Okay, Bobby. We are going to be quite aggressive. We are getting ready to push, getting ready to move out. Meanwhile, Mana going for his own Twilight Council, going for a faster expansion instead of going for that extra gateway. And this is a proxy pilot. Oh, we're going one base all in. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if we throw down a proxy gateway here towards the south. Blink is being chronoed. Stalkers are pushing. Again, DNS is pretty far behind in the economy at this point. Is committed. Does get on top of pylon. Yep, there it is. Fourth gateway. So it's going to be a one base, 4 gate blink all in from DNS. One way or another, the game will end. We will not get into the mid-game. It's PvP, Poppy. It's all about the all-ins. I'm here for it. So we do force a cancel. Mana does recognize what's happening. I mean, Hallucination gets in. Yeah, he does see the third gateway. He sees the Twilight Council. He sees the lack of expansion. Mana knows. Big scout. Big moment here for the Red Protoss. There we go. Shield by enemies. Dark Shrine on the way. Oh my god. I love this response. Again, there's no Robo. There's no Stargate. There's no way for DNS to get any detection. Dark Templar may just end the game if we can get that far. Now, bearing in mind that Mana does not have a pylon out on the map, DNS going for the gold. There's no pylon on the map, which means we can only warp in defensively back at home, which means it may be spotted. Hallucination does, Hallucination. Force Field does catch a Stalker. Okay, we have the pylon on the high ground. I'm gonna try and sneak out a Dark Templar. Oh, we canceled. Wait, yeah, we canceled the fourth gateway. DNS. Okay, that's how we afforded the Nexus, of course. As soon as DNS saw that the natural base was canceled, DNS he cancels his own fourth gateway, expands. But there it is. We're warping in that Dark Templar on the low ground. It is being snuck out. Likewise, at the same time we try to force our way down the ramp, we force out a force field. We do have a Robo on the way. Observers coming out. We will have detection. Dark Templar will not end the game. There was potential. It was. But we will have our answer. Meanwhile, Mana going to be expanding, taking his own gold. Going to be maneuvering out. Oh, does not scout the pylon. But here we go. The DT does get in. There is detection, but it doesn't matter. Probes, they cannot fight this. Not on their own. 4 or 5 workers go down, and no reaction out of these Stalkers. DNS is still here at his gold. Oh, but he's going to be losing so much. I mean, DNS, he at least protects his mining base, but I can't say the same about the other. 8 probes go down, and we recall to safety. And just like that, Mana takes an economic lead. Gonna be bleeding out some Stalkers. Mana has to retreat. Does have to pull back. Getting his own gold up and running, and the game is gonna settle. The game is settling, but did I speak too soon? Because we have another Dark Shrine. Sorry, another Dark Templar whirling in. Do we have detection? We do. We do have an observer, but we are out of position, and we do get 4 more probe kills. Up. Can we get a 4th? Just 3. We get 3 worker kills is enough, and Mana does have a 10 worker lead. Going to be able to get his gold base up and running. Now, army-wise, DNS still has a slight edge. He has 1 more sentry, 1 more stalker, additional zealots. More reinforcements on the way. Mana, he does come across. Oh god! Does come across the proxy. Island has been scouted. Is shut down. Zenith's going to be pushing here on the front lines, forcing the overcharge. We are going to be committing the concave in favor of DNS. But that overcharge keeping everything topped up, everything alive. Mana, he's going to be able to break free. Going to try to at least. Here we have detection. The Dark Templar destroying away some fire. The Immortal has arrived. Uh-oh. The Immortal has arrived and is going to be able to just chew through so many of those Stalkers. DNS cannot fight this. Not head on. It will pull back. Meanwhile, Mana is getting his own 3rd up and running. DNS working on mass charge lots. So Blink Stalkers alongside Zealots as well. It's going to be building up. That That's a lot of gateways. 4 more gates are on the way. It's going to be 7 in total. Meanwhile, Mana just focusing on his economy. So DNS is going to be the aggressor, essentially. As, yeah, we're just doubling down. That's going to be a War Prism. War Prism is on the way. Seven gates in total. DNS still behind in the worker count. Still hasn't been able to resaturate. No third base in sight yet. DNS is going to have to commit. Meanwhile, Mana, back at home. We have additional shield batteries on the way. Additional pylons as well. As long as he can fight within range of these shield batteries and overcharge, he should be okay. As long as he continues the Immortal production. There we go. Second Immortal's coming out. Now, Zealots will make things a little bit more complicated. Zealots, of course, they do a great job at soaking Immortal hits. Yeah, we are pushing. Army has been spotted. Mana repositioning. War Prism is on the way. See, that's a good angle here on top of the ramp. Yeah, good angle with the high ground. Is breaking through, does force the overcharge. And shield batteries are in position. Mana is holding. But here comes that prism. Looking at the army sizes here. DNS has a slight Stalker lead, but he's down in Immortals. The Worker's going to be going down at the same time. There's a DT across the map. Ooh, it's going to be 11 Worker kills. But the DT going ham here in the mineral line, getting 4 probes. The Prism goes down. A big snipe. At the same time, we dive on top of the Immortals. 2 Immortals go down. And DNS, he may just have too much. He is breaking the gold. He's trying to. Trying desperately here. Once again, he did take down the mineral line. Stalker count is getting higher. Because we lost the War Prism, that means that DNS can't reinforce. The reinforcers, they take a long time to walk across the map. Oh, the DT finally gets cleaned up. DNS can focus on his push, but he is down to 30 probes. And again, he's still 2 base all in. Still doesn't have a third. Meanwhile, Mana does. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Mana. He's getting a large army, getting out of hand here, getting out of control. Dives on top of the army. Good blinks out of DNS, but again, he's just falling further and further behind. Mana, he's up an entire base. He's up a base, and that's being reflected here in the Stalker counts. Mana up 5 Stalkers. Sorry, 6 Stalkers. DNS still trying to recover. He was completely all in. And there's no transition here. I mean, DNS has no forge, no upgrades. +2 is now on the way for Mana. It was all or nothing. And GG gets called up. We don't even get a final fight. GG, but he just saw the third. He just saw the fully saturated third base of Mana, and that is it. There's no coming back from that. Not in a mirror matchup, and GG, Mana will qualify for the OSC Season 11 Championship. GG, well played. It just clicked that. Again, DNS, he hadn't even seen that base. He didn't even know that Mana had a third up and running until the end there, until that Zealot came in for the scout. With that, he knew that he was just too far behind. Far too behind there. There was no way for him to overcome an entire base mining compared to his opponent. It was just too far behind. GG, well played. Congratulations to Mana, as he does make it. Who is the final player to qualify here tonight. It was a brutal broadcast. Very little downtime. I was hoping for like an hour or 2 in between qualifiers. Did not happen. Did not happen, Papi. Oh my god. And with that, we have made it. We made it. We are done here. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have our qualified players. We have Art, who took down Hydra 3-1. We have Young Yakov, who 3-0'd Akeron. We have Mindu VK, who took down Fiant 3-2. And we have Mana, who took down DNS 3-1 as well. And that was only the first qualifier. If you were here earlier today, a big shout out to yourself. If you were here for the first qualifier, as I quickly switched the bracket over, and it was Baby Marine taking down Rex, Future taking down Battle B, and Battle B took down Rex as well. So we had three Terrans, three Terran players qualify through bracket A. And through bracket B, we had some more Protoss representation, and Young Yakov repping the Zerg, of course. Whew. So, yeah, GG, well played. An amazing day of StarCraft here. Again, I was not expecting it to go on this long. Not at all. But, yeah, 10 hours. 10 hours. I was expecting like 6. I was like, you know, like a 3-hour cast, then a break, and then like another 3-hour cast. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. My throat is definitely a little bit worn out, and I'm gonna have to just not talk for the rest of the day because we have a long weekend ahead of us. A long weekend is ahead of us. World Team League WTL begins in how many hours? Let me just double check. Our next broadcast is going to be in 13 hours. In 13 hours time, we're going to be back. We're going to be live here on this channel with World Team League, with WTL, the playoffs of WTL Winter Day 1. Team Liquid versus Mystery Gaming, and the winner of that series up against Storm Gaming as well. So some really big matches are going on here in 13 hours. I'm going to try and sleep for 10 hours. I'll do my best. I say that just because there's a lot of casting going on. It isn't just WTL. After WTL, there is also the New Year's Cup. New Year's Cup is going to be at 2 a.m. my time, which is 4 hours after the start of WTL. It is an event organized and hosted by Hatsu. So we are going to be live casting that. Again, it is just a more fun event where everyone can come together and celebrate New Year's, of course. Oh boy, and then we get into the rest of the weekend. We have the KSL, we have WTL 3 days in a row, we have Masters Cup, we have Christmas Cup, we have GG, well played. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching. I apologize for the game that was played earlier. I've already forgotten which one it was. It was a ZVT. Yeah, it was a ZVT between Young Yakov and Akeron. It was game number 2 of Young Yakov and Akeron. I do apologize for forgetting to switch the scenes and missing half the game. VODs will be fixed for that. I will make sure that I re-record that, and YouTube will hopefully be able to witness what you guys missed. So we'll have you covered there. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thank you so much for the support. If you want to support the OSC, !OSC in the chat, and we get a link to the Indiegogo. Oh my god, the Indiegogo is here. And if you guys want to support this tournament, you can do so by contributing yourself. Again, the OSC Championships will run regardless. It will be run, it will be held. But if you want to help support this, if you want to help it grow, if you want to help it have like a boosted prize pool and have some extra goals here, you can see here like some extra prize money for 1st to 6th place. You can see that, you know, hoodies are given to the players. We have another boosted prize pool. We have show matches being set up as well. So there are ways here to support the tournament monetarily. Otherwise, if you just enjoyed the broadcast, if you enjoyed the content, consider following us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord. We're all over the place. Consider following OSC, as OSC are quite active when it comes to organizing and hosting events on Twitter, on all the social medias. I'm just trying to find them on Twitter. We're getting there. There it is. OSC Esports. Link is in the chat if you guys want to follow them. Again, for any updates. We don't castle the OSC events. Sometimes there are other casters. I believe Dave Tesla. Dave Tesla is casting the 4th qualifier. There's still two more qualifiers. 2 more qualifiers are coming tomorrow, and Dave Tesla will be casting one of them. I'm sure Chicken Man's going to get involved at some point. Wardy as well, and maybe some of these other community casters. Again, they usually are all over OSC events, so follow OSC on Twitter, and they will let you know where the next broadcast is and who is casting it as well. Not always here on the Ducklings. And again, we are live here on a daily basis. If you maybe are tuning in for the first time, if you haven't seen us before, Dzień dobry, welcome. Buenos dias. Here on the CranKy Ducklings, we've been casting for many years at this point. I think we started casting in 2017. And ever since 2020, we've been casting on a daily basis for many years at this point. Plenty of content here on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you want to follow us, you can do so over on our other platforms like YouTube and like Twitch. So plenty of VODs are available, plenty of StarCraft, plenty of matches, plenty of entertaining games. So check us out there if you wish. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. I'm gonna go get some food and then pass out, and then we'll see you in 13 hours for World Team League. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Big shout out to Eddie in the chat as well. Eddie, of course, is the organizer, the CEO of OSC, and tonight's admin as well. So big shout out to Eddie. Without Eddie, this event would not be possible, would not be running. Eddie is very passionate and, of course, has been running StarCraft events for many, many years at this point. So big shout out to Eddie. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We'll see you guys next time in 13 hours for some more StarCraft. See you then. Hasta luego. Bye. Hasta luego.